Okay, let's see here. Let's see what's poppin'. Let's see. Let's see if this thing works. See if it goes. If it goes. If it goes. If it goes. Now I tend to have a problem with this computer when I'm live streaming. Now what always happens is I start streaming, and then all of the sudden my computer breaks out, stops working. It cuts me off from the internet through OBS like multiple times during the stream, and I never quite know how much of the stream is being shown. And so there's these glitches throughout the process of watching it, or I guess in my case the process of streaming it. And that's very, very annoying to me. I don't like that. I'm going to wait until some people get here to start saying things. But it's always been a balancing act of waiting until people get here to start saying things, and then filling the air enough until someone gets here to say something. I've it's a it's a tightrope to walk. It's a thin line. You have to make yourself understand, because on the one hand you have the people who want to view the streams as a podcast afterwards, and then on the other you have the people who want to watch the stream as it's going on. And most of the topics actually just come from the people who are watching the stream as it's going on. That's where most of my energy and inspiration comes from. It's from them interacting with the chat and saying things. And then I just bounce off of people's questions. I love getting questions because of that. Because if someone asks something, I can just give a really in-depth answer, and then it goes into like 5 other different topics. And I'm tepid about what to say whenever a stream begins, because I start thinking about, you know, am I going to have to use this later on to be able to fill the air? And if I have to use something later on to fill the air, then will it be annoying to people who are listening to it as a podcast if I repeat that thing? Or will it be annoying to the people who showed up right at the beginning of the stream who have to hear it again? I don't know. I don't know what the most optimal way of doing them is, and I never really have. It's always been a guessing game for me, trying to figure out how to do it as I do it. And I still don't know how to do it. But that's part of the fun of it, is because, like, the point of these videos, I feel like that's something that I say a lot, the point of these videos. The point has never been to make something particularly, like, mainstream or even watchable. Like, I put no obligation on any other person to consume the things I make. People just freely consume them as they want to. If they find them unappealing or cringeworthy, well, the point was never really to appeal to anyone. There have been time periods in which I've experimented with trying to have a broader appeal or trying to target a specific group of people, but generally the main goal of my content has never really been to appeal to anyone. And I started leaning into this a lot more heavily when I hit 2,000 subscribers. Because after I hit 2,000 subscribers, you'll probably notice an immediate change in the aesthetics of my titles and thumbnails. Now, I've always had esoteric aesthetics in my videos to one extent or another, but never did I really go full in on it with every single video. I changed things up by just making my titles and thumbnails completely incoherent, and part of that was to scare people away, but also part of it was to emphasize the point of this channel, which is to not even necessarily have a point. It's to be kind of irreverent. Hello, anime character whose name doesn't have a name, and hello, Flubs. Hi, Star. How about this for a topic? Thoughts on the new Neat channels that seemingly popped up out of nowhere like Comfy Neat and Legendary Comeback? Do you think a neat genre is forming on YouTube? That's a good question. Um, I definitely think there is a neat genre that's showing up. It's weird. It feels like I was kind of the first one to really make a to make it like a major part of my image besides Zabujard. And I've been inspired by Zabujard from the beginning. Like I love that guy's videos. Um, and I don't know if you guys know this, but he has a YouTube channel called Nighttime Neptune now, which I highly recommend that you watch. Zabujard is an amazing content creator, but he and I were kind of like the first people to really make like an image out of the whole neat I'm unemployed thing. Um, and now all of a sudden there's all of these people who seem to be making content. And I'm really happy about that because I keep, like, if you go back to my videos in 2018 especially, I kept hammering away at the point that I wanted more neats making YouTube videos. I just wanted more people who live this lifestyle, even if the videos are bad, even if the videos are terrible, just people talking at a camera about this lifestyle and their relationship to it. We're talking about mental health problems they might have, their family history, stories that they have. I'll watch all of it, even if it like if you have no charisma or like camera presence at all. Even if you talk for only 3 minutes, I'll watch it anyway. Um, and so that was kind of my approach. Like I just kept telling people to make videos in my videos and hoping that some people would do it. Um, and it seemed like it was sort of all for naught. Like a lot of people said they were going to and then just didn't get around to it. And now all of a sudden that seems to be changing. I don't know if it was because of me. Probably not. I think people just went on Reddit for long enough until eventually they thought, hey, maybe I should make a video about this because the whole neat thing is getting bigger. I think that's what it was. But regardless of where it came from, I'm really glad that it happened. Um, I've watched some of Comfy Neat Channel's videos. I think uh, they're good, but he's not the kind of person who like I can watch like a whole bunch of his videos in a row. I kind of have to space them out. But I've never heard of Legendary Comeback. I've never heard of this person before, so I'll have to look into them. But I mean, yeah, if it does become a genre on YouTube, I think that would be really cool. The thing I worry about is people feeling like they have to conform to a genre if it becomes a genre, because so much of what's on YouTube is just repeating other things that have already happened on YouTube. When like the great thing about YouTube is that you can do whatever you want. You have a massive array of ideas and concepts that you can experiment with. So why not make something different? But a lot of the time, what I see is people not really utilizing that and then trying to chase the same kind of success that everybody else has chased through making the same titles, the same thumbnails, the same styles of content. If Neat became a genre, I would worry about people being too incestuous with their content, taking too much of an influence from one side or another. And what I think is great about the kind of content that I was describing, of just going up to the camera and saying your piece, saying what you want to, you could say it's derivative of a type of content that already exists, but it's the most genuine form of derivativeness that you can possess because there's no what's the word? I'm a little bit drunk, so it's kind of hard for me to find the right words. But there's no sense that like this person is doing this for an ulterior motive. It's one of those things where If you do you're doing it because you want to get something off your chest. You want to express something. And so I would like to see more experimentation, but at the same time, if there's not experimentation, it could be something as simple as someone just pointing a camera in a dark room and then saying what they have to say, and I think that would be cool. There's levels to it. Trapped in My Psyche says, hello, hello. The anime guy with the weird emoji as his name says, stopped watching after the stream stopped for a while. Glad there's another one. Yeah, I know there are people who just like the streams specifically. I haven't had the motivation to do streams. I've been so depressed that it's been really, really difficult to do streams, and also just wanting to take a more quality over quantity approach in my content in general, because I worry about repeating too many of the same things on live streams that I've said on other streams or in videos, and being too repetitive, to where you just have the channel fill up with videos of me repeating the same stuff. I don't like that. And so, if I do a stream, I want to make them more unique in comparison to other streams, and also be able to do them when I have the motivation to do them. Like, I probably wouldn't have even started the stream if I hadn't been drinking. Have you seen his Newgrounds games? Yes, Zabujar's Newgrounds games are incredible, aesthetically speaking. He is like Zabujar is genuinely one of my favorite comedians. I'm not saying this to like fillet him and put him on this pedestal, but like I really love like the aesthetic of Zabujar, and his creations and his comedic style. He's really unique, and his channel, like, you have to, for certain things that are on his channel, certain things that he says, you had to have been around for years to really understand what he's talking about. Like, if you just show up on a random video, there's all these memes and all of these characters that, you may not have been introduced to yet, and it's very, very self-indulgent. I guess that's what I want. That's what I want out of YouTube videos, is I want people to be as self-indulgent as possible, and to just do whatever they want, to like find the thing that really matters to them, and just go with it. Do the thing that brings them the most enjoyment in the most personal way, and I guess that's one of the reasons why he appeals to me so much in his games and his videos. Should I make a vid? If you want to. If there's something you feel like you ought to say, then go for it. I generally find the things that you have to say interesting, either in your videos or on Discord. I think you're a very interesting person. Needs have too much free time to do anything. I think it depends on who it is, because, like, if your anhedonia or depression is caused by being isolated and not like having a job, for example, not going outside too much, is caused by not having a rigid structure, then yeah, you're gonna have too much free time to do anything, because you need that rigid structure to keep you in line. But I don't think everyone is like that, and I also think that you can just make that structure for yourself at home. For example, having friends in real life that you regularly speak to doesn't have a job tied to it. You don't need a job to regularly speak to people in real life and be friends with them, have close connections with them. You don't need a job to have hobbies and interests that may have a routine to them, that may force you to wake up at a certain time every day. You don't need a job to have someone to tell you to have the right diet and to get exercise every day. There are many things that you can do as a need to stay healthy mentally and physically that don't require you to have a job, and you can also find interests that you're interested in, and want to do consistently. But that depends on the kind of person. Like, there are some people who just genuinely need that master-slave dynamic that a job has in order to live their life in a peaceful way. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. but I don't think everyone is that way either. And also, let's see, there was a broader point I was going to make. I forgot what it was. Um, uh, let's see, rigid structures, jobs, meaning, purpose. Yeah, so a lot of people derive a sense of purpose from the job that they have, and I don't think like eventually that's something that they work towards. Like many of the jobs that they do, they don't feel any specific purpose towards because it doesn't have much to do with who they are as a person or what their core interests are. And so working all of those bad jobs is like getting eventually to the big self-improvement moment where you finally have a career that you can find a sense of purpose in and that really means something to you. But at that point, it's not really work anymore. It's more like play. It's more like obviously you're going to have bad days where you're really upset and where nothing's going right. It seems like everybody has that no matter what field they're in. And it doesn't mean things are going to be easy, but it does mean that there's a distinct difference between that kind of work versus the work that you've done all the way up to that point to eventually get there. And so I think because the difference between those things is so distinct, you can't really call it work in the same way anymore. It's more like playing. And then you would be able to derive like a sense of purpose from doing that just overall. And does that give you the kind of meaning that you need to do other things in your free time? Maybe. I think it really depends on the person. There are some people who get that kind of career-esque meaning out of their activities through doing something that's at home. Like maybe you're really obsessed with researching the history behind different bicycles, and maybe that obsessive research and collecting of those bicycles is the thing that gets you up every day and that puts a smile on your face, that you feel like you're contributing to the bicycle community with your research about their history and whatnot. You may not make any money out of that ever, but you could just as easily do that as an unemployed person and be able to derive the sense of meaning out of that that gives you the happiness points that allow you to do other things in your free time. So I think there's a whole host of reasons people do things or are able to do things, and it's largely dependent on who the person is and what kind of meaning they derive out of life from the things that they're doing. I don't think there's a one size fits all answer to these kind of things, but we can generally make some good guesses about what might help people based off of what has helped other people. And because of that, we can look throughout history and say there are plenty of NEETs who do just fine with having tons of free time. Um, a neat genre would have people like Satoshi, the Hiki obsessed guy on Discord everywhere. Um, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't think Hiki. A lot of people call him Hiki Fag. I don't think he's in the majority at all. That's part of why he became a meme. It's really interesting that he's that different. Um, but also, uh, yeah, let's see. Yeah, but also I think, yeah, Hiki's not representative of the community as a whole. Hiki-chan, that's Noriko. That's a different person. Thoughts on cryptocurrency and the physical metals such as gold and silver. Which do you think is better? Um, I don't know a whole lot about economics, so I mean the reason like the gold standard is in place is I have no idea. I wouldn't be able to answer something like that. Obviously, I think cryptocurrency is cooler because it's not beholden to governments in the same way, and it's also like if you get something like a private um, if you get like a private cryptocurrency like XMR or Monero, it's not on a public blockchain, so it can't be easily traced back to you if you know what you're doing, which is really neat. You know, you get one that is on a public blockchain. You know, put it in a different wallet over a proxy. Trade that with someone for one that isn't one that isn't on the public blockchain, a different kind of coin, place that coin somewhere else. Maybe you have like a Monero node on Tails, and spend a couple hours getting that to work, and wow, you can't be tracked by anybody now. That's pretty neat. I think from a freedom standpoint, that's cool. Yeah, cryptocurrencies are cool. In terms of just like a coolness factor, I would say those are better because I want to hear people talk about the technicalities behind them and how they work, even though it's hard for me to grasp that stuff offhand. Um, the shekel is the only good currency based. I've been investing in cryptocurrency. It's pretty interesting. It is pretty interesting. I would like to know more of the inner workings of it. I'm not the best with technology, though. New Silk Road called Instagram Win. Nice. Yo, hello, DZ Dog. How are you doing today? It's too volatile. It's like a gambling. Yeah, I definitely would not want to invest in Bitcoin. It doesn't. It does not seem like it. It does not seem like a stable way to make money. But again, I don't know anything about it. I'm just generally against investing in general. It feels like investing in general is like gambling, and I think saving money is better for something like that. Like I don't know. I was told that you're supposed to save money a lot, and so I feel like versus investing, saving money is a much safer option. But maybe that's just me being conservative. Um, I put in half of my stimulus check on it. Well, good luck on that. I hope it goes well for you. Um, Invest in D coins. Yes, that's our eventual goal. We need to get the DZ dog cryptocurrency going, and then it's I'm gonna start promoting it on my channel, and then everyone has to sign up with my link. And if you sign up with my link, it gives me more D coins, and then you can get your link for D's coins, and you can start sending people to sign up with that link, and you'll get more of them until everyone has D coins. Um, yeah, it's gonna be the it's gonna be the thing that fixes the universe. Listen, I know you had problems with your last investment, but this one's really gonna work out. I promise. Um, yeah, that I'm gonna get everyone hooked on D coins, like John Bogle. Who is? Let me look this up. Who is John Bogle? Was an American investor, magnate, and philanthropist of the Vanguard Group. I knew a rich guy who used Vanguard. Okay, yeah, the YouTuber Mr. Cynical. He the guy who makes those videos that feel and sound like slideshows about anime and philosophy. He's really into like Nietzsche and these other guys, like generally very libertarian and secular. That guy, Mr. Cynical. Yeah, I remember he was in an argument with his mom. Like, so basically, his job is to take care of his parents' money. Like that's on paper, that's his job is to take care of his parents' money. Um, and so but he got like a massive loan from someone who from I think it was his grandfather, and he just used that to invest in cryptocurrency back when cryptocurrency was new, and then he made a shit ton of money off of that because he just randomly found it from a lecture. But besides his own investments, like on paper, that's just his job is taking care of his millionaire family's money. Um, and at one point, there was a call in this Discord called the Chromasticators, which Mr. Cynical is a part of, and he was just shouting at his mom about the guy who, like, the representative at the company who, like, they pay to, like, do investments with, and like it was over some kind of really like technical minutia of like a financial thing, and this like 26-year-old man was just shouting at his mom while he was on Discord about managing money when he's basically like never worked outside of this elite rich person field in Quebec. And I just thought it was really funny because like he talks all the time in his videos about Star Wars and philosophy about how you have to be the ultimate individual and forge your own path in life, etc., etc. When he's literally living off of his parents' money. But yeah, the reason I remember that was because you mentioned the guy who did Vanguard, and he would constantly advocate for people to use Vanguard, and he's a really rich guy. So I don't know. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good ops or opsec. Why did I say that? Maybe it's my brain. Maybe it's good strategy. I don't know why I said opsec. Uh, get a get a Vanguard index fund. That's the best. Buffett made the best 10 years that index funds will beat everything else, and he won. Vanguard went up 100% in 10 years. Okay. What are some good neat channels? Watch this one. No thank you. Nighttime Neptune, formerly known as Zabujard. Watch Zabujard's videos and then watch Nighttime Neptune. Um, there's I think it's a schizophrenic who has like 20 subscribers called Ban Skull. Let me try and find him. It's difficult for me to find this stuff offhand. I think his channel is called Ban Skull. Oh, there he is. Yeah, this guy. This guy's really good. A lot of his videos are like 2 hours long of him just like staring at the camera. But I like it. Oh, he has 11 subscribers. Yeah, so I'm one of the only people who knows about this guy. I wonder what happened to Zabujard. He's called Nighttime. Here, I'm typing it out so you can look it up. I put his channel link earlier. Nighttime Neptune is what he's called now. What was I talking about? Yeah, basically, those are the neat channels that I like. There's probably other ones. There's a guy called Johnny Alpha Seed who made like one or two videos that I really liked, but that are still up at least. A lot of his other videos that I liked, he deleted off of YouTube, or maybe he privated them. I can try and find his channel as well, Johnny Alpha Seed. I liked him. Let's see. There's the Neat Pride YouTube channel, which I think... Okay, yeah, based content. He changed... Yeah, I remember his Discord name, but then I won't remember the actual name of his channel. But yeah, based content is good. Yeah. Okay, Ban Skull, based content, Nighttime Neptune, Star Chan, and No Thank You. Do you need me to send you a link to No Thank You's channel? I feel like everyone here knows who he is. Maybe that's just me feeling like I've promoted him a lot, though. I never know. I never know who knows who. Star Chan, the keyboard is relaxing. Nice. Also, hello Flitzpipe. I forgot to say hello to you. I focused on smaller altcoins. You just gotta remember, be smart. Don't go after something that everyone is going after like Ethereum or Bitcoin. Do your own research and only put in money you are willing to lose. I don't know about investments, so I don't know. Penny stocks are way more risky than bigger stocks. Not sure where you got the idea of guaranteed gains. That sounds much more reasonable to me. Quebecerie cannibal. Canada belongs to the Anglos. I agree. Wait, do I agree with that? I feel like large portions of America should just be given back to Mexico. That's my woke take for today. Although, to be honest, I would also be okay with a situation in which Canada and Mexico were absorbed by the US, because I feel like the map would just look cooler at that point. Like, why do we need a country on top of us? Like, why does there have to be a country on top of the US? Why can't it just be part of the US? I don't know. Why does there, what, like, Mexico's part of North America, so why not just make it part of America? I mean, the way that like we tend to work geopolitically is basically like it's a part of America. Just do the next step, man. Um, I meant guaranteed as in long term investment. I hold, I don't flip. I see. I just imagine it in the exact tone a kid would use yelling at his mom that he can't get paws in a gym battle. Yes, that I mean that was basically the tone he was speaking with when they were yelling about investments. Yeah. Um, but yeah, Zebujard is nighttime Neptune now. Hey man says bro scared ya. Hello. Um, too late. Good night. You all take care. Good night, XY. Where is Star going to start a BitChute channel? I don't. I don't. I don't mess with BitChute because it takes long to upload videos, and I don't think anyone will watch them there. I think I uploaded these four walls to BitChute at one point. Um, I know, no, thank you. Oh, okay. What do you think about bullshit jobs? Um, I mean, if someone wants you to pay, or excuse me, if someone wants to pay you to do the job, then subjectively it would be seen as something that has value. So I don't know if it can really truly be seen as something that's a bullshit job per se, because if someone wants to pay you for it, then someone sees it as it has value. I think it only becomes what's the word, like a bullshit job in a practical sense if it can be done by like a machine or doesn't have to exist at all. Then yeah, it's a bullshit job. But it's like, why is it even around if there's a more economical way that you could um, uh, uh, what's the word, use those resources, you know? Maybe it's more expensive to automate it in an immediate sense than it is to just pay a worker minimum wage. And if that's the case, then I would see that as a problem on a systemic level. That like, yeah, it might be more expensive to automate those things, but automating as many things as possible, I feel like, is the best way to go because logically that should give the worker more free time, right? You know, that should shorten work days and, you know, possibly spread more wealth throughout the economy. You know, like in a system that functioned well, automation should be a thing like Star Trek or like the Jetsons, where, you know, we're in this futuristic world where, you know, everyone can spend their time doing more of what they want, whether it's you know, deeply researching theological history and you know, spreading some group you're a part of, or you know, spending all day what's a not intellectually stimulating activity, watching videos of dogs, you know, whatever you find meaningful, whatever you really care about. Um, you can keep Canada. Fair enough. I'm not in Canada though. Oh, that's DZD. Okay, he knows I'm not from Canada. If you want to invest, real talk, do index funds. If you want to do no research, and if you want to do research, shit's way harder, and you got to do tons of stats. Give Alaska back to Russia so I can drink and drive in peace. That's based. Why is Austria not a part of Germany? Thinking face. I like where this is going. Um, why is Digine not a part of the Star Discord? Because I feel like she would be insufferable to talk to. And also, yeah, she's a normie. Why would I want her in my Discord? I don't even watch her videos. Um, Crimea in Ukraine, Ukraine is Russia. Russians got offended more easily than Americans. I don't think the Ukrainians want to be a part of Russia, so Ukraine should be its own country because they want to be their own country. Actually, yeah, I take back what I said. You can keep Canada. I don't know why I said that. Um, keep ever it. We should honestly. Sometimes I feel like it would be better if like individual states just became their own countries. Like imagine imagine if Washington and then Oregon and California all like merged together and became their own country. I don't know. I feel like the U.S. is too big. Maybe all of the states should just become their own countries. I don't know. It's hard to really find out an answer for anything these days. Like, imagine if Texas was its own country. That's just a W. Fair enough. UBI seems like a neoliberal scam. Um, I mean, like the problem with UBI is that historically, like as it was purported by like the original advocates of it, it was right wing libertarians saying that we need UBI to get rid of stuff like food stamps and the minimum wage, and I feel like because generally austerity seems to be the main trend within governments, that like even the left-wing parties tend to swing right on economic issues over time. The pendulum, I've just noticed this pattern of the pendulum swinging that way. um like I it's one of those things where I feel like if there was a UBI, it would eventually be used to just deeply cut other things and then make no real difference as a whole. um Imagine California being owned by Mexico again, LMAO. That would be very funny. If states became their own country, they should have their own currency because states are not equal in terms of economic contributions to the U.S. Yeah, that's definitely true. Like, one of the reasons why the U.S. obviously is put together is because, like, if a state just became its own country, they wouldn't have enough resources to be able to prop themselves up. Like, my state, for example, has to get bailed out almost every year by the U.S. government because we just make so little money. So a lot of those states would just become third world countries. But in states that have larger economies, I feel like they could just secede and then they would probably be fine. But I really don't know how that works. I'm just kind of throwing out ideas. I think it would be interesting though. Um, I heard you could fit the entire population of the world in Texas. I mean it wouldn't surprise me. Imagine if Israel was a country, says the guy who doesn't have a name. I feel like this guy is just saying stuff about Jewish people and then deleting his comments soon after. I think I've seen him do that multiple times now. Germany only technically invaded Poland. It's the stupidest part of history. Um, I don't know about that, man. I think there were some pretty nasty things Germany did to Polish people in World War II. I don't know how you can say that. Um, the Florida nation will be like Willy Wonka's factory when it secedes. No one ever goes in. No one ever comes out. I love this guy. Um, the United States should just nuke Antarctica to accelerate climate change. I agree. Um, uh, all us. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's trying to get me to read anti-Semitic stuff on stream and then delete his comments afterwards, and then make it seem like I said that instead of reading someone else say that. Okay, I've had many people do that. It's the oldest. It's like one of the oldest tricks in the Star livestream book. It's like someone says something anti-Semitic, then I read it, and it's like, haha, a Jewish person read something anti-Semitic live on air. I get it. You're very funny. All these U.S. people with their huge country and 50 something states. Imagine identifying as an American. Lol. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be cool to be able to identify with a country, but I feel like no matter what country I lived in, I would always feel like an outlier. I would never feel like I belonged to a larger group, something that's bigger than myself, a larger project that transcends beyond my lifetime. Because like you see a lot of people, the way that they talk about America, the sycophantic way that they talk about the idea of America, or the idea of China, or the idea of, I don't know, Israel, or like one of these other countries that has like a whole lot of nationalism going on. Like the way that they talk about their country as the greatest country on earth, and like something that they're dedicated to the idea of. I don't think I'd ever feel like I'm a part of something that big, you know? Like, I feel like I don't belong anywhere that I go. No matter what country I'm in, I don't think I would belong there. Um, and so the idea of like identifying as like a member of your country, I just wouldn't be able to do that because I'm not a member of a country. I'm not a member of an ideology even. I'm not even a member of an ideology. I'm you know I'm not a member of a religion. I I'm just myself. And that's not me trying to say like ooh woo. I'm such a unique individual or whatever. If I could, if I could, I would be a part of one of those things because it would make life easier. You know, it would give me more of a sense of meaning in my life if I could if I could transcend, you know, beyond my own individuality and 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 ascribe myself to a broader group. Um, but you know, is what it is. Uh, let's see. Germany only lost because they invaded Russia. That's a fair point. I read a lot of stats that have said stuff along the lines that even without the help of America, Russia probably would have won the war eventually, unless Germany made the nuclear bomb fast enough and they didn't lose fast enough. I don't know much about that anymore though, because my memory is kind of fried. Um, a Russian winter. Yes, a Russian winter is the best defense against invading countries because other countries don't really understand the terrain in the same way. It's sort of like how in Vietnam, the American soldiers were not used to the jungle terrain. It was a new scenario to be in. Who the fuck cares about fake exposing a 2K YouTube channel? 4chaners need to get a goddamn hobby. Lol. Yeah, I think it's pretty silly. Like I've seen myself posted on the 4chan board R9K multiple times, and then like immediately after the post being made, multiple people replying to the post knowing who I was. And at like odd times of day, it's like, how do this many people on R9K know who I am? It's strange. It's very, very strange to me. But I mean, I don't think anyone's like you doing it to like grab those clips and then post them somewhere. I'm not big enough to do that too. I think, I think it's just a joke. I think it's like a joke to get people to get people to get me to say anti-Semitic things just because I'm Jewish. I don't think it's like they would be way too narcissistic of me to say that people are doing it to expose me. You know, I don't think anyone actually cares to that extent. Are you saying you wouldn't die for your country? I would not. Um, we all belong somewhere. That's a nice sentiment. I agree with that. I think it's just a matter of finding out where you belong. And what I mean when I say I don't think I belong in any like country, like as like a social grouping, I mean something like really big and broad. Maybe where I belong is at a bowling rink somewhere. Maybe I decide one day that I really love bowling because I met someone who was nice to me on the train and we got talking about, you know, the different bowling. Maybe they're just really into the technicalities of bowling pins or something, and the way that people do their shots, and the way that, you know, the way that you line up the pins and shoot them. And maybe I get so intrigued by their passion when they're talking about bowling that I want to go bowling with them. And then we talk about other things. We talk about our lives and the different ways we experience the world. And then eventually I realize that I belong at the bowling rink. I mean, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have definitely happened. So who knows? But I think that goal to strive to be a part of something, as long as you do it in a self-aware way, is a positive goal. You know, like if you can be more connected to other people through, you know, through cooperation, that's something I want. That I want to be more connected to other people through doing something, you know. I hope that makes sense. I again, like I said, I'm a bit tipsy, as they say. I prefer to just hang out in an apartment and do my own thing alone. The country in which that takes place in is of no consequence to me. That's definitely fair. The reason why I tend to talk about wanting to go to some other country is because other countries have better laws that benefit people like me specifically, and just better systems to redistribute wealth that if I were really poor, for example, I would be in a safer place. Or I just think they look pretty. Like some countries just look a lot prettier. So my goal is to like live in Europe somewhere because I think they have better social safety nets and they just look prettier. But it doesn't have anything to do with some kind of broader nationalism like I'm an American or I may be an American, but I'm actually a Chinese person or something like that. No, 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 no. And I've known people like that. I've known people who were born in America, and because they were so disenfranchised by their own country, they wanted to be nationalists. They wanted that feeling like they belonged somewhere and that they could, agree with everything the government said, etc. And they just replaced that desire for nationalism for their own country with idealizing another country that they didn't live in, which I think is a really potentially dangerous practice for your own mental health. But that's just me. Deleting to prevent algorithmic censorship, probably overly cautious, not doing a gay up. Oh, okay. I just can't tell sometimes, but thank you. Thank you for being that considerate. I appreciate it. I'm a New Jersey nationalist because I don't think any state deserves to be punished by having our degenerate state in their country. That's based. I appreciate you. I've been to New Jersey. I don't think it's as bad as other people say it is, but it is the smog and the air quality is just awful. That's what I really don't like about New Jersey. True, if Germany made a nuke first, then it would have been a bad time, yes. Imagine trying to invade a country in summer-type clothing and on meth. Yeah, good times. In Vietnam, the Americans tactically retreated. We all belong to the wired? It makes sense. We are all connected. Star Chan has no culture. Oh no! Let's see. We are all Americans. I don't know about that. Speaking of places where you belong, I found out my town has a Sasquatch response team. Once COVID is over, they invited me to go squatching with them. Yeah, it could be fun. It's good to try and experiment and try and live out different experiences. Once COVID-19 is over, that's something I want to do. I want to try and do more things to see if there's something that I'm not doing that might make me happy or might improve my life in some way. Because, I mean, you see this on my channel, for example. When I did that one video every day thing in January for almost the whole month, I almost got the whole month. The only reason I did that was because there was this really, really annoying guy in red, aka Remu, aka Admiral Umaru, aka Yoshika Miyako, aka Yoshika Miyako Red. That guy. The only reason I did a video every day and made it such a big deal to release a video every day at 3 o'clock was because this really, really rude guy who was just shitting on me all the time said, "Hey, Star, I think, your content will only have worth if it appeals to more people, and you should make a video every day, because that's what you ought to do, because, you have the potential to be a big channel. And your success can only be measured by what numbers you have, blah, blah, blah." He didn't exactly say that, but that was like the essence of what he said. And I was like, man, I disagree with this. I disagree with a lot of what you're saying here, but you could be right. And so I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to make a video every day, and I'm going to try to appeal to more people. And after I did it, after I tried doing it, I realized it wasn't for me. It didn't make me happy, and it wasn't what I wanted to do. But I had to try it. That's the point. You have to try it. You have to try it. Let's see here. Okay. Let's be real, you probably couldn't hold up a bowling ball. I think I did it once when I was in this like college preparation what is it called? College preparation like summer course thing. It it was it was when even was that? I don't want to give the name of the organization it was with cuz then I would dox myself. But I did this several years ago. And we went bowling for one of our trips. Like we went to an opera, and there were well, really it was a ballet, but it was also kind of an opera. We did a couple like cultural things, and one of them was bowling. And I could bowl then, and I think I was more weak back then than I am now. Um, let's see here. Let's see. Um, Dang at Yakyo. I'm Japanese. I feel it in my veins. Yeah, you always got those people. I think I am turning Japanese. I really think so. Um, let's see here. Uh, the only time I'm proudly American is when I'm stomping Russians in Dota. Long may she wave. I love this guy, Yakyo. Um, uh, when I'm stomping Russians in Dota, long may she wave. Absolutely based. Um, um, the lib right kid from my school had a giant USA flag in his room. I remember you telling me about that. That's amazing. Let's see here. There are certainly way worse states than New Jersey, but New Jersey is fairly shit with the smog, suburbs, and rundown cities, though we have immigrants and good pizza at the very least, so that's nice. Um, I think Missouri is probably worse in terms of smog because when I was in Missouri, the sky turned orange, which was very, ooh, yeah. You hear about Uzaki-chan drama, people getting upset over an anime character's design in 2020. It doesn't surprise me, like because new people are becoming anime fans, you get a lot of these SJW kind of types who and I mean this is on both sides, who want to police what everyone watches and what you're allowed to watch and how a character is supposed to look and turn it into a moral issue. But it's just art. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. I haven't heard much about it, but I know people are upset about it, and all I can say is it's a cartoon. You can choose to watch it or you can choose to not watch it. If you don't like watching something, don't watch it. Um, I'm gonna be sad when Star sells out and gets her own Netflix special. I would be amazed. I would be amazed if if anyone with any like degree of mainstream clout, even just in the YouTube space, had anything that they wanted to do with me. That would be so bizarre. Cause like you go like this universe where I have a Netflix special, it's like all of a sudden people are like, "Oh yeah, I found your tweet from January 2019 where you said this thing about Hispanic bartenders." It's like, "Okay, man, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I said this problematic thing. Just let me get my paycheck." Yeah, that's going to be my future. Um I don't want to dox myself. You've already doxed yourself. Shh. Shh. If I don't believe I've doxed myself, I haven't doxed myself. It's okay. Shh. Um yeah, mainly it's like central Jersey that has smog, I think. I live in North Jersey, which is just suburbs, so it's boring but pretty-ish at least. That's my bad. I haven't been following closely. That's okay. As long as you make an effort to get it right, I would appreciate that. That's really all I want. Um, is for people to try and be considerate and nice. Everybody makes mistakes sometimes, especially when you're not used to it. You know, I say things that I'm not. People will have preferences towards the things that I say, and I won't be used to it yet, and then I'll say the wrong thing. Um, Star doing stand-up. Neats, am I right? um, uh, I'm still waiting for a big lolly debate which involves people from outside of anime. That would be interesting. Star, what are your pronouns? I'm going to use he anyways. It is I am a transgender star. This is it. I would prefer that you call me she, and her. But I feel like I feel like you're just trying to annoy me, but that's okay. Um, People get outraged from the smallest things. I agree it is on both sides. There are people that filter everything in pop culture through their political purity test. I call right-wing version of SJWs culture warriors. They are just as bad. Yeah, I agree. Because lollies are small and Uzagi is too. I will make all the effort I have. Fried mailman braid. Thank you. Her name is Star Chan. I don't mind what people call me like as a name. I appreciate you saying so. But yeah, it's Star Chan, Outlaw. If you want to call me Outlaw, shouts out to the old days. Um, I don't care what usernames people call me by. Like the name that I chose, the feminine name that I chose when when I was 15 and I realized that I was trans, I started calling myself Lily, and I still refer to myself as Lily, in the feminine sense. We've gone past the need for pronouns. Okay. Ni hao. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I thought you disappeared. I saw. I thought Dogod was no god. I thought he went up like smoke in a smokestack, and he disappeared. I suppose he's still alive. Aren't you like 16, Star? I am 18. I am not 16. I'm 18. Um, no, the story was that when I was 15, I found out more or less what being transgender was, and then said, I I um I wanted to be a girl since I was like 6 years old, and had openly expressed it to my parents that I wanted to be that. Um, and I had those feelings for the longest time, but I didn't really properly know what being trans was or what dysphoria was. And then when I was 15, I found out what those things were, and then I ascribed them to myself because I saw so much that I related to. And then I stopped being trans when I was like 17 or like 16, 17. I had renounced my identity, and there was just a lot of emotional suppression. There was just a lot of emotional suppression since then, until eventually I realized I would be happier with just accepting it, because, like I said, I had those feelings since I was 6 years old. The would you want to be something that long? It's sort of like, you know, you know, the character from Hidamari sketch. A good morning, says Arrowwind. Hello. A Dogod makes vlogs from time to time, then he deletes them because he feels a little embarrassed. I don't watch his YouTube videos, but I didn't know he made vlogs. Hitler is an Austrian dog. Is Hitler Jewish? I don't know. No, the AK-47 at the school or the dog night vlog were great. He brought an AK-47 to a school? That's a pretty bold move. I wouldn't be able to do that. Are you attracted to women or men? I am attracted to men. I've been in relationships with women before, but I was not attracted to them in a physical sense. I've just never been able to be attracted to women. There were women who I've been attracted to in a romantic sense, but I can't get anything up. I can't get anything up there physically. And so I'm attracted to men. Ace over here. I have ascended beyond the slavery of instinct and pleasure of flesh. Basically a shonen protag. That's pretty amazing. Have you considered becoming a monk? I think you'd be good at it. No, they learned how to use AK at school, I think. Wow. That's pretty amazing. He lives in, like, Georgia, right? A Dogod is Georgian. Oh. Let's see, what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna talk. Wow, you genuinely learned how to use an AK-47 at school. That's amazing. Russia. I have reached shitposting nirvana. Nice. Well, he's from over there. I don't need to specify which one. It's just over there. You know, they speak the same thing. I was close. um let's see. I forgot what I was talking about. Georgians are based though. Georgians are pretty based. Um Contemplating the gender question, what gender am I, leads me nowhere, and I usually end up thinking I'm still a guy, so it's really weird to feel like I'm X, but they're at the same time feeling like it's dumb to care about. I think, yeah, generally if you can choose not to care about gender, then you ought not to. If you have the choice to just not care about it, then absolutely do that. Um, like, I tried really hard not to be trans, but eventually I realized those feelings just weren't feelings I could get rid of, and I was happier accepting it. And I've been much happier after accepting it and being able to wear the kind of clothes that I want to wear, being able to be referred to in the way I want to be referred to. It just makes me happy. And it makes me very sad to do the opposite. So if it makes me very sad to do the opposite and it makes me very happy to do the other, then I'm going to do the other. But that was sort of after a lot of deliberation and trying not to feel that way. But I just felt one way in the end. Night, guys. Good night. Good night. I thought he was Russian too. Lol. Insane Idiot is Russian. Thoughts on John Money. Who is that? Let me look him up. John Money. Let's see. Sexologist, Identity and the Biology of Gender, on societal constructs of gender and the individual formation of gender identity. He seems interesting. I haven't read him. I don't know much about him. Yeah, I'm just reading Wikipedia, but he seems like an interesting guy. I will have to read into him. Yesterday, the nicest lib-right Swiss guy played translator for me because Italian boomers who live in pre-Alps don't speak English or German. Interesting. I know Switzerland has a whole bunch of different languages. Night DZD. Good night. I feel bad for saying hey man now. It's okay. I would prefer that you don't, but I also think it can be a gender neutral thing depending on the context. Yeah, generally, like, if you can refer to me with feminine affectations, I would prefer that because it makes me happy. But it's it's no big deal. I'm not gonna sit here and throw my keyboard at you. But thank you for being considerate. Yeah, I'm gonna take a shower. See you all in a bit if the stream is still up. Okay. Thoughts on Johnny Thunder? I will have to look him up. Johnny Thunder. Who is that? Oh, okay, it's a DC comic character. I don't know a lot about DC comics. I don't know a lot about DC comics. I should, because I always thought the DC heroes were way cooler than the Marvel heroes. Um, and they have better cartoons, of course. Movies, of course, Marvel has better movies. But in terms of heroes, I've always thought the DC universe is better. So I want to get more into DC Comics. Unfortunately, I don't know this character, though. Um, Thoughts on Chad Thundercock? Um, I think the meme is a little bit overdone at this point. Yeah, I think the meme is a little bit overdone at this point, but it can be funny still sometimes. Um, Self love and identity in any capacity is important to all forms of growth. If you don't find it in questioning your gender, not all is lost. There are many ways to know yourself better. I absolutely agree. If you can find a way to accept yourself and love yourself and be able to find out, who you are, to understand yourself better and come better to terms with it, then that's part of actualization and doing better in the world. So do your best to do that. We're all improving, and uh, life is kind of about that constant sense of improvement, trying to get better. Even if you're like, I've felt absolutely terrible for the last month. It's been so difficult for me to do anything. I felt horrible, but I still remember I gotta be a better person tomorrow, or at least try. I may not succeed, but I can at least try. And that understanding that you can try and that you can make life better on the whole because you exist in life today is really, really important, to not giving in to the feelings that things are just unfixable. Because I felt like things are unfixable a lot lately, but I can't, like, I just, you have to be able to see that, like, there is a bridge to living in a more positive way. You just have to figure out what that means to you individually. So good luck. Um, I definitely agree. How do you feel about Johnny Tombarone from Saul of the Mole Man? Let me look this up. Saul of the Mole Man. Let's see, is it former writer of Billy and Mandy? Ooh, is this an Adult Swim thing? Um, yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, it is an Adult Swim thing. Yeah, this is one of those Adult Swim things I haven't seen. Um, let's see here. Yeah, I'm not trying to invalidate you, and I am genuinely happy for you. I'm just trying to share my thoughts on how I feel personally, because I feel semi-stuck in between labels of guy and non-binary. Yeah, I absolutely understand. I didn't think you were trying to, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Um, Man is the Old English word which was gender neutral. That is a good point. Um, they have Swiss German, it's its own language, Italian, French, and some weird language which is dying out. The Swiss Germans also speak normal German with an accent like Melonpawn. Interesting. Raven is my all-time waifu, though I'm not into superheroes at all. That's definitely fair. My favorite superhero is Spawn because he subverts a lot of the I mean, he's a villain, kind of. He's like an anti-hero, but I like Spawn the most. Spawn is the coolest, and of course that's I think this Image Comics, right? Yeah, Spawn is great. Um, I don't believe you can know yourself or find yourself since you're a product of your environment mostly. Everything else is neutral. Um, well, I mean, assuming that or presupposing that you're a product of your environment means that there's an environment to understand, which also means that you can understand how that environment influences you and the effects that it has on you, um, which can lead you to know yourself better. Now, I do think people like identity isn't like necessarily a linear thing. I think that's the opposite. Like I think people are very complicated and multifaceted, and so you can't ever truly know yourself completely. But striving to know yourself better until your death, I think, is an admirable goal. Striving to remove as many of your biases as you can. Striving to see things in a more balanced way. To understand things that you didn't understand yesterday. I think that's conducive to some kind of broader, just like overall sense that you're feeling better. But I don't think you can know yourself 100%, but I do think you can know yourself through recognizing consistencies. Things that have always been around that you haven't really been able to shake, and then trying to understand where they came from, deciding if you want to change them, or deciding that they can't be changed, or you would rather just not change them because you feel more comfortable with accepting them and dealing with them. It's different depending on the person. But I also think the things that you personally identify with become reality in a sense. Like, if you notice the consistencies that have been around forever that just keep coming up, and then you say, this is who I am, you are also acting out who you are in that way. You know, like, you're also acting out who you are on a day-to-day basis because you believe it consciously. And so, I don't know, I do think it's more complicated than just knowing yourself, quote unquote. That's a very linear way of thinking about it. But I do think there is a degree to which you can know yourself, and I think there's a degree to which yourself does exist. It doesn't exist in a super linear way. Raven from Teen Titans Go. And I just realized that you said that Georgians and Russians are the same. Georgian nationalists are very angry at you right now. Yeah, that was the joke. The joke was that I was dismissing that their country exists. They're definitely their own thing. I'm yeah. The Spawn is badass. I agree. Shadman is the best. Nice. Image Comics. Yeah, I even like the Spawn movie, even though it is blasphemy. There was a time when I liked the Spawn movie, but nowadays I feel like the CGI is just kind of cringeworthy the way that they did it, and also John Leguizamo was not very good in that movie. Yeah, I didn't like the Spawn movie. I like the HBO series much better. Yeah, the HBO series is much better. It's 6 episodes of an animated series, and the episodes are all like an hour long, I think. Let's see. I don't think I'd ever want to know myself 100%. I'd like to die with a few mysteries uncovered. It's less boring that way. I definitely agree, and luckily for both of us, I don't think anyone can ever know themselves 100%. It's always that constant journey of trying to do better. Why are radlibs very empathetic but at the same time can't see other perspectives? Same for most people. We should have evolved past that. I definitely agree. I think part of it is because radlibs like to see themselves as empathetic people. It's a part of their identity. It's a part of their ideology, and so they try to live out that aspect of themselves more readily, and to another degree, people become radlibs because there are aspects of that ideology that promote itself as empathetic, and so they can find themselves in that because that's an aspect of how the ideology purports itself. The problem with any ideology, in my opinion, is that the more that you identify with it, the more the more that you're letting yourself not be able to see flaws in it. You know, like, you have to be able to see the contradictions in the things that you believe, because every thesis has an antithesis, and the thesis clashes with the antithesis to create the synthesis, which is born out of the inherent contradictions that those ideas possess. And there's contradictions in everything. You have to be constantly trying to resolve these contradictions. And part of that is being able to say, I am not my ideology. My ideology is not me. And I'm willing to give up my ideology if that's in the pursuit of ameliorating those contradictions. But you have to let go of that personal attachment to the things that you believe if you want to truly be able to do that, which means, you know, again, like, not being so stringent about what you label yourself as at the ideological level. Um, yeah, I think it's something everyone does because everyone wants an easy way out when it comes to their identity. They want to feel like they want to feel like I understand myself and I'm a part of something. And the easy way out when it comes to that is to say I'm a rad lib, or I'm a conservative. I have this talking point, this talking point, this talking point, and this talking point, and that's what I essentially am. It's never that simple. It's never that simple. The world is a constantly changing place with all kinds of multifaceted elements that feed into one another, contradict one another, that need to be understood in a more broad way. And so I don't have the answer to this problem. I think the only thing we can do is to try and be as conscious as we can about the way that we identify with these things and try to seek the truth where we can. Try to ameliorate contradictions where we can. Try to see the flaws in ourselves where we can. Try to see the flaws in the things we believe where we can. And that requires courage, because once you start being attached to the things you believe, it becomes difficult to criticize them because you're attached to them. And giving up that is like giving up a part of yourself. That's why you have to not let yourself get to that point where it is a part of yourself. So hopefully that answers your question. Let's see here. Doomer's Dark Wave and the market assimilation of apocalypse, mimetically and spectacularly speaking, Doomer aesthetic and the ideoplex that surrounds it are the forefront of a lot of. I guess you didn't finish that point. I'm a bit like I said, I'm a bit drunk right now, so that's very wordy for me. I don't quite get what you mean. Um, if you're not reading Dai's Array, you are doing something wrong. I have not read Dai's Array. Oh, the animated series of Spawn was the shit. Not as good as the comics, but still very cool. Yeah, I want to finish the comic. I haven't read nearly as much of the comic as I should have, but yeah, the animated series is amazing. Um, Dai's Array looks like an improved version of Fate. I agree with that. But Fate seems really cool. I wanna get into Fate. Yeah, the Shinzo Bansho verse is amazing. Zolo says exactly. I guess that he's saying that to the point I made about ideology. Writing at its finest. I misread that as Ridotaku Neats. They must be the most altruistic. That is one of the problems with Rad Lives. Nasuverse is shit. I don't know what that is. Or they see themselves as the most practical altruistic manifestation. That is another problem as well. Um, these days, politically, I am just an advocate for progressive market socialism because I feel like it's not far off from our current system, so it wouldn't be too hard of a shift, and I can see a path to it with unions. In general, like I advocate for just more democracy, and community organizing. People organizing at the local level to improve the lives of their people and advance the goals of their people, as well as trying to weed out as much of the undemocratic elements in our system and the corruption in our system as possible to bring as much power to the people as we possibly can. That's essentially what I believe in, as well as endowing us with more fundamental liberties like the right to exercise your own bodily autonomy in any way that you'd like to, the right to not starve to death. So things like obviously things like housing and access to food and these kind of things. A lot of what I believe is just in general democracy and human rights, like fundamental human rights, advancing social progress. But I don't I don't really know. Let's see. Dogmas are fucked. I agree. The feedback loop is addicting. It can be. What are your thoughts on reincarnation? Maybe it exists. I don't know. That I, I think it would be cool if it did exist. Like the thing about the mind is that a lot of the time, people will say that the mind is located in the brain. But when you look into neurology, a lot of neurologists actually say the opposite. They say that we cannot cohesively state where the mind is located, that the mind does not necessarily have a location. We could say that the brain influences the mind, but the mind itself is not something that we can so clearly define. Um, Maybe reincarnation does exist. We just don't know. I feel like there are a lot of things about the brain and the way that we interact with the world that we just don't know yet. Um, were you watching Chaz as that was happening? No, I literally don't care about Chaz. I thought it was funny when the people in Chaz, well, not funny, it was horribly tragic. When the anarchist police, the police officers in this anarchist in this anarchist place shot two black teenagers. That was pretty messed up because those are the same people who keep talking about how the police need to be defunded because of racism, and then they just did the same thing that the police do. So beyond that, I don't really know anything about Chaz. Progress doesn't exist. God save the Tsar. Nice. So many people internalize their ideology. It really is true. Um, but also, if we keep doing nothing about climate change in the next decade or couple decades, I might have to be pro-revolution so that humanity doesn't go poop, but hopefully won't come for that. I think we're already screwed in terms of climate. I don't think the system is workable for that. And the populace is so docile at this point that I don't think they're going to do anything about it. I'd like to be wrong, though. Um, let's see here. Um, I'm I'm a little drunk right now. Every super drunk person ever. Do I seem super drunk? I don't think I seem super drunk. Nasu versus Fate, Tsukihime, and all other things Nasu has written. What are you having to drink tonight, Star-chan? I'm having some triple sec with vodka and what is this other stuff? Lemonade. Yeah, lemonade, triple sec, and vodka together. Um, A Nasuverse is a spectacular mess. Human rights are a privilege. They certainly are a privilege. But I would like to live in a world where they're a fundamental, inalienable thing that that the government does not give to you, but you keep the government from taking away from you. Like ideally, I think. Climate change is a myth. Nice meme. Nice meme. Um, ideally, I think the people should serve as the main check on the government. That if the people are if the government serves the people, is truly like by and for the people at the systemic level, those rights would not be privileges that are just given to you. They would not be privileges that can be taken away. The government would more so serve as an extension of the people's will, and not the you get the idea. Let's see here. Who do you main in Smash Bros? I don't play Smash. Kate Monster says howdy. Howdy to you as well. Community organizing can be good to alleviate poverty in our current system. I just feel like we need higher levels of the state to throw more money at poor people. Yeah. Um, I just asked about reincarnation because I was thinking about it recently and actually settled on it as a logical conclusion. Well, good for you. Um, all I know is a rap star took over. Okay. I asked myself if the state of non-existence, pre-birth and post-death are the same. I think they indeed are. I emerged spontaneously from one. Why could I not be the same from the other? It's definitely an interesting idea. Um, Maybe reincarnation is real. Who knows? Um, there are gradients of screwed from climate change we can end up with, but I think whatever. I'm gonna stop talking political crap because I want to go back to memeing. Yeah, same. That's a nice drink. I miss booze. I gave it up because it made me sick on a apraprazole. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad you were able to give up the drink if it was making things negative for you. Um, Hi Star says nighttime Neptune. Hello Zabujard. I was shilling your channel earlier. I kept telling people to subscribe to you because because people were asking about good neat channels or good channels with neats in them. And so I kept telling people to subscribe to your channel. I think I'm gonna make a video soon telling more people to watch your videos. It's an honor to have you here. Whoa, start streaming. Whoa, yeah, I haven't streamed in so long. Okay, Dogod. Yes, I feel like you would be a fan. Have you heard of the guy Alexander Dugan? I feel like you would be a big fan of that guy. He's a fucking retard, but I think you would like him. Um, at least I think Dugan is how you pronounce it. It's Dugin. But let's see here. Is nighttime Neptune Russian? I wish that would be based. Um, I now I'm triggering people. This is good. Um, but yeah, no, nighttime Neptune is the guy. Everyone should watch his videos. Formerly known as Abujard, he's one of my favorite YouTubers. Um, um, and one of my favorite channels on YouTube. Um, but solipsism is too deep for most people to understand. I see. I finally met with the judge for Neat Bucks yesterday, man. Fingers crossed for hot cash. Good luck. I applied for Neat Bucks in February, and I still haven't gotten a response. But I think most likely what they're going to do is not approve my application. I think they're gonna throw out my application, and I have to apply again. But hopefully I get approved. I don't think I'm gonna get approved. I'm probably gonna have to go to court and all that. But yeah, fingers crossed. I hope you get it. I hope you get it, Zabuchard. Um, please get an attorney, Star. It helped me. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just use your Jewish money, Star. Listen, not all Jews have money. Yeah, if I could get neat bucks, that would just be freedom forever. I would be able to live out the neat dream of freedom, live out the neat dream of freedom, and that would be nice. Let's see. Hashtag not all Jews. Nice. Um, one sec. I'm replying to something somebody said. Okay, sorry. Um, okay, do you know Zombie Beats 2000? Of course, that's Hiki-chan. I've talked about Hiki-chan in many videos. I've known about Hiki-chan for a long time. Um, she's great. enjoy um yeah. What's Noriko's new YouTube channel? I don't know. My headcanon is that she's not replying to someone, she's just laying down a suck combo in Step Mania. I've never I don't know what Step Mania is, but yeah, I guess I'm doing that. Um So to get neat bucks, I need to see a therapist, but that means I got to leave the house and talk to someone. And Dashi just Discord a therapist. I don't think you could do that. Maybe it's a thing now, but I don't know. Yeah, I had to go to in-person services. I've been seeing a therapist. I've been seeing a therapist for a long time now. But at different places because I've lived in a lot of different states. Like in 2018, I lived in 5 different states that year. Imagine that. 5 different states in 1 year. And I lived in like multiple different houses, multiple different houses in those states that I lived in. And so I was all over the place that year. It was awful. Um, but yeah, I've been to many different psychiatric clinics and these kind of things, but I also have been to the mental hospital 2 times, also in 2018, because 2018 was probably the worst year of my life. But I think it teaches you that you can have the worst year of your life and then still come out on top and be okay. I Discord with my therapist, though it's not mandatory. That's pretty neat. Um, let's. In my opinion, it's not as bad as long as you aren't in the same server. Imagine if I had a therapist and they were in my Discord server, and they were like, they had to look at all of the things I talk about there. That would be so bad. That would be so bad. Whoa, this zombie beats person looks kind of interesting and cute. What? She's also nuts. Like me. You can file for Neatbucks online in most states, but without a medical record backing up your claim, you're not going to have that much luck. That is true. I think because I have a history of suicide attempts, and I also am diagnosed. I'm diagnosed with multiple mental illnesses. And I have a long record of going to clinics and mental hospitals and stuff. I think it'll be easier for me to get knee bucks than other people, but still really hard. So I don't know. I guess I have to just wait it out until I get them. It's just because my phone reception is shit in my room. Plus, I like browsing the internet while I talk. Nice. Imagine your therapist seeing your Discord DMs. That would drive me mad. I think you mean drive. What do you think about paid internet trolls? If you can make money doing that, I guess more power to you. Just don't significantly mess up another person's life. That's all I say. Don't mess up another person's life. That would be bad. Um, um, a 50 Cent gang. Rise up. 50 Cent's decent. I was at the store today. And I heard over the intercom that the Federal Reserve is paying people money, like cash money, to turn in your coins. And at the store over the intercom they were saying, turn in your coins because there's currently a coin shortage with the Fed. And so I thought that was interesting. I thought that was very interesting. That there's a coin shortage in the U.S. There was a video I was gonna link to Dogod. I forgot. There's a video this one? I was gonna link a video to Dogod. Watch. Let's see here. Watch this. This video. That is interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, Dogod, watch that. I could send you other stuff too. The shekel shortage of 2020. Gang Stalker's Rabbit Hole. I agree. I knew Noriko's channel but deleted the reply, so I lost it. She said she'll never post another vlog though. RIP, last time I talked to her was 2017 and 2018. Wow. I didn't know you knew Noriko. Why in the literal fuck do we still have coins? Like, we can just print money with decimals. Weirdest shit ever, not gonna lie. Maybe it's so integrated into the system that they're hard to get rid of. I don't know. This lore's insane. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, I will, thanks. You think yeah, that would be good, I guess, but getting them out of circulation would be a pain. That's what I mean! It would be a pain. It would be a pain to get Metal out of Metal Slug. How would I play Metal Slug at the arcade if I didn't have coins? Checkmate, nerd. Yeah, no, I kind of like the physical quality of putting coins in the machine and that kind of thing, you know? I think it's kind of cool. Cunt on Duty says, "Hey, hello. I like your name." Yeah. Are you well? Do you have brain damage? Thank you, I like yours too. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have seen signs in the window of convenience stores asking for change too. Okay, so it's not just me then. It's very interesting that things have ended up this way. What a strange world we live in, huh? You know, it's like you do something one day and then people tell you to do something else. I don't know what's going on anymore. I heard a voice in my head yesterday that told me to kill myself. Yesterday I was laying in bed and I started hearing a voice that told me to kill myself. And that went on for like 2 hours. And I almost never talk about this because it's really difficult for me to talk about. And generally, like, the more that I talk about it, the more real that it feels, and it just makes me feel worse. But I hadn't heard something like that for like a while. And it really bothered me because, like, I think like, as I've been describing in my videos recently, I've been in this really awful period of depression where my depression has been, like, significantly worse than it was throughout other points in the year. And it feels like it's just sort of getting worse and worse. And I still have a positive mindset about it. I'm still, I don't feel like things are hopeless. But, like, it's been so difficult for me to enjoy anything that I normally enjoy doing. And I've been feeling so bad that, like, I was just laying in bed and all of a sudden I started hearing stuff again. And that was pretty scary. But I had tactics that I learned from my therapist 2 years ago. Is what my therapist taught me, that when you hear something, you lay down, you close your eyes, and you just don't focus on what's being said. Don't respond to it. Don't have any attachment to what's being said. Just wait for it to end and focus on your breathing. So every time I hear something, that's what I do. I focus on my breathing, and then I wait for it to end. But I saw shadow people a day before that, and actually days before that I saw shadow people multiple times, and it scared me today because I saw a mouse. I went into the kitchen, I saw a mouse, and the mouse disappeared. The mouse disappeared as I saw it, and that was scary too. So I think I'm on like the verge of a potential psychotic episode because I my depression has just been really bad because is my diagnosis is depression with mood congruent psychotic symptoms. Um, and so basically, what that means is that because it's depression with psychosis and the psychosis is mood congruent, when I get into a really bad phase of depression, when like my mood dips for whatever reason, chemical, etc., I could experience psychosis symptoms, and that's scary. The way I've been, because I didn't like taking antipsychotics, which is what they had me prescribed for the longest time. I just take really high doses of CBD, like just get like a container of CBD powder and then take the whole thing, that kind of thing. Um, and CBD is a naturally occurring antipsychotic, so if you just take insane amounts of it, it can help mitigate the symptoms of psychosis. But the scary thing is that I was getting some of those symptoms even with the amount that I'd taken. So the duty is reproduction, I hope. Reproduction, in my opinion, is immoral, fundamentally speaking. Bringing life on Earth is wrong. I got yelled at today at Walmart by a Karen for bringing my disabled mother by another motorized cart when the first one died on her middle of the store. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. Um, we at war with Mother's Basement, though. We need you, Comrade Star. I haven't been paying much attention. So what happened with Mother's Basement? Yeah, I haven't really been paying attention to Discord, so I don't really know what's going on there. When I get like this, it's kind of hard for me to talk to other people. I haven't been suicidal in quite a while, but I am kind of more depressed than normal. Positive upside is as I'm getting more depressed, I'm eating less and getting less overweight. Nice. Well, it's good. There's at least a positive to it. Anchoring, focusing on your breathing is a really good technique. I agree. I feel like that had pissed me off, and I told the voice to fuck off. Lol. Also, if you repeat that lie in your head, you can block out the bad voices. Challenging them doesn't help. You just have to treat them like a neutral force. You just have to treat them like a neutral force, like they don't exist. You just have to, like, it's like the air. You don't have any opinion on the air. You just breathe the air, and then you sit there and of course breathing. Obviously, it's tied into this with your eyes closed. You just wait for them to end, because if you challenge them, they get stronger. They get stronger if you challenge them. Um, and so, yeah, when I was younger, I used to get mad at them, and when I got mad at them, they got worse. Imagine your psychiatrist prescribes you watching moe anime so that you're in a good mood. I agree. Antipsychotics suck. Yeah, I definitely agree. I took so many different antipsychotics, and they always made things worse for me. They always made things worse for me. Um, Gab dropout. Lamictal, I felt, took away years of my life. That's messed up. Lamictal's a mood stabilizer, though. That's different. But yeah, no, I used to take Lamictal. It didn't really do anything to me besides make me angry. That was pretty much it. Um, but yeah, it was a bad medicine for me too. Um, I'll check it out. COD. Um, I think antinatalism is awesome. I agree. Is that similar to schizoaffective disorder? That's what I've recently been grappling with. It's essentially a bipolar schizophrenic fusion, and it scares me a lot. I never saw shadow people. For me, it's spiders. I've seen spiders before, too. Um, it's Schizoaffective disorder is a mood disorder, the same way that bipolar with psychosis symptoms is. But that's basically where the similarities end, besides both of them having psychosis, of course. Schizoaffective disorder is much, much closer related to schizophrenia than it is to depression, based on what I know. And I'm not an expert on this, obviously, but it is similar. Like, they both present psychosis, they're both mood disorders, and so, yeah, it would be similar. Um, I'm sorry you have to go through that. It's really rough. I've known a couple people who are schizoaffective. Um, I shoot them down personally before they even start to form. Nice. I might have some weird hemorrhoids type shit. Nice. Noriko supports Ukraine, still looking for her channel. That's pretty based. Lol, Ukraine is shit. No, they have democracy. Autonomous rights, bitch. No. I mean, the Crimea issue, the thing with Crimea is that the majority of people in Crimea supported Russia. The majority of people in Crimea supported Russia giving it over. And there was basically like, there was a referendum. There was a referendum for the people of Crimea to become part of Russia. And so Russia came in and made it a part of their country. Like, the people supported it. And so, like, in that situation, I feel like the whole oh, Crimea, it's this violation of human rights, blah blah blah, that's just propaganda. That's just actual propaganda by the U.S. government and other Western powers. But if I were to say, okay, well, which one is better, Ukraine or Russia, I would say probably Ukraine, just because they have more freedoms, and so because there are more freedoms, I feel like I would be able to organize for my ideas more easily than for my ideas more easily than I would be able to in Russia. But the other problem is also that there's a lot of neo-Nazis, like actual neo-Nazis in Ukraine, that are really scary. There's a lot of scary stuff going on with neo-Nazism over there, and it's sort of just treated like a normal thing by a lot of people, and that's really scary. It's okay. Right now, it's best if you don't know everything about the subterfuge and espionage. It's best that we remain Splinter Cell to fight guerrilla wars on multiple servers and preserve anonymity based. No one would choose to be a part of Ukraine. Hard to say if the referendum was legit, though, because the referendum took place while Russia's military was in Crimea. I don't know enough about that. It's okay, my mental faculties are enough intact, that's all I really want. I actually come here because I find you very inspiring. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I try my best. I don't know, Star, maybe sneaking into a laundromat again would make you feel better. It might. It very well might. We have a laundromat in our neighborhood, but this neighborhood is significantly more ghetto than that one was. Let's see, what was I going to say? Let's see. A lot of the polls, though, also say that the people support it, so I don't know. How coerced do people feel to answer on an anonymous poll? I don't know about. I don't know. Let's see. What was I gonna say? I had a bigger point I wanted to make. Oh yeah. Also, when the Soviet Union was around, Ukraine and those other like big Soviet socialist republics had the ability to secede. In fact, the reason why the Ukrainian language is even still around is because the Soviet Union actively promoted the Ukrainian language. Now there were elements of Russification that the Soviet government had in order to like make everybody the same, sort of, which was a bad thing. But like literally, the Ukrainian language wouldn't exist, would not exist, at least in the same way today, if not for the Soviet government at the time actively promoting it. And in the Constitution had it stated to where if you were in Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan or Ukraine, you had the right to secede. You had the right to secede from the country because you were seen as culturally, like on some level, culturally different from a normal Russian. That there was a cultural history there, that the national question applied to you differently. And the degree to which those democratic rights were able to be asserted is another question. And obviously there were elements of like suppression and just general human rights violation on the side of the different nationalities that existed. But I think it's indicative of something. It's indicative of something that those things were guaranteed to be culturally autonomous. Yes. She's gonna spend all of her Patreon money buying tiny soaps from the vending machine. Yes. Is YouTube deleting my messages? Yes. If I deleted them, it would tell you. Yeah, YouTube deletes a lot of people's comments on my videos, is something I've noticed lately. The Soviet Union chopped Czechoslovakia and Hungary from seceding in the 70s, I thought. Well, the case with Hungary, in Hungary, there was literally a fascist. There was literally like a minority group of fascists who were like actual fascists. I'm talking about people who hate Jewish people, that kind of thing, who wanted to stage a coup backed by the United States in Hungary, and so Khrushchev rolled in the tanks in Hungary to stop that from happening. I don't know enough about Czechoslovakia to make a point about that. Stalin was unironically the best, even though they don't tell you, but I mean, he was a Georgian, based. So logically it would make sense if he was more concerned with the rights and cultures of minorities. It makes sense, yeah. Not sure, oh wait, based Khrushchev. That's like one of the only good things he did. It also deleted a comment from Mully Bloom on my video. Yeah, YouTube literally deleted my messages in this chat. I think they've done that to you before. Maybe YouTube is just like uniquely censoring Dogod in comparison to other people. Let's see here. Oh Lord. And maybe YouTube is just censoring Dogod. They've been censoring like people saying nice things on my videos too. Like I'll get an email of like multiple different comments I get of people saying really nice stuff, and then YouTube just deletes it. That I'm speaking too much truth. R.I.P. I heard Stalin could dunk from the free throw line when he was playing for the Hawks. Nice. Yeah, I double checked, and in 1968 the USSR rolled in the tanks into Czechoslovakia. Okay, I could have told you that. It was because Dubček, is that how you say his name? I don't know. Dunbeck. He was essentially like trying to side with the Western way of doing things, and it was the sort of doing a color revolution in Czechoslovakia, and because Czechoslovakia was part of the Warsaw Pact, it was in a violation. It was violating the Warsaw Pact. Dubček. Okay, yeah. So that's what it was about. Hi everyone, I'm back. Hello, welcome back. Um, yeah. Um, a dub kek from Czechoslovakia base. Who Lord? I can't believe I'm still drunk. I mean, I know I keep drinking, but I also can't believe I'm still drunk. Yeah, but the right to secede doesn't seem to be a thing the USSR ever really respected was the point I'm getting at. I think it's an open question the degree to which the actual people supported the kind of neoliberal reforms that were taking place. I don't really know enough about it. Yeah, I'd have to look into it. I don't know. I don't know about the history of Czechoslovakia or the circumstances that were surrounding that specific event enough to make a point about it. Poland seceded, yes. Um, but in '89, yeah, a bunch of the individual republics seceded in '89. I think that was the year Kazakhstan did. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, but by that point the USSR was falling apart. It didn't officially fall apart until 91 though. It's December of 91. Um I don't know where anything is. Let's see here. A sad face. Yeah, dark times. R.I.P. 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 Man. I crack open a cold one for all my boys out there. All my G's out there in the struggle. Yugoslavia successfully succeeded early on, but it was right after World War II. Well, these are different countries, though. I don't know what you mean by secede at this point. Do you mean just like leaving the Warsaw Pact? I think the Warsaw Pact functioned differently than the Warsaw Pact was a different thing. It's not the same thing as the constitutional authority for individual republics to become their own thing. Like the thing, if you look at, for example, how like the Soviets themselves were elected, it was essentially like there was a certain amount of people like in like the census that like certain I can't fucking speak today. Uh, they're basically, actually, there's a video by this guy, Tavarish Endemian, that talks about it. I'll just link this video. But the um the actual process of electing a member of the Communist Party was basically just like a yes or no vote, but that was a finalizing process. After the members of the workers' collectives, the co-ops, the state-run companies, these kind of things, collectively came together and decided on a candidate. And so ideally you would think, and also they had the authority to recall, those politicians. So you would think ideally, in an instance like that, you would also have the ability to, what is it called? Secede as well, because it's a mix of indirect and direct democracy. That's what I was thinking. It was more like glasnost and perestroika being implemented in irresponsible ways. I agree. I feel like we're in a new state of hyper-normalization in the West these days. Instead of a Soviet character, it's neoliberal. Also, sriracha plus rice is based. I've never had that. That is not true. Watch the video I linked. It explains it pretty in depth. The late USSR media still had free speech. Much to everyone's surprise, you could freely criticize the government. Um, it it's very weird. It's very weird the way that these sort of ideas existed there, because you could go to the mental hospital for criticizing the government in a certain way, which is a real thing that happened to dissidents, which is very bad. That's a very bad thing that happened. Um, I'm going to go to bed. My vision is getting too blurry to read anymore. Thanks for coming out tonight. Yeah, no problem. It was nice having you here. And they did support for the Communist Party, and the USSR never really suppressed counter-revolutionary views from gaining traction. They were sending all the bad people in mental hospitals. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's the point I was making. That's the point I was making. There's some pretty, I mean, you look at some of these accounts of people, it's not just propaganda. It is a real thing that happened to people. Um, but there were also criticism of the government. Like, there was real criticism of the government that existed in the media too. It's just like, it wasn't people saying we should have capitalism, like people who said, we should have capitalism, we should burn down the system, these kind of things. Those people went to jail, they got locked up in some way or another. But people criticizing how socialism itself should exist were able to exist freely. People who were in support of the general system, reformers. So yeah, Zola was brainwashed by communists, confirmed. R.I.P. No, people who wanted to reform the system as it existed, it did exist, but like people who wanted to change the system got locked up. Link, please. You want me to link something? Found Hiki-chan's channel finally, if anyone was wondering. Oh, he's talking to that guy. Okay. Can't send links, but that's the name. Okay. Let me look it up. Hello. It's not showing up. Let's see here. Also, am I mostly coherent? I hope I'm mostly coherent in this video. I'm quite... The name is FGS. Wait a minute. That's not true. I don't think anyone appreciated my joke. Let me look this up. TFW can't copy text on mobile. So I looked this up and I just found a Surgitech LLC. I got this. Can't copy text on mobile. Oh yeah, I forgot you can't do that. No, I laughed this way. I see. What was I talking about? Do you know what is the truth of star? I know the truth about star. It means glory to Ukraine. Oh, okay. Yeah. Where is, I was looking for something. I forgot what it was. Brezhnev fucked the USSR with Afghanistan and the lack of reform, and while I think the free speech reforms by Gorbachev were good, it's pretty clear he didn't do enough to save the USSR economy. The problem with Afghanistan is it was kind of, it feels like kind of an unwinnable situation, because, like, on the one hand, the government that was in place there was actively asking for help and needed help to ward off the terrorists, the radical Islamic terrorists that the U.S. was funding. But on the other hand, it was the point of being in Afghanistan in the first place was to break the economy. The guy Zbigniew Brzezinski, was it National Security Advisor? I don't think he was National Security Advisor. He had a very important role in the government as to how the U.S. policy was formed there, and I mean, he said like straight up at the time that the goal here is to drain their economy by giving them their own version of Vietnam. You know, giving them their own version of Vietnam. And so the U.S. just continued giving funding and weapons to these Islamic groups, and the effect that it was intended to have ended up working. The thing is, if you look at the history of Afghanistan, it was never a radically Islamic place. It was always a very progressive place in terms of the Middle East. The kingdom, it was a very progressive monarchy, for example, that had an open communist party that was incredibly popular among the people. And in general, like not just in terms of like Islamic societies, but in societies in general, it was a very liberal place. Afghanistan was. There wasn't a big radically Islamic current throughout its history. It was only after the U.S. started funding the Mujahideen, which ultimately became Al Qaeda, etc., that they started having that kind of current in their society. I mean, yes, the U.S. did screw with the USSR by funding rebels, but I think the USSR should have focused on fixing its economy instead of trying to do imperialism and expand. But it wasn't imperialism, though. I don't think it was imperialism, because the Communist Party was very popular in Afghanistan in the time of the monarchy. You know, they had their own revolution. Like, I really heavily recommend reading the book The Jakarta Method by Vincent Bevins. Jakarta Method, Vincent Bevins. Because it talks about how throughout the history of they asked the USSR to intervene. It talks about how throughout the history of that country's existence, there were potential areas where they could expand and like actively refused because they were scared of the US. And so because they were scared of the US, they tried as hard as they could to do like peaceful coexistence and these other things, and to not actively support these groups in other countries militarily, and to tell them to just be a part of the democratic process and don't make a lot of waves. Don't make a lot of waves. You know? They weren't really expansionist at all. Like, when other countries would turn socialist, it's more like the reaction was not, oh wow, we just turned this country socialist with our amazing our amazing psyops and spies on the ground. It was more like, what do we do now? What do we do now? I didn't expect that. Oh no. Let's try not to rock the boat here too much. That was more like what the reaction was. But Vincent Bevins in that book, The Jakarta Method, talks about it, and it's a really good book. Heavily recommend that book. And he's a liberal too. A liberal historian. We just in power. Damn. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I don't know what you mean, Zolo. But yeah, that book is really, really good. I think people should read it. Oh man, I miss when I read stuff all the time. It's been so hard to read these days. I think I should get a prescription for Adderall. I think I should gun as hard as I possibly can to try and get an Adderall prescription. Oh, okay. So Erwind linked me the Hiki-chan's YouTube channel. Now I'm gonna post it in the chat. There you go. This was the one. Um, Anarchist libs who support Islam is the greatest irony. I agree. Have you seen Oprah Simplified's Russian Revolution video? Might help explain it. I have not. Um, the Quran has zero contradictions. Funny story about that. It just seemed like Brezhnev should have tried to innovate the Russian economy more. I don't know, but like, I am kind of talking out of my ass and not really an authority on this. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I definitely agree with you that they needed reform and to innovate and to fix what was going on. But, you know, is what it is. There were a lot of very clear mistakes that were made that could have prevented the collapse of the country. See, well, I forgot what I was talking about. I had a point I was gonna make, and I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, Adderall. I think I should try as hard as I can to get a prescription for Adderall. I think that would make me less depressed. Because when I've taken it before, my depression vanished when I took it before. Like, it literally vanished. I wasn't depressed anymore when I used to take Adderall. It's great. It really is great. They should have had instituted a proper cybernetics program and allowed small enterprise at the same time. I agree 100%. The Chilean model of with a project Siberia, is that what it was called? Siberia or Cybersyn? No, Project Cybersyn. The Chilean project with Salvador Allende was really, like, they basically laid the groundwork for a computer-run economy. It was successful, too. It was successful even though it was like a pilot program, you know? Bruh, you can't study 20th century history because I need to learn modern history. History is too vast. I agree. I know the struggle. I've mainly focused on 20th century stuff because that's the time period I find the most interesting. But I don't remember stuff as well as I used to. I wish I could remember things the way that I used to. Vyvanse as well. I've never tried Vyvanse. There's a research chemical that helped me a lot with my inability to focus in my depression called 2-FMA. It's like a study drug. It's not really euphoric, it's more of like a study drug. 2-fluoral methamphetamine was very helpful for me, which people describe as similar to Vyvanse. People say it's in terms of its effects, it's close to Vyvanse. I wish I still had some. Let's see, what was I talking about? I forgot. What do you guys want me to talk about? If there's something you guys want me to talk about, let me know. I'll talk about whatever you guys want me to talk about. Ooh. Talk about good manga? I don't really read manga. Unfortunately, I don't. Let me look this up. ReZero? I watched the first episode of ReZero. I just thought it was really boring. Who is best girl? I guess Rim? I don't know. That's the one everybody likes, right? Finally, I made it. Hello, Smiley. Hello says Archtaker Fraud 666. I've never seen you before. Welcome to the stream. A fun fact, verses F the Quran era are lost because a sheep ate them. Nice. ReZero. Emilia, my fave. Oh yeah, you like Emilia a lot. I think I've seen art of her before. I guess she's best girl. But all best girls are valid. Cells at Work? I've never watched Cells at Work. Yeah, I've never seen Cells at Work, but it looks like something I'd enjoy. I will be secretarian on most issues. But not ReZero, I guess. Huh? Nice. Talk about when you'll start learning Japanese. When I'm not depressed all the time and can focus again. I want to do what Matt versus Japan did again, which was meditation. I've started a daily meditation routine, and hopefully meditating again will, hopefully after I do that for enough weeks, it'll help me focus enough to start learning Japanese again. Because I made it through like over 1,000 kanji. I was doing really well. I made progress, but I just need to I just need to get back on the track that I used to be on, because it was in such a short amount of time I made so much progress, and it was really incredible using the AJAT method. But then I lost motivation because I had to go to school. And then school just made me want to kill myself. Being in school was really, really awful. And I just never picked back up again. But because I know I was able to do it back then, I know I'm able to do it again. I just have to get my mood under control. If I can get my mood under control and I can focus consistently again, I'll be able to do it again. Matt is really based. I agree. Remembering the kanji is shit, though. I learned the kanji just through reading a lot. That's valid and fair. Let's see here. What was I looking up? I was looking up something. On Mal? I think it was My Hero Academia. I saw the first season, did not like it. I watched the whole first season. And I was not a fan. Oh, manga! Manga! I was going to go on my anime list profile and talk about which manga I've read. Because I haven't read very many of them, so I have to go through and find it. Marilyn Manson's new song, We Are Chaos, sums up 2020. I do not like Marilyn Manson. I'm sorry. School is trash. They want us to go back even though there's a damn virus. Yeah. It's awful in the US. He lies so much, his ego is huge, he misrepresents others, he steals ideas and gives no credit, he revises history, he deletes comments that disagree with him, etc., etc. I mean, I don't know about that, but the methods that he put out in his videos helped me for the time that I was learning Japanese, and seemed to help Dogod a lot. They helped him, be able to do very well at it. They've helped a lot of other people. So, I don't know. He gave credit to that black guy. He gave credit to him, so I don't know. And I live in the shithole called the US. Yeah, me too. Okay, so it says I've read 8 manga on Mal. So I liked Dokusei a lot because I think the guys in it are very attractive, and it's a pretty romance story. It's a very beautiful romance story about 2 men. The other manga I've read is 17 Guys, which is a hentai. This looks like a hentai about 2 men who are having sex with each other. I don't remember what this is about, but apparently I read it. I read Kingdom Hearts. I don't remember much about that either. A Cat's Diary, or Junji Ito's Cat's Diary, was really good. I liked that. negative kun to positive kun. This is just another gay manga. This is just another manga about men who have sex with each other. So okay, I'm not the best person to go. I'm not the I'm not the best person to ask this to. Um, I'm detecting a common theme in manga. Yes. I hear Death Note's manga is pretty good. I haven't read it. Um, let's see here. The life-changing manga of tidying up. That one was good. I have that one physically. Read that one. If you want to learn how to clean your room, read the life-changing manga of tidying up. Yeah, don't ask me which mangas are good because I just want to see you get the idea. Hmm. Yeah. He stole ideas from people several times and made videos presenting ideas as original, not to mention tweaking add-ons presenting them as original. Well, YouTuber's gonna YouTube. That's what I say. YouTuber's gonna be Jewish. YouTuber's gonna be Jewish. This is so awful. This is so bad. YouTuber's gonna... Yeah, it's, How am I gonna get myself out of this one? Have you ever heard of Junji Ito? He makes good horror related manga. Yes, I just said that I read Junji Ito's Cat Diary, which was good. Cleaning and having sex with guys, housewife star in full force. Yeah, basically that, yeah. Oh God, I wish I were a housewife. That's my goal in life. My goal in life is to become housewife star. Junji Ito is so underground. So underground, bro. Give credit to Stephen Krashen then. He's the one who created the method of learning language through content. Yeah, Matt Chrisman. Matt versus Japan. This is way too late. Matt versus Japan gives credit to Stephen Krashen. Ever heard of this niche anime called Evangelion? Probably too deep for most people. Yes. Um, Krashen is a lib. Damn. Wow, you just destroyed he just an entire linguistic theory. An entire linguistic theory just got destroyed, bro. It just got destroyed, bro. No, Stephen Krashen's really cool. I don't know what you want about mate. And it seems like his research is generally pretty well supported. It would be cool to send images in live chats. That would be pretty cool. I think the reason they do that is to like stop porn from being sent or something though. Um yeah. Yeah, I'm a goatsy? Goatsy? Have you heard of this deep underground channel named Star Chan? Probably too deep for most people. Yes. Hellstar, Rinma from Junji is actually good. I read it years ago, but don't want to spoil it. I like Junji Ito. I've just only read Junji Ito's Cat Diary, but I hope I can read I hope I can read I hope I can read his other stuff soon. It's just manga's really expensive. Manga's really expensive and I like reading it physically. Unless I'm looking at like something that's more pornographic. But generally I don't like it's weird. Like I don't really look at porn much ever, but the times in which I do it's pretty much all yaoi stuff. I like yaoi a lot. Has Star never heard of Goatsy? Maybe I have. Have you ever heard of Beasters? I tried watching the first episode, and I think I'd like it, but I didn't have the energy for it at the time. A disgusting picture of a man stretching his anus extremely wide. One of the oldest jokes on the internet is to link a picture on internet forums and chat rooms named something like happybunnies.jpg often causes people to freak out. I guess that's too old for me. The only point of getting rich is the ability to buy endless physical manga. I agree with that. Yeah, reading physical manga is like doing cocaine. It damages the pleasure centers in your brain. I don't know why I said that. Uh, um, oh god, I hated shockers. Shockers. Did you get electroshock therapy for depression at one point in your life? And maybe food. Maybe food. Oh, wait, to get rich. Okay. Oh, shockers. I'm trying to figure this one out. Maybe when I was 8, I'd try to pirate games and just get Lemon Party. Lemon Party. This is before my time. Lemon Party is a picture of 3 nude old men on... Oh, okay. Yeah, the internet was a different... Oh! I remember this being mentioned on a podcast. Okay. Now I'm starting to get it. I haven't heard of that in like 5 years. Wow. Why do trans people say they're trans instead of whatever gender they want to LARP as? Well, I wouldn't really call it LARPing because gender is a social construct, and so if you say that you are a certain gender at the social level, then you just are that because you're performing that, which is distinct from biological sex. Biological sex has to do with stuff like chromosomes and that sort of things. Different concepts. The idea of being trans simply means that you identify with a gender, again, social construct, that is distinct or different from your biological sex, which puts you in a different category than those who are cisgender. Cisgender people being that they identify with the sex that they were born with. So there's a categorical difference there. Sucks that I'm only 14. The internet was clearly a better place back then. Yes. No, lol. Shockers are when someone would link really grotesque images but pretend they were something you wanted. Oh, okay. I didn't know the term. Before John Money, gender and sex were interchangeable. John Money created the gender as a social construct idea. I really recommend you read about him, even Wikipedia. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter who created that distinction. I know the distinction sort of occurred around like the 1950s, sort of around that time, which was a sociological distinction. I don't care. I don't care who made it. What matters is that's how it's seen. That's how it's understood today. Uh, I like his surname. And me too. Um, uh, I think I've only done 2 drunk streams. This is one of them, and then the other one was me throwing up and saying and I think basically crying about how I wanted to be a girl before I accepted that I was trans. That was a while ago. I was really, really sad in that video. Haha, Star is a dirty capitalist. Yeah, I'm fine with that. try to do a classic prank now and get bait. The internet sucks. You get bait. The internet sucks now. I actually hate sex, hence the reason I don't watch porn. That's based. I like this guy. Oof, tough times. They were tough times. I was very sad and wanted to kill myself and just be happy 5 head. A couple years back, I tried to kill myself because I thought I would never be a girl. That was a bad time. So many messages being read that YouTube is blocking for me in chat. Is it doing that? I guess it is doing that. Yeah. It's... I don't know why YouTube does this. I wish YouTube would be better. Is sex work real work? It would depend on how you define work and labor. Earlier in the stream, I simply referred to work as anything people find subjective value in enough to pay you for. That's how work, I think, would be defined in the modern day. If you wanted to get into like the material value of work, you'd have to go to a country that isn't so based in the service sector, because the US we have a very service sector economy, and so the what work is considered here. I've read The Abolition of Work. I've read The Abolition of Work a couple years ago. It's really good. Yeah, Bob Black is great. What was I saying? No, we have a service sector economy here, so what's considered work is very much based in the subjective. It's based in, it's based in what's subjectively considered to be valuable, whereas if you go to a less developed economy, it would be more like, I make a chair that, you have to put $100 worth of resources into, and then, maybe sell for 200 or something, and you have you can more easily break down the raw materials that it takes to make something on a like empirical kind of mathematical basis, based on, okay, labor time plus this plus that, and you can more cohesively understand the value of something. But in the US and other more developed countries, it's very, very subjective in comparison. Jesus, my uBlock is blocking 551 things right now. What the fuck is happening? I don't know. Highly recommend Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber. Nearly 50% of labor in America is superfluous. America has a lot of sectors that have reached a state of post-scarcity by virtue of imperial wealth. That is true. There's a lot of statistics stating that we have more than enough resources to feed and house every person. Let's see here. An industrial advancement. The wealth isn't distributed. Yes, I agree with that. I haven't read Bullshit Jobs, but I will at some point. Wake up and start streaming for 2 hours already? Feels good. Hey, welcome to the stream, friend. I wish YouTube would stop asking me to get YouTube Premium. I would get it if I was rich, but I'm poor as a rat. Don't give YouTube your money. What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. I don't know. I just noticed that it is sadgoy, not sad boy. Yes. That was the joke, is that I'm referring to myself as a sad Jew. Sex work is the only criticism of capitalism I have. Yeah, it is pretty ill-equipped and myopic, insane idiot. If people choose to be sex workers, then what's wrong with that? If people like getting paid to have sex, that should be their choice. They should exercise their own bodily autonomy however they'd like. Don't pay for premium, use uBlock and uMatrix on PC and NewPipe YouTube Vanced on Android. I agree with that. Yes, and. Oh, why would something like that not exist under any other system? Like, why is it just capitalism that would have that? I feel like other systems have money. Socialism has money. You could say theoretically, even if everyone had a universal job, a universal well-paying good job, union job, etc., people would still theoretically in that society be able to give themselves up to be sex workers if that's what they wanted to do. I think the problem that's sort of an implicit critique of of sex work um, is that in the system that we have now, people aren't doing it by choice. Oftentimes, they don't have other options, so they're doing it as a way to get out of the situation that they're in economically. It's not, you can't so easily say that it's a choice. Um, the harm with sex work is that it literally hurts the collective individually. There's no problem. How does it hurt the collective? You could, if you use proper protection, like in brothels that exist in other countries, say the Netherlands or Germany, these places, the workers will get regular checks for STDs all the time, like constantly. And obviously, you have to use protection in these kind of things. It's very safe because technology has advanced to the extent of making it safe. Um, but even if that weren't the case, the idea of somehow harming the collective is something that I literally don't care about. I could care less about that because the collective doesn't exist. The collective is not it's some kind of mass that we can ascribe to like a set of traits. The collective is literally a spook. Literally a spook. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as the collective. Um, you put that girl with the red uniform on all your thumbnails. Is that in anime? It's from Azumanga Daioh. Um, uh, but premium doesn't just block ads. It has a lot of other functions. That is true. It's just like any other job. The problem with sex work, like any job, is when people are forced out of it out of a necessity to not starve, and people are not happy with the jobs that they do. Um, yeah, the problem isn't sex work. It's the objectification and exploitative labor exploitation. I agree with that. Me is me back. Hello, welcome back, Flitz. Ooh woo, I love you guys. I love you too, very much. New pipe is fronted for YouTube. Sometimes it breaks, but I only use it to listen in the background. Nice. Um, make sex work legal. I agree with that. Make everything legal. Smiley, do I know you? I remember Smiley from Star's old public Discord server. I don't remember that. Huh. Nah, I just see you a lot in comment sections. I suppose so. With the balance of social security and working, I tend to think now that any type of currency anywhere is definitely necessary, not just one resource currency. I don't know enough about that, but it seems like a compelling idea. I'd have to look more into it. There's a lot of things I need to learn that I don't really understand yet. And so I'm always open to recommendations to learn about new things. Um, let's see here. There was something I was gonna say. I forgot what it is. Hmm. There's a new Zabujard podcast, or Nighttime Neptune. I gotta watch it after I'm done streaming. Hmm. It would be funny if I made a public Discord again. No, it wouldn't be funny. It would be it would be very stressful and distracting. Hmm. The real problem is people craving sex. No one should get thousands per month for work with so little value while millions of people work extremely hard for less money. That's a moral argument. That's a moral argument. Get this shit out of here. Get this shit out of here. The the only the only value that can exist is the value that people have in it. You can't just criminalize someone exercising their bodily autonomy just because other people want that thing to happen. So what if people want that to happen? But why is it any concern to me? Why is it any concern to me what Joe Bob digging a hole down? Just make his wage higher. Just give him a higher wage if he's working extremely hard. Let him live off of that wage. Who cares? Literally, who cares? Oh, dude, but they're making so much money, and the nurse down the street doesn't get enough. It doesn't get enough money. Who cares? Building hospitals is clearly better than taking off clothes. Is it? Is it better? I don't know. I don't think you can say that objectively. I don't believe that. Please don't make a public Discord. Okay. I wouldn't do it. Um, Hospitals are literally prisons. Hospitals are just another form of prisons. If the people who become doctors, the people who become doctors just want to dominate you. It's like becoming a cop. There's a certain amount of dominance that you want to exert over other people and be able to justify it morally. And that's the same motivation that leads people to becoming teachers, doctors, and nurses. Um, there's a reason why hospitals mirror prisons. Okay, I'm not quoting no thank you. I'm quoting Foucault. Thank you very much. Nice try. But I was actually about to mention this Foucault quote. Let me find it. Foucault, hospitals, prisons. Let me find it. Where's the prison quote? Is it surprising that prisons resemble factories, schools, barracks, and hospitals, which all resemble prisons? Um, I'm gonna write it out. Yeah, hospitals are prisons. Oh, you gotta support hospitals, bro. You gotta support hospitals. I don't care. Yeah. I don't know why I'm typing this in the chat. Wait a minute. Prisons. There we go. Psych ward is hell. I agree. Prisons are good though. Corruption is the issue. No! No! Okay, you're just retarded. Alright, man. Yeah, you're just retarded. Imagine coping this hard, bro. Imagine coping this hard. The real problem is people with OnlyFans getting slightly above minimum wage instead of Bezos gaining millions of dollars every hour. I don't know if I like I don't know if I can make moral judgments like that. Just made another 50 fixing an old ThinkPad. The meme is alive. That's amazing. But yeah, the psych ward is hell. I'm doing a satire. Okay. I can't tell. I literally can't tell when people are being sarcastic. With the OnlyFans comment. Yeah, no, I could... Okay, that much I could tell when you said you were doing satire. But uh, I wish I weren't so intoxicated so I could explain myself better. There are prison fights and there are school fights. They really are the same. I don't know about that. um, um, let's see here. Uh, let's see, what was I don't think Dogod knows what a liberal is. Let's see, what was I gonna say? Like, do you seriously think we should just pay people more based on whatever quote-unquote value it provides for society? Who gets to decide what that value is? Is the value just more people? More people are alive? How is... You can't define that objectively. Who gets to draw that line? Who, like, fundamentally speaking, who gets to decide what thing is conducive to goodness for society? No one can decide that. That's not an objective thing. Like, I don't think it's more valid to say more people being alive is better than less people being alive. I don't think it's valid to say that, well, okay, maybe hospitals are prisons. Maybe hospitals are prisons. But it's better for them to exist because more people are alive. Or to say the opposite, well, they aren't prisons because they're just good for the world. Who, like, there's so many different ways that you could think about this issue that, like, to say one is more right than the other, or one, I don't know. I can't say, like, I can't sit here and say that one is right or wrong. That's the problem with that position, because my position is based off the subjective value that people hold towards those things, whereas yours is about actively legislating things based off of whatever is conducive to a broader goodness for society. But goodness doesn't exist. It's not real. It's not a real thing. Let's see here. A church should decide all of these things, obviously, based. Prisons and schools both have shit food and phones aren't allowed. Nice. Well, there are some prisons where phones are allowed. Let's see here. In the first class of high school, I known a guy that carried 2 to 3 phones at him so he can cheat at tests. When the teacher took the first one, they rarely suspected he would have another one packed. That's really smart. I wish I did that. I wish I did that in school. Oh my god, that would have helped so much. I feel so dumb now. I'm not, though. I'm highly reactionary. Yeah. No, I can tell that Dogod is retarded. You don't need to... A literal genius. It is a literal genius. If a service/product improves the quality of life, it's good. Sex work profits if improves the quality of life. Who gets to decide? Okay, what is, for one, what is improvement of quality of life? How do you define something like that? Who gets to decide what quality of life is for another person? How can you define something like that? How can you define something like that for all people? The only argument liberals have is calling everyone retarded. Everyone says that. Everyone says that about every other ideology. If you wanted me to make specific points against the things that you believe, you could just lay out the things that you believe and I would tell you, which I have been doing in this chat. So I don't know how you can make a point like that. Um, Me telling you that you are retarded is simply me telling you my opinion about you. So I don't, you know. Let's see. Let's see. What was I? Let's see. What was I gonna say? Okay, so who gets to decide what the improvement of quality of life is? Like if someone sex work profits off symptoms instead of dealing with the problem, it's a bad coping mechanism. So you could, if there are systemic, if there are systemic issues that lead people to working in sex work, I'm all for ameliorating those issues. But simply having the fundamental right to be able to do something like that, I think that should exist because it's your body. You should be allowed to do with it what you want, like fundamentally speaking. Um, I don't like why should the government legislate what you're allowed to do or not to do with your body? I agree with you that the symptoms of the problem should be ameliorated, but like on a principled level, I don't think the government should have any place in what you should do with your body. Um, uh, let's see. Do. Liberty is the axis of good and evil by virtue that most people want more liberty, which is observable by their actions, and those who don't want liberty are free to constrict themselves. That's what it means to me. Liberty is more choice, where individuals have the ability to pursue things where they desire, as long as it doesn't impede on others' liberty. I agree with that 100%. Um, don't bully him. He is a victim of Putin riding bear type propaganda. People sometimes people just deserve to be bullied for the stuff that they believe. I was bullied for a lot of the stuff that I believed, and it ended up helping me a lot. And so I don't know. I think people are too sensitive about that kind of thing. Like it was genuinely helpful for people to call me retarded on stuff that I believed in the past, and then explain to me why. So I don't see anything wrong with it. West is too progressive to embrace truth. Imagine believing in truth as a concept. Um, who decides quality of life? Depends. Could be a religious body if it's a theocracy. The people, the dictator, there's no answer. But that's the point. That's the point I'm making is that there is no answer. There's always going to be people with competing interests, people with different ideas about what good is. You can't say which one is truly right or wrong. Um, like you can't say what good quality of life is because everyone has a different idea of what it is. I don't have the energy to write out walls to convince an internet rando, so I'm going to meme on Dogod. Nice. Um, but let's see here. When saying goodbye on the phone to someone, say white power and they will usually say it back. Nice. It's simple. A good life is one with the tastiest tendies. I agree. Um, we decide what issues to fix based on how it makes us feel. It makes sense to me. A good job, Mr. Idiot. Uh, I, I need to breathe. I've been talking too much too quickly. Um, I'm not taking it seriously, though. I perceive all insults as a meme. Yes. Um, I think that's how people generally should see things. Um, but let's see here. I'm gonna make food fusions. Cool. Uh, I mean, I do genuinely think you're retarded, but that's okay. I wish I could see Dogod's messages, though. Curses, YouTube curses. Yes. A good life is one where you are the happiest with tailored to yourself. That's the objective subjective answer. Yes. Okay. Hot dog and burger make bird dog. It's too late. Good night, people. Good night. Memeing through life is a lot more sane than taking things seriously all the time. I agree. I think everything should be memed on. Oh god, I feel so sick. I feel really sick. Did my last message get deleted? I don't know. Ow. Yeah, I need to stop drinking so much. It's gotten to the point where it just makes my body feel bad. Miss me. Oh, hello, Ethan Cool. That's what you used to be called. I remember your name. You're called Ekin Zone now. Um, Pizza and spaghetti make spaghetza. Nice. Everyone switch to chat instead of superior chat, or how it is called in English. It's there's top chat and live chat are the two different ones. Um, uh, I need to stop drinking so much. Just got fired today. Should I be sad or glad? It depends. How's your economic situation gonna look and how are you gonna react to that? Thanks, random Asian characters. An old blog I followed. The guy drank so much he often got nosebleeds every day. Well, I haven't gotten there yet. Yo, Star, what's up? I'm in Poland. What about you? I've been better, but I'm doing alright. What are you doing in Poland? How is it over there? The human races definitely have a variety of self-custom beliefs and principles. I hate conformity, but I'm always to myself being alone in the end is based on moderation. I agree with that. It makes sense. When I get drunk, I can't walk. I can walk, but that's because I don't drink too much at once. It's more like I drink too much every day. Um, uh, you can spend all day debating on what value is the best, but in the end, the person who actually makes a difference in the world is the one who chooses one anyway and expresses it to the fullest. I agree with that. I don't think like I mean that's what I've been saying is that I don't think you can decide which one is the best or good or bad. It's just people. If people decide what they think is good for them, um, and it like that maybe there's something I wrote on Discord that'll better explain this. I used to be a heavy alcoholic before it was bad. Yeah, I don't want to get to that point. Why is it so hard to get a job when I'm so good? Is it? I don't know, man. Maybe people don't value the work you're doing. What dose to feel like be drunk? Is it standing up fast or last long? I don't know. It depends on how big you are. It depends on it depends on how big you are and it depends on your size and your height, and a number of other things. Okay, there's a lot of stuff in the chat. Um, make sure to drink some water. I have been drinking water. Thank you for reminding me. Social skills can find a job quicker than job skills with knowledge of... Huh? By the way, Star, are you going to take HRT? Yes, I plan to. As soon as I possibly can. I don't know when that is, but I would like to. Absolutely. Um, let's see here. I have to scroll up. I have to scroll up in the rants channel. Okay, so Star, don't forget to eat, just reminding you. Oh, yeah, I will definitely eat. Um, Objectivity doesn't exist for liberals unless it's describing their point. When have I ever argued for objectivity? I don't understand. I'm just telling you my opinion, man. And I'm also not a liberal. I don't know why you keep referring to me as a liberal. I don't have any ideology. I'm happy for you, Star. Yeah, thanks. Um, okay, so let me give an example of something that most people would consider bad: self-destruction. All right. So this is what I said to this person in this argument. Believing in self-destruction in this context relies on the idea of an essential good for a person's life, which does not exist. That's all constructed by humans. If someone enjoys their life more and does not mind it being shorter or having to deal with potential disease for their choices, is it really destructing the self? You could say it's harmful to some physiological degree in that it makes it more difficult to perform certain functions, but that is entirely neutral. The body does not perceive good or bad, it simply exists. That desire to be healthy is in the mind, not the body. Therefore, the self is not being destructive if the actions the individual in question is taking are benefiting their individual sense of happiness, enjoyment in life, etc. That is their choice, and they know themselves what they want better than anyone else. If it is harmful to them, or wait, no, wait, yeah. So basically, that was the point I make. You can't argue for an essential good that is right or wrong, um, and so yeah, the reason I had to pull that up is because I can't argue off of the cuff when I'm intoxicated. um, but let's see. I don't have any ideology, gives ideas and dismisses other ideas as bad. Um, uh, well, let me put it this way. I don't sit under the banner. I don't sit under the banner of any ideology. Most of your opinions are held by liberals, hence you're a liberal. I would disagree with that. The liberals who I talk to tend to be very moralistic, and I don't consider myself a moralist. Uh, are you taking HRT as cheap steroids? I don't. Those aren't the same things. No, I'm not taking HRT at this time. Um, let's see here. So yeah, they're the only person that can define good is you. You can't. Um, good's not something that you can apply broadly to people who aren't you. Excessive self-destructive tends to lead to less happiness, like addicts who want to quit and only use to stop withdrawal. Yeah, no, I think that's true for many people. That's generally true. I'm just saying that like people have. Then you're kind of a libertarian. Okay, yeah, libertarian is probably the label that I. Libertarian is if I had to give myself a label, and again, I don't like labels, but if I had to give myself a label, it would probably just be libertarian. Yeah, I'm. If you wanna call me something, call me that. Um, uh, hey, we figured it out. Hooray! I don't think I'm an ANCOM. No, I'm not an ANCOM because ANCOMs are moralists. ANCOMs tend to be huge moralists. I'm not a moralist. I just believe in individual choice. That's all I believe in. I don't believe in anything else, just individual choice. Um, um, there's something else I wrote about this topic that I want to try and find on Discord. There's just so much edgy ANCOM. Um, do 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 do. Nas Bowl? Where did you get that idea? um, Uh, let's see here. I can't I can't find stuff I wrote the way that I used to anymore. No, you can't argue for what people out here trying to say good and bad exists, man. What the hell, man? A libertarian's fine enough. If yeah, if like I don't like labels, but a libertarian's fine. Man, people out here trying to say good and bad exists, man. What the hell, man? The Holocaust never happened, man. I wish it did, man. I can't find it. Out here having to read off of a script, man. I didn't say all standards are useless. I don't, it depends. What is your goal? What makes you happy? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you think is right for you? A guy with a rosin maiden profile pic. What is your name? The day Lily becomes an unironic Nosbol is the day the world ends. I agree. Dashi, are you a native English speaker? All I want to do is be an individual myself, as myself, but it can be hard considering that people will judge you just for being different. However, I can do the same, but just inside my brain. Those are cops. They're cops in your brain telling you to be a certain way because you want to be validated by other people and you care about their perception of you. My recommendation would be to find people. Of course, you think Nosbols are based. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, no. My recommendation, my recommendation would be to, um, either find people who accept you for who you are, or just stop caring. I had to find people who accept who I was. It's not that good and bad don't exist. Rather, there's no consensus on it. You probably won't want to murder someone even if you think it's not bad. I think where you got I think where you got it wrong is, and I guess he's going to continue the point. I don't think is there just some creator that endows good and bad? Like, I don't know. It's too late. Too late to be making these kind of arguments. I'll explain it. I've explained it in a couple different videos, better than I've been able to do here. So I guess just watch those. I don't remember which ones it was. I don't know how to pronounce my username. There's no pronunciation. Some nickname based on that is fine. It's shittily slapped into the map geometry. And normally back in the day, I'd get really worked up over these things and be like, oh, I gotta explain it, gotta be understood, whatnot. You can't convince everybody. Some people will understand, and some people, they get it. Other people, they need the cope. They need to feel like there's some kind of creator that just endows good and bad onto them. They need to feel like they're on the right side of history. Everyone thought they were on the right side of history. But the more time passed, the more time we realize, oh, maybe they weren't. More time passes and then go, hey, Maybe I was wrong too. Everyone thinks they're on the right side of history. No one can ever really know for sure. Crime and Punishment is all about whether the good and bad can be objective or not. Read it. I'll read it at some point. Everyone wants to feel like they're the good guy. There ain't no good guys or bad guys. There's just guys. They exist. People exist. They're not good or bad. You can't be wrong if there's no objective measurement. Life hack. How does it feel to have more viewers than SkateRad420? I don't know who that is. I think the point being made here is that it's a cope. Is that, you can never be wrong if there's no objective measurement. So it's a way of coping with things. I would agree with that. But everything is a cope. Absolutely everything is. Not really. It's about how the MC can't reconcile his emotional mind with his rational mind. He has many rational reasons for killing the woman, but he still feels guilty. The robbing the 7-Eleven beer review mullet guy is SkateRad420. Oh yeah, I linked you that guy, the comedy channel. Okay. You could interpret anything as you want. Well, there are certain things... there are certain things, like... How do I put this? That we can prove that thoughts exist, that our perception of the world exists. I'm thinking, therefore I exist. As to whether or not other things exist, that's just sort of filtered through our perception. And so, you might... if a wall... If you're looking at a wall, you could say that the only thing that gives a wall the qualities of wallness are your understanding of it at the cultural level. There's no inherent qualities that a wall has that make it a wall. That we had to culturally we had to come to that conclusion that that's what that was, to prescribe those labels to it, and so, am I making any sense? I don't know if I'm making any sense or not. How do I put this? Knowledge outside the self exists, therefore some reality outside the self exists. How do we prove that, though? Socrates is based, I know. So you like Descartes. Did I say okay. Yeah. So you like Descartes. This is something I can work with. How did you get here if you like Descartes? I don't understand. If knowledge outside if outside knowledge didn't exist, we just intuitively know how to make any art we want. I don't know about that. Because how do I put it? It's too late. I'll explain. It's proven by fact that individual selves have to learn. Yeah, no, of course. Diogenes is the only philosopher worth following. I agree. When you're drinking and whatnot, do you feel any weird symptoms with your heart? Because I've had a lot of heart palpitations when I drink heavily. I have not. This never happened to me before. There are other selves. Oh, hello, Erito. My fellow postmodern friend can my postmodern friend can back me up here. You can we're talking there. How do I put it? It's too late for me to argue this point. You assume a total conscious reality would allow itself access to all knowledge. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move more towards what Man Chronicles is saying. Uh, my brain doesn't work. I have brain damage. I can't. When I found this channel, I was kind of liberal. Now I've changed my views radically. Yes, I can tell. It was I used to be the authoritarian. No, you were like the more liberal one and I was the authoritarian. And then we switched. I feel like I'm in a cult. Why do you feel like you're in a cult? This showed up in my recommended for some reason. That's very strange. I don't know why YouTube is recommending a live stream I did. Um, you didn't see my comment about good and bad, the second part. I did not. I think YouTube deleted it, unfortunately. Oh, wait, no, I see it now. That you assume other people's perception actually matters in what is good or bad. The totality of good or bad is still expressed in your conscious sphere. That is more important than other perception. So, is that just, like, emphasizing the subjective? Like, what I'm saying? That you assume... Wait, it's not that good or bad does not exist. Rather, it's that there is no consensus on it. You probably won't want to murder someone even if you think it's not bad. I think where you got it wrong is that you assume other people's perception actually matters in what is good or bad. The totality of good and bad is still expressed in your conscious sphere. That is more important than other perception. Yeah, I agree. No, I agree with this concept. I feel like if I'm not misinterpreting something, that's I feel like that's sort of just on the same sphere of what I've been saying. I mean, Descartes is right here. You can't know what reality you are even living in. All you can trust is that your self-narrative and observations are therefore have a self. Good and bad do not exist. Those are social constructs. Yes, this is what I've been trying to say. This is what I've been trying to say. These are construction. These are things that people had to come up with. Someone had to sit down and say that that's what that is. And so the only thing you can trust is yourself in this situation, your perception of things. And so what I'm trying to say is you can't apply these things on a broad societal level without that implicit acknowledgement of the subjective nature of it. You know? My problem is when people present these things as if they are objective, when I think they're just not. Good, bad, they are but a construct of the mind. I'm a big brain individual. Yeah, I think this guy's new. This guy is definitely new here. Have you seen J-Reg's videos? Everyone has seen J-Reg's videos. Descartes believed in God. That's not at all the conclusions he came to. Read Discourse on Method. Morality is a human construct, and situationally you can make no absolutes about moral decisions. Yes. You know, earlier I tried to explain the ambiguity of all of these different things, and I don't think I explained it very well. It's not that all ideas of good and bad were created. Many were very useful for the propagation of the species and making life suck less. Well, suck less is dependent on your perception of what sucking is in the first place, but a propagation of the species is also not an inherent moral good. In fact, I would argue that it's the opposite. On a purely personal level, I would feel bad being in the position of someone making another person, bringing life into the world. That's my position. Do I think it's objective? No, but I would actively feel bad creating another person, bringing life on Earth knowing that they will feel pain. Maybe I'm wrong about that. You know, maybe there's something I don't understand, a degree to which I'm just not seeing a certain information. That's how I see things. You know, like, there's no absolute in that decision. It's only how I see it. Uh, I don't know if I'm making sense. No good or bad people, just people trying to do what they think is right. Propagation of the species is hideous, and reproduces suffering. I agree. Okay, I'll go now. Spend too much time on here. Bye bye. Schizophrenia delusions are influenced by society. That doesn't make them less true from their perspective. The totality of the delusion is still expressed fully. It's pure delusion with no filter. Now replace delusion with good or bad. That's that's a really good way of putting it. Schizophrenia, the total is expressed full. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I never thought of it that way. Morality plays are just law shit. Damn. What the fuck are we talking about, and how did I join this conversation? Because it was in your recommended feed, I presume. Descartes is really hard to read, though. He uses pig intestines to explain his ideas for many pages. I feel like I'm starting to lose sight of who I am because I worry too much, but I've heard somewhere that when a person has self-principles, then it can probably be explained. Um, Erito, when did you become an antinatalist? Hey Star, I remember in your older vids, in which you spoke out moving out to live somewhere else. So realistically speaking, when do you think you're gonna do all of that stuff? When coronavirus is over, ideally, or schizophreniazation. Books are too long. Get rid of the filler. Fiction can be shortened to 3 paragraphs. Damn, authoritarian. My authoritarian inwards out here, man. I I got all try blinkets. I'm convinced that the guy with the the guy with an emote as his name is also a Russian. When I realized that made me look cool. Nice. Why people gotta believe in good and bad, man? Uh, Hello, welcome to the stream. No, I think we should be striving to remove as many of our delusions as possible, to try and look at the world in a most, like, I don't believe in objectivity, but I feel like we should try and be striving to view things in the most objective way we can, to try and filter out as many of our biases as we can. And that's one of the things I don't like about good and bad is that you're like implicitly you have to not suppress your biases. You have to take a leap of faith to believe in something. You're taking a leap of faith, man. Um, maybe if I look in these DMs, I'll find something else I wrote. I believe in screaming. Every morning I run out my door and start screaming. That's good. If you get rid of all your biases, you'd ultimately be in a gay and prim world. I don't know about that. I don't know if you... I'm not saying you can even get rid of all of them. I'm saying you should try and strive to do it, because then you look at the world in a more objective way. Hey, what gave you the idea to name your channel Star in the first place? I had friends who referred to me as Star a bunch, and then um, I had friends who referred to me as Star a bunch, and then I just organically, I just organically started calling myself that. Hmm. Uh, read Max Stirner. Have you read Judo I can't say this Indian word. Um, I have not, but he seems really cool. I'm not saying it's a delusion. I'm saying when you feel good or bad, you're feeling it in totality, pure and unfiltered. You can't just say that's wrong because other people say it's wrong. It's like denying your sense of self because science says the self doesn't exist. Um, hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I like how do I put this? I'm trying to figure out how I should frame this. You're saying that the experience of it is similar to a delusion, but I would say I'm not saying that that's even like necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying it should be acknowledged. I'm saying that it should be acknowledged that science does not say the self doesn't exist. Yes, that is true. Um, yeah, I'm saying it. I'm just asking for people to acknowledge it. I'm asking for people to acknowledge the the gray areas in these things. To not. Hmm, I don't have the cognitive functioning to explain these things. It's better when I write. It's better when I write about this kind of thing, and then I can explain it better. There's not an essential good that's for every person. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. When you try to legislate these things that there is an essential good for every person, it's implicitly leaving out or inherently leaving out the people who don't fall under that idea. And so when I argue for as much personal liberty as possible, it's in order to, um, it's in order for people to have as many choices as possible, to live the way that they want, to not have to fall into someone else's idea of good, to be able to live out their own idea of good. Lily, you can only give them so many corners. People have to make their own squares. Yeah, that's true. If there is no objective good or bad, you cannot say ideas are bad like you did. I subjectively told you that those ideas are bad. That was me saying that subjectively. I don't understand what you're on about, mate. I gave you my opinion. Science totally believes in the idea of a cognizant observer. If you look at quantum tests, the observer is deeply important. Contemporary science is a bit shitlordy about philosophy, but still, I don't know enough about that. Um, uh, but it's also not even like a thing about certain ideas. Like, you could make the argument that objectively, objectivity doesn't exist. You could, because that's the one rule. That's like, how do I put this? Is Star, get this shit out of my chat. Um, uh, but I'm not saying that I believe in this, but you could make the argument that objectivity doesn't exist because that would be the one consistent rule that you can point to. Um, uh, Nobody ever died from contradictions to lose. Nice. How old are you, Star? I am 18 years old. Rimu told me to live stream. He said this was a good idea. I've drank Monster Energy all night. I just feel very confused. I'm having fun, but I'm saying that you should do what you truly think is good no matter what other people say. No, I agree with that, because the fact that you're experiencing it makes it more true than anything else. But I think that should be focused on yourself. It shouldn't be focused on other people. I like when you take it to that level of applying it at a broader societal level to other people. We put it this way. I think that's bad on a personal level, because I'm uncomfortable with the idea of having these good and bad associations of taking action. And maybe you could make the argument that um, that inaction is inherently a kind of action, and I think there's a compelling argument for that. But I don't want to get too off in the weeds in those terms, so I'm just gonna say, from my own subjective point of view, I'd rather just leave it be. I how do I put it? How Kierkegaard of you, man. Yeah, I mean, that is a leap of faith. That's the problem, is that it's a leap of faith. It's, I feel like in 10 years there will be a relatively popular YouTube documentary about Star. That would be funny. It, and so I'm saying that I'm against the leap of faith because it's too uncertain. I don't like uncertainty in these things as it's applied to other people specifically. Let's say it's applied to me, that's fine. That's but if the uncertainty is applied to the lives of other people, I don't I don't like that. I really don't like that. It just, like, there's something on an emotional level that just makes me upset when I think about that. And you could say that's me doing what I think is right and what's good, and you'd probably be right. But, like, I can't I can't just have an idea of what's good and then apply that to, potentially, like, millions of people, even if it's just conceptual. Even if it's just a conceptual thing, there's something about that that just really upsets me. Because all of those are individual people with their own thoughts, their own feelings, their own understandings of what's good. Why should anything I believe be asserted upon any of those people? I don't know shit. Listen to me. I don't know shit. That's the point I'm saying here. That's the point I'm trying to make. I don't know shit. Like, I don't. It I you get the idea. You get the idea of what I'm saying. Well, that documentary also tried to paint her in a derogatory and memey light like the way you just did. That's a good point. There was a mini documentary on Noriko I saw recently. The original regular flavor, but I've always wanted to try the red assault flavor. Um, Imagine someone watching through your entire catalog of Stars videos to make a 1 hour documentary. That would be awful. I would feel very bad for that person. And Star's documentary was very interesting to watch. All the arcs, all the binge. It would be strange. Even if your ideas are really bad, it's still good in the long run. Like Hitler caused World War II, which caused massive advancements in tech, including the internet. Um, that, damn, people out here, people out here getting mad at each other and shit. Oh no, he's just sharing an idea. I don't, like, I disagree with what he's saying, but I get the logic behind it. It's sort of like not utilitarian. What's the word? Um, uh, I think the internet would have come out in general. Like, I'm not a Nazi. Yeah, I was about to say. What's the best way to contact you since you stopped using Discord? I'll just give you my Discord. Here. I use Discord these days. Austrian man was okay by all standards. Um, uh, all hail Britannia. Well, let me put it this way. Um, I don't think we can get to that. Like, how do we even say that the internet is a good thing? Who gets to decide that the internet's a good thing? I don't know. I think there's just a certain level of disconnect me and you have on this issue that makes it really difficult for me to argue my point because we're coming from like fundamentally different angles on it. Um, and so I think I'd need more time to think about it. Um, Star, watch Code Geass. Oh God. Honestly, I think I wouldn't like Code Geass very much at all. Uh, like, um, let's see. Who sent me a friend request? Oh wow. Oh wow. I haven't seen this guy in forever. I didn't know he still existed. I thought he was just a TF2 guy who like watched my videos once and then decided to friend. I'm glad to hear from this guy again. Um, uh, there were about 100 better examples you could have used there. If you don't want to get shit for using Goodwood's Law, then don't use it. It's pronounced geese or geese, not gay ass. Wait, what? I don't know. The Tolman method would be useful for a lot of communication, but we don't have enough bandwidth most of the time. Star, I'm making an anime-ish video game. Any tips? I've never made a game before. I guess just have fun. I don't know. I don't know anything about game design. Um, maybe, maybe keep yourself from being burnt out. There's this really cool channel called Healthy Gamer GG. It's not really about programming, but it's just about having good like mental health in general. And the psychologist guy on that channel, a lot of the stuff he said has helped me a lot. So this is unrelated, but I guess watch his videos. Dr. K, he's cool. That's just my schizo ramblings. Did I tell you I'm diagnosed schizo? You're a schizophrenic. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Um, that's pretty neat. Um, thanks, Star. I will feel way better. Okay. Star is into NRX patchwork is the true libertarian end goal. What is NRX patchwork? Yeah, I didn't know you were a schizo. Um, patchwork, peace, and security are most definitely the same thing. Chapter 4. A reactionary theory of world peace. I guess I'll have to look into this. I will call out your schizo ramblings too. I don't care. Damn. Um, uh, Hitler is a bad meme that shouldn't have happened. I think I made a good argument. I think it was a good argument. I don't agree with the argument, but I think it was a good argument. Um, I don't really believe anything though. Star, do you use Chrome or Google? No, I use Firefox and DuckDuckGo. Um, yeah, it's just that Simpsons meme where he said, it's that Simpsons meme where it says, I used to believe in things when I was a kid. Let me find it. Where is it? This one. Real ones use Firefox and Start page. Yes. Um, Pale Moon and Sear-X are the way to go. Pale Moon is great. My mom just sent me a picture of a dead badger. Poor thingy. Such cute. I agree. Would have been cool if it was called Star Page. Thanks. I want to commit to Pale Moon but haven't yet. I used to use it all the time. Ideas come in all shapes and sizes. I want for competition of companies from the right wing, but then not to the side with the left, but then I discovered qualified immunity. Hate it. Yeah. It's hard to know really what we should do. I don't have any answers here. Um, I just woke up, by the way. Well, good morning. Um, yeah, I think because of the uncertainty behind all of these things, because like we can't say with certainty what's good or bad with other people, and because other people have their own ideas about it, so there's competing ideas throughout history of what it is and what it isn't that's constantly changing. I would rather not make a decision, that's for others. I guess what I'm emphasizing is meaninglessness. I guess that's what I'm trying to emphasize is meaninglessness. Um, that's scary to a lot of people, understandably so. But it makes me feel better. Um, hmm. Do you hang out with people your age IRL? I don't hang out with anyone IRL. I don't leave the house. Did did you know people on a boat led to Canada's independence? Look up USS Liberty to learn more. Nice. Fork of old Firefox version 57 that doesn't use Rust and other new tech that Firefox uses, mostly useful for old add-ons like Pentadactyl or Down the Mall. That's not special to say anything, Star. I don't get it. That's not special to say anymore. I know it's not special. The point isn't to be special. The point is to say how I feel. You really don't have any IRL friends. That's terrible. You should move somewhere and make friends. That I would like to. I would like to have friends in real life. I think that would be really positive. Um, hopefully I can do that eventually. Um, yeah, I can't relate to anyone who lives here. No, I mean in terms of IRL friends, we're all homies inside now. Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's not special to be a need anymore. So what do you think is the best for society? I don't know. Like I feel like that's not for me to decide. I feel like I can say I can say what I want the most, but I can't say what's best for society. Like I can say that personally, from my own perspective, I would like to be able to have as many rights as possible, to be able to have as much freedom as possible. Um, uh, will return. I'm returning. Will return. We back. We back. Uh, yep. Okay. It sounds like we're back. Okay. Um. All right. Okay. We've returned. Connection successful. We're back. Hello. Welcome back. Um. So you live in Arkansas, right? No, I've never lived in Arkansas. I live in Kentucky. I live in Kentucky. Um, Arkansas. Jesus Christ. Um, okay, so what I was saying was like, I think So you agree no one has the best idea, but they have the best idea for themselves, so therefore people should do what they think is the best for themselves. Yes, exactly that. That's what I think. Um, I only go to 7-Eleven to buy Monsters and cigarettes. It's one of the only places I go anymore. Um, uh, and so, um, but I also think like the ability to do what's best for yourself is something that we don't have at this time. Like if people don't have a guaranteed right to safety, security, sustenance, and also like just like democratic rights and the ability to exercise autonomy over their body and these kind of things, then like under what parameters can you say that people have the ability to do what's best for themselves? They're restricted to a certain extent, right? Um, and so, but I don't think, how do I put it? I don't think you can run society on that principle because I don't think it's possible to do that. Like when you talk about um, that's why we need strong government to provide those rights for us, like what China has. Do you want to come on the stream? No, you wanna come on the stream? Um, uh, but yeah, I don't think society can like properly guarantee these things that I'm talking about. Not in a stable way. And that's the problem. Like I literally think organized society, like as a thing, is a mistake. I don't think there's a right or wrong for society because I think society itself was doomed for the start. That like the things that I think would ideally guarantee people's ability to live their best life, to have as many choices as possible, are just impossible under any system. I don't think any system could be able to provide those things. John Locke would have loved the Chinese government. I don't know enough about him. Stop talking about societies and start talking about romance. Romance is a really beautiful thing. I think if you can find someone who you can be romantic with, you should absolutely do it because it makes life worth living. Um, let's see here. Okay, no thank you, just messaged me. Let me on the stream? Okay. Who Lord? Uh, let's see here. Let me turn Discord up. I think I have Discord low. Uh, let's see here. Desktop audio. Okay, I'm calling no. How do you feel about the Big Les show? I've never heard of Big Les before. Romance is dumb. It depends on how you perceive it. I called no, he didn't show up yet. Um, Universal themes. Robert Smith has writing love song. Him and Nick Land would be chilling in Beijing. I agree with that. I don't know why I agree with that, but I like the concept, so I'm gonna go with it. Imagine Nick Land and John Locke smoking crack in Beijing. I can see it. Noah's a hog. I don't know what you mean by that. Do you say that just because he's a man? Um. Thanks, Erito. Yeah, I don't know where he went. I think he just disappeared. Um. Yeah, I think he disappeared. Maybe if I reopen Discord. Let me on the stream. I just let you on the stream. Let me on stream. I just called you, mate. Uh, streamer mode is enabled. Okay. Why is it... Okay, hello, no. Welcome to stream. Can we hear you? Can everyone hear him okay? Hello. Also, your mic sounds, like you're just clacking at things. Are you there?
Yeah, ThinkPad mic. ThinkPad mic.
Hell yeah. We have only the highest quality on this live stream.
I can switch if it's literally unlistenable. I can switch to a better mic.
I don't mind. Is no thank you British unironically, someone asked.
No, I'm actually Australian.
Yeah?
Kangaroos.
I think you're New Zealander.
New Zealand? What's the difference, mate? What's the difference?
Oh, so this is the guy that plays with negative XP, huh?
No, that's never happened. I don't know. It's just making things up.
Yes. Yeah, no thank you, known as the #1 affiliate of Negative XP.
The base player, when Negative XP tours the country.
Yeah, it was that guy, you know, that guy who was on that featured on that Fallout Boy thing. He was on an album with Fallout Boy. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, school shooter, famously, a friend of 100 gigs.
Yeah, you know. No, thank you. Out there with his musical affiliates, Fallout Boy and Negative XP.
Install Gentoo, it is. It's the mic in my ThinkPad X220.
Yes. I feel like I've been arguing for like 2 hours over like whether good or bad exist. I don't know how long I've been arguing, but I got really smashed and like could not properly articulate my points this whole time. And the whole chat ended up devolving into anti-authoritarianism versus authoritarianism. And now we've all just become schizos.
It's nonsense. There's no such thing. Authoritarianism doesn't exist. Support Xi Jinping.
Based. Absolutely based.
There is no the authoritarianism, anti-authoritarianism is a horseshoe dichotomy. This is why everyone should be an anarcho-monarchist like me.
Based. Wait, this is the guy that plays with 100 gex?
I don't play nothing.
This is the guy that got BTFO'd by Fallout Boy? Damn.
Trap mixtapes.
Yes. This is a certified hood classic.
This is a certified hood classic.
Yes. Now everyone's talking about ThinkPads. I need to get a ThinkPad. Like, sincerely. I don't know why I don't have one yet. No thank you. Give me your ThinkPad.
No.
Yes. Mail it
It's
to me.
You could literally find them for like under $100 if you're patient and persistent.
What if I spend all of my money? He is the slaveholder of Laura Les.
No, I am a slave to Laura Les, so please step on me.
What do we think of CryptoPunk?
Based.
Yes.
Encrypt everything.
I'm a bigger fan of Clusterpunk, personally.
I like encryption.
Yeah.
Everything is encrypted that I own. I don't own an unencrypted device. Actually, that's not true. I owned one, but it broke.
Yes. Yes. Remember when Clusterpunk was a thing? The only reason I know about Clusterpunk as a thing is because Digi used to be really into it, and then she became a normie.
Because Digi invented it. Digi made it up.
Yes.
Just like the minor pony analysis community.
Yes. I think we're all just good and bad does exist because we're all reflections of Digi's subconscious mind, as she is the sole dictator of the universe.
This is very true. This is very true. But wait, Digi doesn't believe in good and bad though.
Yeah. So I'm
So
right earlier.
it
Yeah,
doesn't
it
exist.
works. It works.
We
Yeah.
have to get it. We win.
Yeah. Yeah. I fixed it. I just need to create a religion now surrounded or around the idea that we're all a product of Digi's subconscious mind. It works. I want to start my own religion.
I already did. Watch the Sacred Cow on my YouTube channel. It's my name spelled backwards. Look it up.
Yes. I need to start a competing religion. Marx was authoritarian. In terms of what like yes, in terms of the fact that he advocated for states, but like the broad goal of full communism was libertarian. It's just that like his method of getting there was authoritarian. Um let's see. There is something that I feel I would clarify the good versus bad debate. Whatever ultra-modernity places under the dominion of signs, post-modernity subverts with virus. As culture migrates into partial machines, lacking an autonomous reproductive system, semiotics subsides into virotechnics. Yes, no, what does it mean? How does it spread? I don't understand. No more shilling. I can't shill no is
Nick
pan-Jewish.
took over Airtel's computer.
Yes. Why is No's mom based enough to listen to him explain anime? I'm jealous.
I don't know if it comes across in the video, but when you say listen to, really, she was just cooking, and I was just talking at her, and she was just occasionally nodding.
That's big.
I do that a lot. I'm autistic.
Yes. I've always done the same thing.
Hey, Star, what do you think the image I just sent you on Discord is Japanese a base language confirmed?
Yes. So the utilized kanji for molester is stupid in Chinese. That's the image No just sent me. Aeroplane Over the
Yes.
Sea is an album for people like Star. I think he just called me a Redditor.
I I I don't know. I think you like that album, right?
Yeah,
I understand what they're getting at.
it's one of my favorite albums actually.
If this mic is too annoying, I can switch to a better mic.
Yes.
Should I do that?
Yeah, you probably should.
All right. I have to turn my other computer on.
Yes.
Shouldn't take too long.
I will turn you down in the meantime, I guess, because I'm assuming it's an issue of you're louder than I am. How many moms do you have? That's a good question. I've never asked him that.
It depends how you count. It depends what we need. First, we need to define mom.
Yes.
Well, okay, we have to first make the epistemological difference. We have to epistemologically differentiate between mom US spelling and mom UK spelling. Then we have to ask questions like, do stepmothers count? We have to ask questions, what about the Freudian mother figure? You know?
Yes.
Honestly, it's a hard question to answer.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'm
Alright, I'm gonna switch mics now.
okay. I forgot how live streams work. Why
Listen to the clarity of my voice.
Hey, okay, so I'm going to listen to the stream on my phone to see what sound levels are at. Okay, we sound at about the same level. Cool.
Why is fucking Ethernet so fucking good?
Because he's autistic in the genius sense. Are we looking at the same picture?
The one that he posted in Yuri 60 Suicide Club.
Yes. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I wish all art just looked like this. Why do black men call their GFs mommy? I think there's a I don't want to make too many cohesive statements on this at risk of sounding racist, but I think like
Something you've always been concerned about on your channel.
yes, of course. But if you listen to hip hop, there's a huge emphasis on like moms, like in the black community in the U.S. in general. It seems like moms are just I think it's probably to do with single mothers because due to poverty, poverty tends to breed divorce and these kind of things, which is more pronounced in the black community because of a racial injustice and these kind of things. You'll see
Yeah.
that
Purely economic reasons.
yeah, yeah, and so there's a an attachment. There's like social attachment to the idea of the mother because of having to have a single mother. And so like you see that in culture, music, etc.
Yeah.
And so that will also extend to sexual stuff. Freud,
It's very Oedipal.
yeah,
Because as well you have in male centric and also more recently female centric hip hop, but historically male centric hip hop, this sort of hypersexual uh like promotion of being like as player type of situation, like hyper masculinity, which basically what I'm saying is rappers have sex with their own mothers.
yeah. So rappers are Freud based.
I'm gonna go for 2 seconds. I need to put something in the oven.
Okay. In the 2000s, the gods are redshifted. Theologica Cruces emphasizes the passion over resurrection. Nature exists only in the wake of God's self-withdraw, the negation of Ein. That's pretty based. Um, uh, hmm. How do I put this? Talk about the vibes of season 1 SpongeBob and compare them to the vibes of old Digi videos. When No comes back, I was thinking about talking about this. I recorded a 19 minute vlog. I don't know why I said that like it's a long video. I recorded a vlog today of me on my bed, sort of like nostalgically like talking about the problems with Digi's content. And I think what a lot of it is that in 2016, 2015, and to a lesser extent 2017, talking the beginning half and mid half of that year, Digi was in this in-between period between adulthood, like branching off from being a teenager going into adulthood, having responsibilities, living on their own, these kind of things. But they had the ability to explain these things that they wanted to explain, like in their blogging days as a teenager, that they hadn't fully let go of their attachment to, that they had that residual lingering sense that this was like a part of themselves that they hadn't truly expressed yet. And so with the newfound writing and speaking abilities that they had honed up to that point, they were just constantly making content that reflected those unspoken, or I should say unpolished ideas. But now they could be polished. Now they could be expressed with both the emotional cathartic sense that like this is someone who needs to get this off their chest and who really cares about it, and also with the charisma and the what is it called,
Chutzpah.
chutzpah, yeah, of now being able to speak that way, and so like it was just she was just producing like a video all the time, like every single day. It was just nonstop, nothing but content, because there were all of these ideas that need to be gotten out. But when you're doing a job, YouTube is a job, it's much more gradual for you to produce a good video. Like that was a good video all the time because those ideas had been sitting around for a while. They needed to have been gotten out. But once you get all of those out, like the and you're used to seeing good ideas all of the time, you get emotional whiplash when it's only like one good idea every now and again, because that's how it is for most people. Like they aren't in this in between period where they're still trying to process those old emotions from back in the day. And also, like, it was the sensation of them constantly being online, because you would watch their videos and it would be hours of content that would make up their day. Like, in their day, they would be doing hours of content, and that was what their day consisted of. And you, like, as someone who was also alone in your room, had the sensation that you were watching that day unfold along with them in some small way. That you were it was kind of like you were there, and they had the same experience. And so there was this very like raw experiential component to it, combined with that like emotional connection being made with those ideas of like youth being explored, that hadn't settled yet. And so I think it was a combination of all of these different like emotional and environmental factors that gave her content a sense of genuinity and uniqueness that you can't, like that just can't be gotten back because she's moved on. She's in a different period. Why do I keep using the pronoun they? I use that with most people.
Hey, have you ever read Richard Stallman's autistic rant about gender-neutral pronouns? It's one of my favorite Richard Stallman posts.
I have not. Can you send it?
Basically, I can. He basically says they is too confusing because there are many situations where you need to differentiate between whether you're talking about a single person or a plural person, and that it doesn't make sense in grammar. And like, even though let me find it, Stallman.org, better genderless pronouns. Basically, he says he read a book and this author was like, you should use person and per instead of like, it's got sound like, imagine like she, her, purse, per.
Mm.
And I like it, but no one uses it except Richard Stallman. He doesn't even use it.
Yeah. Let me see.
But I do like the idea. It fits very nicely.
Yeah.
What the fuck? My door just opened, but no one was there.
Oh.
Fucking Lane. Fucking Lane.
I know that feel. Oh, this is fucking sick.
Yeah, Richard Stallman based.
Yeah.
Very autistic.
Yeah. But I might release that digivlog that I made because I explained it better there than I am doing here. But also I recorded it on my laptop, and my laptop makes a huge buzzing sound with its microphone, and you can hear the fan in the video, and I feel like that would be grating to listen to.
You can use Audacity to do noise removal, and it works decently.
Does it? I always thought that was a meme.
No, it works pretty well. You go into Audacity, you find an area where you're not talking, so it's just the background noise. Select it, then go into Effects, Noise Removal, and press Get Noise Profile. Then you select the entire track, go back into Noise Removal, and press Remove Noise, and it will basically, using the noise profile, remove anything that sounds like that. It's depends how like it. Obviously, the noisier it is, the more quality you'll lose by doing it. And you can also set a level. So, like, I honestly use it quite a lot. It works pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I will have to do that now. I didn't know that. Switched pronouns 3 times in that. Did I refer to her as a he? I don't think I did that. Maybe I did by accident.
I don't think you did either.
Yeah, I thought, well, maybe I did it by accident because I was talking fast, but I don't think I did.
So, Star, did you purposefully make like YouTube videos with the titles like "I want to fuck children, the CIA is watching me" for like multiple weeks? just to get Digi to unsubscribe from you, just so you can make a video about how you don't like Digi anymore.
I wish I could think that deeply, but unfortunately, it was all a series of events that compounded onto one another. So I turned 2000. No, I reached 2000
I'm 2,000 years old.
Yeah, I turned 2005 years old. Now
Holy
you have to
fuck,
review
it's
me.
Shinobu. It's Oshino Shinobu from the Monogatari series, my favorite animes.
Of course, that show that we definitely disagree on and had a debate about. Um, but yeah, I after I hit 2K subs, I was like, how can I alienate some of these people? And I was also like, Cringe hadn't come out yet, but I sort of the lingering ideas of Cringe, like the discussions that were surrounding Cringe, were happening, and shit was popping, and so I was like, yeah, I haven't liked Digi for a long time. Maybe this could also be a good way to get her to unsub from my channel, and so I started putting all of these esoteric titles and thumbnails to alienate people in general, normies. Normies just happen to also include her. And so, yeah,
Yeah.
she doesn't deserve my content, God damn it.
I used to do that a lot. One of my most popular videos is actually the result of that. Because I made some video, I forgot the exact title, but it was called like CIA Intel Management System or something.
Oh yeah, I remember
And
that.
yeah, it has nothing to do with that. Like the title was completely unrelated to the video, but yeah.
Yeah, I think COVID was in the title as well.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, that was why. Because that was around when it just started popping. And now they shit flooded, but yeah, but I think I'm gonna keep doing that. Like from now on, I think I'm just gonna have the style of the titles for my videos to be that way.
Yeah, I think it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Although I sometimes it's nice to have an idea of what you're actually getting into when you click on a video.
Yeah. Yeah, I think where I feel like that's applicable, I will I the thumbnail is a good way to lead people in because
Yeah.
there's let me try and find the example I'm thinking of because I can't remember anything off the top of my own head. But oh yeah, it was the Fun Pharmacy is a show about hexing the moon video. Like
Yeah.
that video says the return of CS:GO in the thumbnail, and so you have an idea that I'm gonna talk like I'm probably gonna play CS and then talk about it. Um, and so I think using the thumbnails is one way of communicating the point while also being esoteric. Um, I mean, the Kirino Mosaic dot wave meets me in ambient dreams before Mossad agent video also kind of has that because it says a world of decay in the thumbnail, and I basically just talk about decaying ideals and like depression and stuff in that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think I convey the idea decently enough, and then like the TBH, half my channel is just trying to convince myself of narratives I disagree with, is a really
Yeah, that's true.
esoteric, is a really esoteric way of saying like something that is true, you know? And so
Yeah.
I either want to express it in the thumbnail or express it in the title in a really esoteric way anyway. But other times I just want to be esoteric for the sake of it and then have people have no idea. So it's kind of like oscillating between those different balancing acts or no balancing act at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I've felt so much better about my content ever since I made this shift.
I can tell, I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones.
Yeah.
I've been forgetting to add stuff to my creme de la creme playlist. Oh shit.
Hmm? Oh, his mom came in, I'm sure. A Star, did you hear about people raging about Netflix releasing a French film with twerking lollies? I did
Remember?
not, but that sounds like the
Oh,
West.
okay, let me explain what the fucking... Okay, Sadly, I know about this. I wish I didn't. I don't want to talk about it, and you'll see why.
Mm,
Because it's a fucking marketing stunt.
mm.
It's like a random French, like, semi-autobiographical, like, kind of artsy film, right? And Netflix had this genius idea, which is that there's like a little bit. The film itself is actually basically about how like over sexualizing children is bad, but Netflix's marketing department were like, well, if we put the bits of if we make the poster and the trailer all the bits that are the sexualizing children, people will get angry at it and spread it around. It'll be edgy, and we'll get free promotion from people talking about it. It blew up way more than they expected it to because it's a random French film. But like, yeah, that's basically it. Is that basically there's some like marketing material and stuff which shows a bunch of sexualized shit of children, which is fucked up that they would even like do that for marketing. And I haven't seen the film, so I don't know how relevant it is to the film. As far as I understand, the film itself is actually about like um criticizing, like it's like, okay, this orthodox traditional Muslim way of viewing children completely repressed, that's bad. But then going too far in the other direction, sexualizing children, that's also really bad. So like, how about we treat children like people? That's, as far as I understand, is the message of the film. However, specifically like young girls. However, for some reason, well, for marketing reasons, Netflix leaned really hard into the pedo angle, which pissed off a lot of people. Um, Meaning they get free marketing, and that's why I don't really want to talk about it more because it's just a marketing fucking gimmick, and we've all felt none of us are immune to propaganda.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean it's the same thing like if you want to I'll take a parallel from a world I'm very in tune with is when all of those articles were coming out about synthetic cannabinoids killing people or random deaths from
Oh yeah,
it was literally people from research chemical companies who were producing these synthetic cannabinoids would
yeah.
contact journalists with fake stories about people dying. And they used it to advertise their products. And when that product got banned, they just made a slight alteration of it. And then the news cycle repeated itself, and they made more money. Um,
I don't think that was worth it because it led to that the whole synthetic cannabinoid thing is like a main reason why the Psychoactive Substances Act in the UK got passed,
yeah,
which is so I it's kind of their fault, fucking idiots.
yeah. There was this one chemist who was like he was like a British guy in the UK who like made this article or not made this article. He sent in the story for this article about how concerned he was about how the chemicals from his company were being used in irresponsible ways by users. There's this picture of him looking all concerned. Um,
I've seen this Hamilton talk. I know exactly
Oh,
what you're
okay,
talking about.
okay, okay. So we're on the same page here. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. I like repeating things I've heard around so I can better remember them. Um, but yeah. I've seen literally every talk of his, all of them, like all of the interviews. He's so cool.
Yeah. He is very cool. He actually knows his shit, which is rare.
Yes. Um,
That's why you should just become a biochemist.
yes. That if I could get good enough at math to do that, that would be the best
It has
timeline.
nothing to. Oh, well, I guess you need math to get into university, but like you don't really need maths to do chemistry well.
Mm. You don't
Like
think
you never,
so?
you're not gonna need like calculus or anything, and anything that's not calculus you can do on a calculator. So
Yeah. True. Yeah.
yeah, you probably don't need a very. I mean, I've done chemistry at pretty high level. Uh, well, I say pretty high level, like not like probably what would be considered like a first year university level. And it wasn't that difficult. It's just following a recipe very carefully and understanding how electrons move between different, like, how electrons work, which is not that difficult to understand,
Mm.
really. You can pretty much figure it out very quickly, different stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I do plan on what is the word? Getting better at the areas in school where I have a deficit in. Like math is the obvious example. Everything else I'm good at. It's just math. And if I can get a hold on that, then chemistry at this point is like the most fascinating thing that I could do. Um,
I don't know about in America, but in at least here, in school, it's not like this because schools are prisons for kids.
yes.
But in at least as far as I know, in uni, the teachers actually want you to learn. And so if you go to a teacher and say like, "Hey, I have problems with maths," they will like gladly give you extra support because you understanding the subject better is better for everyone. Whereas in America, if you, or not in America, in school, I mean, if you say I have a problem with math, they'll just like laugh at you and slap you in the head with a knife. Uh, like they don't care. But in uni, it seems like people actually care. So if you say like, "Oh, I need some extra support with maths," they'll probably help you out with that.
Yeah. 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 I also I don't know if I have ADHD or something. I don't think I do, but whenever I've taken Adderall, it's made doing schoolwork like way easier. Like it's not that I like feel smart when I do schoolwork. It's that I can do schoolwork. Like I go from not being able to do it to being able to do it like well just by trying. And so I know that there's a me in there who's able to do it. It's just that taking the drug brings it out, so I need to figure out how to bring it out without taking the drug.
God, I wish I had Adderall when I was in school.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So Flitzpipe mentioned Dr. Z in the chat. Dr. Z is not the guy I was referring to. It was a different chemist, but Dr. Z was the guy who rediscovered mephedrone or 4-MMC, 4-methyl methcathinone, and he was that which was a substance that was like I think it was like 1912 that came around. It's really old, but he discovered it. He rediscovered it from old literature, and
I
is
really,
yeah,
I
a really
really
cool
hate
guy. Hmm.
I really hate that methadone and methadrone are two separate drugs. They're like completely different and they sound almost exactly the same.
Yes, yeah, it's annoying. But let's see, what was I gonna? Yeah, he's really cool. Like a lot of the legal highs that were around in the UK
Oh,
back
I've
when they
seen
were
that
around.
video.
Yeah. Him going up to a hobo and going, "So you live here?" Fucking
I
sick.
actually completely agree with him though. I agree with everything he says in that video.
Yeah, me too. Um,
Like the reporter seems so shocked he can't understand like consider people have been brainwormed so hard to believe that drug users don't aren't what's the word like conscious basically like they're not making decisions like they're not capable of making decisions.
yeah. Like it's so foreign to other people that you could just like doing a drug. Like you just like it. Like
Yeah,
people can't do something because they like doing it. They do it because they have this physiological disease called addiction that's removing all choice that they could ever have in everything that they're doing. That's driving them insane and whatnot, which is a really unscientific perspective to have. Um,
yeah,
yeah, but
it's just not accurate.
but they make more money off of telling stories like that. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Like
so really once again this is all capitalism's fault.
yes, people people there when there's an active incentive to tell stories that make more money or garner more attention, I should say, which is a form of making money, then those stories are going to be the ones that are persistent, at the not at the benefit of how these things affect people on a day-to-day basis, or understanding it, I should say. And so, yeah, it's people. They got the brainworms, cops in the head, in the head. What the hell,
Yes.
man?
Yes.
Addiction is not really a disease. It's literally not. It's not a disease. But
It's yeah.
um,
I think a lot. I think people would benefit from just having been addicted to a drug.
yeah, it depends. It depends. What do I say to my friend who thinks all mental illnesses are arbitrary social constructs and all SSRIs are big pharma mind control? Pat them on the back and tell them they're right.
They're not arbitrary, but okay. They're real, but they're real. Like people with schizophrenia are schizophrenic, and they can't just not be schizophrenic.
Yeah.
However, it's the concept of the mental illness that's the problem. Like schizophrenic people aren't ill; they're not broken. They're just another type of person.
Yes. SSRIs are not mind control. um, yeah, no, I don't, I wouldn't say they're arbitrary, no, but social constructs, yes. Let's see. Regular use of addictive drugs shrinks the prefrontal cortex, which has an inhibiting effect on the mesiolimbic pathway. This pathway is what makes you motivated. So your PFC is shit. You will be highly motivated to do drugs. In the case of something like cocaine, there is a direct or high doses of methamphetamine as well can be neurotoxic in a way that's similar to this but not the same. With cocaine, there is direct damage that's being made on your pleasure centers. But as far as I know, like using it once or twice in a year is something that is not like there are effects there are effects that are being made, but they're not harmful to the extent of significantly impairing you. And also, like in case studies of people who regularly used cocaine in high school, as well as at other times, they found that life circumstances motivate people to change that habit. That people have the ability to choose once other things get in the way of their use, once other things overtake it in importance. There's a book by the addiction psychologist Jeffrey Shaler called Addiction is a Choice, which I recommend reading. He cites several studies about frequent users of cocaine overcoming their addiction just naturally by choosing to no longer use it. And so it's not as if these things don't make you less motivated, especially if you have like a mental illness. That's like a breeding ground for being addicted. You're much more likely to become addicted if you already feel like your life is shit and can't get better. It's not as if these things aren't real, but the point is more so that you still have the ability to exercise choice in spite of that choice being difficult depending on who you are. And for other people, it's going to be depending on who you are, it's going to vary in difficulty, but that ability to choose still exists. And so these things do have a physical and mental effect, some of which irreparable, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a choice. It doesn't mean that your entire life is controlled by them. Um, and I think the psychological factors of depression, circumstances, mental illness as a whole are largely the result of these kind of things. There was a study, Rat Park. In the Rat Park study, they took socialized rats with morphine, and they gave rats morphine with progressively more and more sugar in the socialized environment, versus the rats that were in a completely isolated lab environment where they weren't socialized, they weren't around other rats. Um, and what they found in that study was the rat that was isolated and didn't, it was generally feeling bad as a result of that, chose to drink way, way more morphine than the rats that were in a healthy environment that mirrored that of a normal habitat. No matter how much sugar they put in it, which rats have an incredibly sweet tooth, so they're more likely to choose the mixture that has lots of sugar in it. And in the case of the rats that were isolated, they chose the morphine solution way more than the normal solution. With ones who were healthy and doing fine mentally, they largely chose the regular solution, even if they tried the other one. And so the conclusion made from that study was that the environment that you're in is going to be the thing that informs and produces addiction. Another study in veterans coming back from Vietnam in the 1970s showed that the vast majority of them got over their addiction after they were out of those what's the word it's what is the word, adverse circumstances, that their chronic use, like heavy use of heroin, was a response to the environment that they were in, which was high stress, traumatic, a war scenario. And almost all of them, when they came back to the U.S., their addiction was gone. They didn't use heroin anymore. Because those circumstances didn't exist, and they were using heroin as a means of coping with those circumstances. And so I'm not using Rat Park as a proxy for humans. Do you not read comments? Or I'm getting to your comment. What I'm saying is that Rat Park, when you consider it in the context of these other studies, is indicative of a broader trend. And so, okay, man. All right, man. I was doing a long rant about addiction. It was never replicated. The methodology has flaws. Well, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is that wait, you didn't send a link. No, I'm saying that you have to understand it within the context of these other studies as well. And I think the Vietnam study that I mentioned is more indicative of what I'm talking about, because it has more to do with like people directly. It's about people. Also, welcome back. No, thank you.
I'm worried about drugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me be more specific. I don't know if this is the rat study you're talking about, but there was a rat study where they implanted an electrode in a rat's head, which would directly stimulate their norepinephrine receptors.
Mm.
And then they basically hooked it up to a button in the rat's cage, so that every time the rat pressed the button, it would send them a signal to their norepinephrine receptor, right? Have you heard about this? Is this what you're talking about?
I'm referring to something different.
Well, in that study, the rats would just sit there and press the button and starve to death.
Mm.
That's how much they would rather just get pure norepinephrine than even eat or have sex or even do cocaine. They tried it on rats that had been made. They got rats addicted to cocaine and then did it, and the rats would choose the norepinephrine over the cocaine.
Mm.
And what makes me worried is that it sounds like the perfect drug, but I'm worried about your Elon Musk Neuralink type shit.
Mm.
That basically it will be used to force people to work. That it'll be like you'll get an implant, and they'll be able to reward you instead of paying you money, or something like that. Essentially, it'll be used as like a control vector for governments and corporations. I'm worried about that in the future.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, dystopianism be out here. R.I.P.
There's actually a bit in Star Trek about that. something similar, although it's barely mentioned. If you know your Star Trek lore, then you know that later. Okay, so in one of the episodes with Q, I don't remember which episode it is, but in one of the episodes with Q, Q is basically saying like, look at all the fucked up things that humans have done to each other. And he goes through like history, like World War II and stuff, and then he keeps going to like made up Star Wars wars, and one of them is where there was a war where the soldiers were basically in their uniforms. They have like a little tube which they sniff, and it gets them high, and like the he was saying like they use drugs to keep their soldiers in check and keep them fighting even in these horrific space battles. And Picard is like, yeah, that was one of the worst atrocities we ever did, man. But we're past that now. We're all about science and shit now. But yeah, so Star Trek did it first, just like everything. Yeah, that is the first TNG episode. You're right. The one where they're put on trial for all of the crimes of humanity, and then Picard gives an epic speech. It's a pretty decent. It's a good episode, but it's got that season 1 TNG vibe of kind of corniness.
Yeah.
It might be the best episode in season 1 though.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I've seen the arguments made in this article before, but I will expand on more of these technicalities, I guess, in conversation with you specifically, Man Chronicles. But yeah, human beings out here, brains and shit. What the hell, man? Yo, I think they put a chip in my brain.
Oh fuck, the schizophrenia is coming back.
I think they put a chip in my brain, man.
They're using towers to transmit my thoughts extraterrestrially.
My bro Lean said, it's like we not even here. It's not even real.
This is a good pie. I'm eating a pie.
I wish I had a pie.
I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah. My sister's birthday is tomorrow. There's a cake, so I will eat some cake tomorrow. That's close.
I think
to
I
a
might.
pie.
I've been thinking of somewhat switching up my YouTube channel. But I'm not sure if I want to or not. Ajahn, did you ever watch my big database video?
Yes. I don't remember what you said about a lot of the individual creators because like I only checked out like I want to say like 20% of them, like the ARG channels and that kind of thing. But I want to go through the rest of them eventually because I need more entertainment. But yeah, I saw it.
There's a channel on there called Draga1. One of my favorite YouTube channels. And basically I want to be more like him. I want to sort of combine a little bit of his style into my videos, specifically of his Lego Island videos. I also want to play Lego Island because I've never played it and it looks fun.
Oh yeah, you showed me this guy's channel.
I would definitely recommend his videos about extracting the audio from Lego Island games and looking into the Frogger modding community. Those are his most accessible videos, but he also mostly does like, for the vast history of his channel, he did long videos about trying to get weird programs to work on old versions of Windows. Like trying to get Minecraft to run on Windows 98 and stuff like that. or just fucking around with Windows in general. Also, he does a every 420 he does like a special. Um, and they're always fucking nuts. He's a very strange guy, but he's good. He's a good YouTube channel. But yeah, I wanted to do some of his like deep dive content within my channel. But I also want to do some more World as a Fuck. If you remember that old series,
Yeah.
I want to finish that, or not finish it, but I have an idea of what to do next. So I might make another episode.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think in general changing things up is a good beat. Well, I attempted to sleep for 1 hour. Nice. How has your sleep been? No, thank you. My sleep has been bad.
My sleep has actually been pretty good lately.
Oh.
I'm actually on a somewhat, well, it's not regular, but yeah, I think I've been sleeping pretty well. Although I have been, for some reason, I've been recently waking up in the night to pee a lot. I think it's because it's hot and I'm drinking a lot of water. That's annoying. But other than that, I've been sleeping pretty well.
Mm. Yeah. Well, that's good. Yeah, I've been my sleep has been really inconsistent. Like I've been waking up and then not being able to get back to sleep a lot. And like sleeping at random times, which this is nothing new, but it's annoying. I keep feeling like I haven't been getting any sleep. Um,
I've also switched from coffee to anhydrous caffeine and L-theanine.
ooh, how's it been going?
It's been good, but I think my ratios are wrong. See, I was lazy, so I bought like capsules that are, it just has both in them.
Mm.
But the ratio is 350 milligrams of L-theanine to 100 milligrams of caffeine, and 100 milligrams of caffeine is not really enough. Like I would prefer to have 150 to 200. However, if I just take 2 of these capsules, then I'm getting like 700 milligrams of L-theanine, which counts. It just makes me feel drowsy. It doesn't, like, the double the caffeine doesn't cancel out the insane amount of L. Remember, the maximum therapeutic dose for L-theanine is like 800 milligrams or something. So I'm like approaching that. Taking 2 of those capsules doesn't really do anything. I would much rather have like a 200 milligrams caffeine, 350 milligrams L-theanine capsules. So once I run out of these, I will probably switch to buying them separately. So I have one for L-theanine, one for caffeine. Then I can dose more appropriately.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. Um,
But caffeine pills is much better than coffee in my opinion. Like the fact that every day I would have to wake up and go make coffee while I'm all fucking drowsy and it was hot and like you can't drink it for a while and you have to wait for it to brew. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I switched from that.
yeah, yeah. Caffeine pills and nicotine gum. That's the way to go.
Yes. Nicotine gum in the UK is kind of cucked. You're not allowed to have any flavors.
How come? Is it like for children, like to keep children from getting it?
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of fuck shit with smoking. Like they tried to ban menthol cigarettes.
Mm.
I don't know if they succeeded or not, but
They tried to ban vaping here. That's something they wanted to do for a while.
yeah, they've cracked down on vaping in the UK, but it's not banned yet.
Mm.
Um,
I think they just raised the age to 21 here.
but nicotine is really I mean, nicotine gum is really expensive. That's all I know. I don't know if it. I think it might be taxed or something, like heavily.
Mm.
Because cigarettes are also really expensive in the UK compared to America.
Yeah.
A pack of cigarettes here, the brand, like, I don't smoke a very expensive brand, but like, it's like probably around £11 to £12 per pack. which is a lot. In America, it's more. It's like half of that.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
much does a pack of cigarettes cost where you are?
Generally like around the $3.50 to like $6 range.
Wow.
Yeah. Like
I used to move to America.
the cheapest one I've gotten is like 360 something. If you include I think that was the amount I paid. Um, I'm surprised I don't get carded every time I've bought cigarettes. Like, I'll just go to the Dollar General and they don't even ask me for my card.
That is surprising.
Yes. If I recall right, though, the smoking age in Kentucky is still 18. I know the age has changed in a lot of the other states. Menthol cigarettes are banned in the EU. So, Lily, when are you going to become a cool normie like me? That's assuming cool and normie are compatible with one another. um, we can have a sword battle one day. Yes. I will challenge you to a game of Pong, competitive international Pong. And it will be your Japanese motor skills against my Jewish intellect. I don't actually know if the Japs have good motor skills. I just know they're good with numbers.
I'm eating a steak pie.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, I finished it now. It's not like I made it myself. It's a store bought one.
Cool and normie are the same thing.
Imagine having no idea what cool means.
The guns are too Mexican. This guy is a self-hating Mexican, by the way, but he's also half Japanese.
That's fucking based.
It is based.
Mexico's based. I don't even give a fuck. Mexico is based.
Yes. People out there riding on donkeys and shit, I wish that were me.
Yo, I found out. Did you ever see Munchie's PCP lecture about the French Revolution?
I have not, because I just assumed it would be bad, because Munchie's
So
in
did
it.
I, because Munchie's a bad everything. However, I was shocked to say the least, shocked and perturbed, because it's actually Munchie knows things. Munchie has knowledge. Munchie is allowed to know things. That's crazy. It's unacceptable. Um, yeah, it's he's definitely toned it down since the old days. He's much more of like a calm explanation Munchie. He clearly actually knows what he's talking about, and is clearly passionate about it because like he keeps going on tangents where he will be like, okay, so the actual history behind this is a lot more complicated. It's this guy's wife was running this country, but then you know, that sort of thing. And he keeps going on about how Napoleon wanted to fuck stinky pussy, which is true. Um, but in that lecture, I learned two things. The things that stuck out the most to me: Napoleon is a Muslim, and Napoleon Bonaparte III, which was like some shitty. You know about Napoleon III, right?
Not much.
Well, you know when Marx was like, history repeats itself first as tragedy, then as farce.
One sec. Uh, okay, keep going.
Yeah, that's who Marx when he said that he was talking about Napoleon III, because Napoleon III was like a shitty. He was emperor or king or whatever of France, ruler of France of some kind. I don't think he was emperor. I don't think he was king either. He might have been something weird. And he was like vaguely related to Napoleon, like the Napoleon Bonaparte, the one we all know. And but he looked like an idiot, like he had a silly mustache and stuff. And he tried to invade Mexico. That's all I know about him, is that he tried to invade Mexico, and that's why I brought him up. And then Marx was like, "That's a farce."
Yes.
Mexico has good food, and that's really the only thing I care about when judging a country.
Yes.
It's very oily though. I don't know how Mexicans like are alive.
I don't know how Mexico exists.
You know what? I'm a Mexico truther. I don't believe I don't believe in Mexico.
Yes, I believe I believe Mexico. Why doesn't Mexico just take over all of the rest of the North America? Why don't we just give it to them?
I'd be okay with it.
Yes.
Most of Mexico's problems are because of the US. But that's not exactly news. The pastry war, interesting. But yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte, he went to Egypt and he became a Muslim. That's actually a fact. So I guess I'm in charge of this stream now since Star's flirting on Discord with an underage femboy or something.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Damn, you see through me so easily. This is
It's so easy. It's so simple. You're like an open book.
Yeah, I kind of am. um. No, thank you. Become God right
Become
now
Muslim.
in real time.
Okay, I'll become Muslim right now. I
Yes.
like being Muslim.
I wrote Allah on my arm to remind me who's really in charge.
No, you would write Muhammad.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, okay, so in the Quran, this is one of the key differences between Islam and Christianity, is that the Quran is very clear that God is one, whereas the Bible says it's all about the Holy Trinity. So like, Muhammad wasn't a part of Allah like Jesus was a part of God. Like Jesus is God. That's what people. People don't. Even Christians don't get this. They think Jesus was just the Son of God, but Jesus was both the Son of God and God. Whereas Muhammad was just a prophet for Allah. He wasn't actually Allah. And same with, because Muslims also believe that Jesus was a prophet, and again, Jesus was not Allah. He was just a prophet of Allah. And I agree with that. But also I agree with I agree with the Muslims that the only way to represent God that isn't blasphemous is through maths and geometry. They really hit the nail on the head with that one. Like since God is unknowable, even if you could see God, you wouldn't be able to comprehend him. But for some reason, Christians think it's just chill to like draw pictures of him. But since that can never even it's so ineffective at representing God that it's basically blasphemous to be like, oh yeah, I can draw a picture that resembles God, but it doesn't, because it's so bad at resembling God. It's basically blasphemous. And so the difference. So the Orthodox Christians, they were like, okay, well then you can't draw pictures, but you can draw like symbolic representations, and like. But then the Muslims went even further, and they were like, no, nothing. Don't even try, because even if you're trying, you're saying that it might be possible. So that's basically blasphemy, because you're saying that God is something you can comprehend, which is not true. And the only way you can the only way you can represent God is through geometry, because God is the universe. So he created all matter and all geometry, and geometry is beautiful. So therefore, geometry is the best representation of God, which is why their architecture is so fucking sick, because all of their architecture is literally like a drawing of God. That's the equivalent, and that's why it's fucking based, and that's why I'm a Muslim now.
Yes. I need. Are you going to become an imam now?
I don't think so.
You need to use autism to become an imam. Just deeply study the theological roots of Islam, and then do it. Yes. My brain is so scattered. I can't. I get this. Do you ever get this thing where you're thinking about so many different things at once and you lose your train of thought? Like I had a point, like a point I wanted to make to you about Munchie, and then I'm thinking about 5 other points that I was thinking about making, and I can't keep track of any of them. Oh
Yeah, I
yeah.
have that a lot.
I was gonna say that Munchie is like the most normal member of the PCP, in the sense that he like goes to college, and seems to be like have always been like generally pretty well socialized with other people, and there's something about that guy. I don't. I think like it's weird. I think he's like the smartest one out of all of the PCP members besides like Tom or Ben Saint or like Hippo, but he's also for me the most insufferable one. Ben Saint is really
I see
dumb
where you're
though.
coming from.
Yeah.
It depends how you judge intelligence. He's charismatic for sure.
Yes.
I'd say him and Nate are the most charismatic of the PCP.
Yes.
Like, Digi is charismatic, but only if you're already into the stuff Digi's into.
Yeah.
Whereas you talk to Nate, Nate is just like a regular charismatic guy. Anyway, I need to reply to these comments. What is the Muslim perspective of God? Is he a good dude? Of course he's a good dude. Good, more than a good dude. He is good. They're like, the concept of good wouldn't exist without God. That is pretty much all monotheistic religions I know of believe that. Although Judaism is a little more weird about it, but as far as I understand, like, God is the good dude. Allah is the definition of good. That like, there's no better dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here then.
But he's also vengeful. Like, that's the thing, is that he's good, and he's kind of pissed because humans are kind of fucked. That's another thing I like about Islam, is that Christianity is all about now like, oh, God loves you, whereas Islam is more about like, God will kill you unless you're nice to him. So like, save yourself, bro.
Yes. Let's see. Munchie is always annoying for me. Maybe this new version of him has been toned down, but I've always found him like annoying because he's constantly screaming. Like
he isn't constantly screaming in this lecture. He does scream occasionally, but he screams for emphasis. This is like, I'm not a Munchie guy. I don't particularly like Munchie that much. Back in the day, I liked Stealing Your Dad as if it was easy. I don't know if it still holds up.
I could never get into it. It was never for me. Like I've just always hated him. Like I just can't get into him at all. Because it isn't just because like he's constantly screaming. It's the way that he screams. Like the sound of his voice I hate. And I don't get that with very many people. Like generally the sound of someone's voice is like the most not the most insignificant thing, but it's generally pretty insignificant. He was a dick to plunder, so I don't care. That's also true. Yeah, fuck Munchie. He wasn't just a dick to he was a dick to my friend what's his name? Oh, I'm disconnected from No. Disconnecting to No? Oh, one sec. I have to disconnect and then reconnect. Discord's dying because I'm doing a stream at the same time. No, he was He was a dick to my friend Korax Catalyst as well, just like incredibly rude to him in real life. And it seems like that's like generally the way he is towards other people. Stream is enabled.
Yeah, Munchie
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be a particularly nice person to hang out with. I know he definitely has a personality that is somewhat insufferable.
Yes.
I'm not recommend. I think I've been mistaken for a Munchie sympathizer. This is not true. This is slander. I would never.
Yes. Let's see, what was I gonna say? Yeah, people are, there was a point I was gonna make and I forgot what it was. Also, I've been awake for like a really long time. And I've also been drinking. A Munchie sympathizer. I like about 4 members of the PCP because they are disconnected from it as a thing. Well, what I like about Tom and Hippo is that it feels like they have self-awareness. Like, if you listen to the show, a lot of it is just people just, like, egotistically shouting at one another. Like, a lot of it is just, like, you know, people people putting themselves on a pedestal and then having, like, direct attachment to their positions in all of the arguments that they're having, even though they don't really care. They're just presenting it that way. Like, it's almost as if like their performance in the debate, even though the debate is irrelevant, is tied to some part of themselves that they need to perform and that needs to be like provable. Whereas like Hippo never really takes like a side when they're like making these factions with one another. He just sort of talks, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say pretty much every member of the PCP except for Hippo is they are very much not post identity or post. They have a very strict ideology, and their ideology is completely intertwined with who they are as a person, which means any threat to their ideology is like a personal threat to their identity, and they take it that way. They don't see an ideology as something they have; they see it as something they are, they are.
Yeah.
So, yeah, basically, silly people.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing Digi does with otaku. It's a concept, right?
Yes, I see you've been watching Our Phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, I could have pointed that out about otaku before that video came out.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
it was just something you knew.
It's something I knew, but I never wanted to face because it was doing self-criticism, which is hard, but I'm getting there.
It is hard. It's weird because self-criticism is hard, but it's also something that I just constantly do, like all the time.
Yeah, you can't once you get started down the self-crit train, you can't stop
Yes.
until you reach singularity and become an insufferable asshole.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm looking at a very cute beaver right now.
Ooh. Show me the beaver.
This is the beaver.
Ooh, that is a cute beaver. Yeah. Yeah. I like animals, they're nice.
Animals, they're chilling.
Wait, hippos
If
grow?
you're an anarcho-primitivist, you have to be anti-bipedalism, right? Like, Amphrim's basically fucked up when they, like... Yeah, I don't like Amphrims because they're not extreme enough.
That's...
Amphrims vary from, like, the Industrial Revolution was a mistake, all the way to, like, agricultural society was a mistake. Like, bro, there's literally thousands of years in between those two things. tens of thousands, in fact. My knowledge of human prehistory is not the best. Um,
Anprims are bad because they aren't extreme enough.
yeah, they basically what I'm saying is they need to. If you're not explicitly anti-bipedal, then you're not you're not an Anprim. You're a fake Anprim.
Yeah.
That was where it all went wrong.
I need to read the Anprim literature, because I've read Walden and a bit of Kaczynski, and that's it.
Read Bob Black. You've read Bob Black.
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like.
wait, does that count as Anprim?
He's like a weird idiosyncratic Anprim. He is like he never called himself Anprim, but he's generally lumped in with Anprim because he is both like a green anarchist and like anti-civ. So he's generally called Anprim, although he's sort of his own type of Anprim. He doesn't fit in with the general milieu that cleanly. Although I would say he's probably, out of all the Anprim stuff I've read, I think Bob Black is the best. Even though I think he says some dumb shit from time to time.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Bob Black a lot. He's cool. Read Zerzan. Who is Zerzan?
I've heard of Zerzan before, but I have no idea what Zerzan is.
Yeah, in Anarchy After Leftism, he says a lot of openly Anprim stuff. That makes sense. It seems like...
Have you ever read Robert Ligma's?
I have not. Oh, this guy, Zerzan. Okay, I've seen a lecture of him before.
You ever... Did you say you haven't read any Ligma's?
I have not read Eligmas.
Lick my balls! Lick my balls!
Nice.
That's the one that got Nick Land with. I can't believe you worked on you. Come on, bro. Come on, mate. Come on, mate.
I can't even tell sarcasm. How do you expect me to tell that? Sarcasm doesn't make sense to me. If you listen to my old podcasts...
You need to move to Japan immediately.
Okay. Like, if you listen to my old podcasts, I kept making jokes and, like, just didn't know how tone would work. So I would make a joke that was meant to be sarcastic, like, had the structure of sarcasm, but then I would say it in a completely, like, normal tone. Like, and my voice never moved up or down. It was always at the exact same tone, like, flat. And so you could not tell that I was making a joke, unless I laughed at it after I said it. But when I did, it would just be really awkward. Like, it didn't sound like a human laughing.
Yeah, I've noticed that about you, that when you say something, you find it funny to just say things you don't believe.
Yeah.
Even more so in the past than nowadays.
Yeah.
When we first started talking, and it was very confusing to me because I couldn't understand when you were joking or not. But now I understand that that's the point of the joke, is that you're not supposed to understand when you're joking or not.
Yeah.
That's why it wouldn't be funny if you could clearly delineate, which is good. I like that, because some people are gay.
Yeah. I do indeed that some people are in fact homosexuals. Yes. You have to be called out to detect sarcasm. I was memeing, guys. Yeah. Zizek, based or cringe? Both.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to
Zizek.
say based.
I have the normie, the exact same normie parroted opinion that everyone has on Zizek, which is his critique of ideology is really good and everything else is just meh.
Yeah. I like listening to his lectures to help me fall asleep because he has a nice lisp. That's what star sounds like. I don't know what you mean, Aruto. I have to make sure you aren't lying every take you make. Is it that bad? Wow.
It can be. It can be. Well, it was worse back in the day because, like, you actually believed completely ridiculous shit. So it was like, anything you say is completely believable because you're completely insane.
Yes, this is true. Maybe I'm still an ass. I don't know. But yeah, I had to teach myself. There was a video by I think Nerd Writer, who said the reason why Markiplier makes sense in his jokes to people is because he moves his tone up and down, and that excites people. And so after I didn't even like Markiplier's videos. I still don't. I watched a whole bunch of his videos and then tried to copy that. And then I later on, like when I found Digi, and got really into her videos, I just copied the way that Digi would sound in vlogs, and then I just learned how to talk that way, which is probably pretty obvious to some people. Like, I think now I've developed my own speaking habits, but like, Lily is essentially the girl who cried tankyism. I don't know what that means.
As in the boy who cried wolf. It's like, oh, whatever.
Oh, well, okay, but yeah, what point is he making with that? Is it that? I mean,
It's like when the guy in the story, he's like, "There's a wolf and there's no wolf. There's a wolf and there's no wolf." But then when you were like, "I'm a tanky," but it was a joke. "I'm a tanky," it was a joke. And then when you actually were like, "Oh no, I actually am a tanky," everyone was like, "What?"
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's how I fell into that ideology, was because you weren't around for that, but I kept making jokes about Marxism until eventually I read about it so I could try and make more effective jokes, and then I agreed with it. And nowadays I don't agree with anything.
I've never agreed in my life.
That yes. But it's weird because like it took a bizarre argument that I had with you about Hong Kong, of all things, to make me question my entire stance on life.
What even happened? Was I just like, cops are bad, and you were like, wait a minute, this guy might have a point.
I think it was more gradual than that, but more or less, yeah. Lily be like, no, please, no understando comedy, sad face. Yes. Like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have to work really, really hard to understand general social conventions. And like a lot of like the way that like I see the world and like make sense of things is super idiosyncratic. Like it doesn't line up with how other people see stuff. But it's weird because I feel like the most normie out of a lot of the people who I talk to. Because I feel more instinctual than other people do. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a cute manga about a cat made. A cat. Was it a fox or a cat? I don't fucking know. Neko Mimi made. Classic. The classic.
Yes.
The classic dynamic.
Yes. I've always had the mindset of if I see something that exists somewhere else, then that must be like proof that it's not universally applicable, but applicable in general. Like, I think people tend to make narratives about things that are, let me put it this way. Like, nature, for example. I've never believed in nature as a concept. Because I've always thought, what's the point of
I
delineating?
don't think that's true. I feel like I remember back in the day, my 10-hour Mersbow live stream that we were arguing about that.
No, I was arguing with a guy about that in your chat.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true, actually.
Yeah. And so, like, I've never believed in in a delineation between natural and unnatural, because how, like, it just exists. Like, who gets to draw the line between what's unnatural and natural? These are, like, everything that could be considered unnatural is in some way made up of natural components and exists on Earth. And so, like, when I see something that exists somewhere, I see it as proof of being applicable in some way, generally speaking. But, like, people tend to make ideologies around, like, implicitly or explicitly ignoring those things, or like, I guess, putting them in different terms. So it's weird. It's really weird for me because, like, I mean, it was similar to what we were talking about earlier when people say that like, you know, like physiological dependence is just this like disease that holds that is a hold over your life forever, that you don't have any autonomy over yourself, you can't think. Like, the argument that I always would make against that would go, well, okay, why or have all of these people recovered or been able to moderate their use, been able to get on fine, you know, using this a couple times in a year over the decades and been fine? Like, I've just always pointed to those people, and to a lot of people, that's not a good enough argument. Like,
If natural just means a lack of sentience, then does that mean uh, children who aren't capable of language yet are perfectly natural, but as soon as they are capable, hold on a second.
Lily, what's your favorite Cumtown member? I go between Stav and Nick. I think Nick is probably my favorite, but yeah, Stav, he laughs too much on the show, which kind of adds a nice Adult Swim vibe. But in terms of just like sheer funniness, I'd say probably Nick is my favorite. Um, Welcome back. No, thank you.
I'm back. I forgot what I was talking about, so I'll just leave it.
You were talking about sentience and
Oh
nation.
yeah, children aren't sentient. Abortion should be legal up to 3 years old.
Base. Um, I don't understand. I have to open a key we buy.
I was killing New Zealand, killing New Zealanders.
Yes. What's the deal with New Zealand? What's up over there? You know about that. You're a New Zealander.
Yeah, that's me.
I remember when we first started talking, you said you had this plan to move to New Zealand, like in the long term. You wanted to become a citizen somehow, and it was like really esoteric how you were going to do it.
It wasn't that esoteric. It was because how do I explain this without doxing myself? I have the capability to get an Australian passport, like with ease. I would just have to pay for it.
Yeah.
But I'm eligible for an Australian passport. So and Australia and New Zealand have on very friendly terms with each other in terms of immigration. So if I could get an Australian passport, I could immigrate to New Zealand pretty easily.
That's based. Yeah. I wish I had something like that. Well, there's Israel, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah, you should move to Israel.
I don't want to do
Just
that.
kill some Palestinian children, for fuck's sake. It's not hard.
I think they wouldn't let me in the military because I have PTSD and psychosis.
Oh yeah, that's probably a bad combination.
Yes.
Yeah, but you could just do it as a hobby.
Yeah, I could just annex the West Bank as a hobby.
It happens.
You think West Bank and those other places are going to become a part of Israel soon?
I don't know. I don't have an opinion. I don't follow it.
Neither do I. Go to Thailand, your dream country. I've always thought Thailand is boring. You don't even keep up with the lore, drunk. Bhutan. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go to Bhutan. That's my dream.
No, you need to move to Kazakhstan.
Yes. Yeah, my dream in life is to become a Kazakhstani trad woman. My kink is getting my human rights violated by the state. You didn't say that 2 years ago. Yeah, it was 3 years ago, drunk. Keep up with your lore. But yeah, I used to constantly say I wanted to move to Bhutan. Just go to Japan and embrace being a cringe weeb. No.
Yeah, you should actually. Going to Japan. I would consider moving to Japan. Oh, I have, and regularly do consider moving to Japan. I used to think Osaka, but now I'm thinking like one of those weird prefectures where nothing happens.
Yeah. I I just want to go to Europe. I feel like Europe is the most sensible option for me. I just don't
Like
know how I'd get
who's
there.
moving to Miyazaki Prefecture? No one except me.
True. You said many countries. Yeah, no, I used to like obsessively research different countries and then say I wanted to move there.
Yeah, I remember that arc.
That's just a thing I've always done ever since I've gotten on the internet.
Yeah, I'm gonna move to Vietnam, guys. Trust me this time. No, I'm gonna move to Alaska, and then Vietnam.
Yes. Very consistent, as you can see. Okay, just don't move here. Okay, I'm gonna move to Mexico now.
Yeah, move to a South American country. They'll leave you alone if you have money.
That is true. Yeah, I think I want to live inside of a rock in South America and have just a harem of underage femboys.
Okay, now that is based.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to start a cot farm. I'm gonna have a cot farm next to my rock, and I'm going to force my underage femboys to farm, just like I'm going to force fem them. If Mexico is North America, shut up, Lily. I disagree. You know, your geography is different than mine, but I think I'm right here. Yeah. What are your thoughts on shapes? What do you think of shapes? Oh, he disappeared. I'm gonna buy your country. Hello, welcome back. Now he muted himself. One sec. Shapes are gay? I agree. But not. No, I think shapes are cool. Whoa, dude, it's 4:20. It's not 4:20 for me, it's 6:20 in the real world. Um Lily is just gonna set up Chilean computer socialism, except she's gonna become Lane and become the computer that enslaves the Latino femboys. Well, you aren't real. Yeah, I think both of these statements are correct. I'm gonna have to agree with both of these things. You're just a funny cartoon I made up. You know, as I established earlier, I'm simply a product of Digine's subconscious mind, a reflection, a mirror of what she thinks.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we figured out that I'm going to set up Chilean computer socialism, except I'm also Lane and become the computer.
Oh
that
yeah, I
is-
remember that.
Yes. I think on some level all trans women on the internet are just Lane.
I think on some level, all trans women on the internet are Chilean computer socialism.
Yeah, I would agree. No, thank you. How do we solve the calculation problem?
I don't know what the calculation problem is.
When numbers repeat.
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. Yes. Well, you're a science guy. You figure it out. You figure out what's going on here.
You could be talking about a billion different things.
You're a science guy. Dude, I miss when I used to just think that like science had the answers to everything. Like like when I was a kid, I believed that science could just explain every problem that I noticed because I'd notice contradictions in things a lot and go, "Wow, this problem seems unsolvable, but there must be like some authority." I kept thinking there's some authority who probably knows the answer to this. But then as time went on, I'd look for more answers and then notice.
Or is this? I don't know what this is.
Hmm? What?
I don't know if that's a eudaimonia.
Um, I'm assuming it's a you problem.
Yeah, it seems like
Lily, maybe you're just dumb. Who knows? Calculation problem is a theoretical problem with planned economies. I don't know, some gay right-wing economist came up with it. Yes. He disappeared. Hello.
Is this any better? Let's find out.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you as well. Okay, seems good.
Yeah. But yeah, I would notice all of these problems and contradictions all the time that I thought would be fixed by like science or some authority. And they, like, the more stuff that the more I looked into these issues, the more I found out that no one knows the answer. And it felt really weird because I spent so long thinking like somebody knows how this works, you know?
Yeah, but the thing about that is like that's not how science is supposed to work. That's just how we've been memed into thinking it worked. Like the fact that no one knows the answer is that's important. But science has been this because of it has to compete against religion. That science has been for some reason pushed into the corner where it's all about the things we do know, which is not how science works. It's just not it's not how the world works. You can't base an ideology. It's not even you can't use science as an ideology. It doesn't work. Yeah. Like the fact that there are things that no one can figure out is the good bit. But for some reason, everything is focused on the stuff that we already know. Well, who fucking cares?
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted an answer to everything too. That was the other problem, is that I would see like it would actively bother me that there weren't answers to things.
You need a religion. That's why you became a Marxist, because you need religion in your life.
Yeah. Everything is a religion. Everything can be a religion. Let me put it that way, Drunk. If
there are people who treat science like a religion. There's loads of them.
Yeah. But it's weird because like I grew up as an atheist. There weren't really like religious. I wasn't really endowed with any kind of religious upbringing because normally people have a religious upbringing, then they grow out of it, become atheists, and then they replace that with something else. I just never had that, and so you know I wanted to feel like I wanted that like aha feeling of yes, I'm understanding more and more of the things are being understood, and that
You should actually just simply become a Shinto priest. That's your next arc.
I would join some kind of religion if I could. I just literally can't because I always end up seeing contradictions and stuff, and it keeps me from being able to. Like, it's the same with ideologies and organized groups.
That's why you should be Shinto. That's why you should be a Shinto Buddhist, like accomplish the Shintoism and Buddhism, and be Japanese and just move to Japan.
This could work.
Shintoism is based as fuck. You could just worship rocks and trees and shit.
Yes. I actually don't know much about Shintoism, even though they already like there's like already a god in everything, right? Like there's a god of everything.
God is a bad word for kami. Kami is a weird concept. Uh, okay, so a kami is there are two definitions of kami depending on who, like what priest you talk to or what situation you're in. People use different definitions. Sometimes a kami just means like some sort of interesting object or person or thing. So like for example, Mount Fuji is a kami. The mountain itself is a kami, right? But then there's the other definition of kami, which is more like it's closer to a sort of a spirit or a god, where it's like there's a kami that lives or a kami everything. The classic thing they say is there are 800,000 kami, but actually the number 800,000 is just like it's not supposed to mean there are literally 800,000. It means like there are just a lot. Like 800,000 is just a representation for a lot. You'll see you if you remember back in the do you know the over 9,000 clip from
Uh,
Dragon Ball? It's the same
oh
thing.
yeah,
It's
yeah, of
like
course.
it's basically over 9,000 from Dragon Ball. It's just saying because 8 is a lucky number. So it's like yeah, there's a very fortunate and good and large number of kami. Uh, so, for example, there's some fictional characters, a kami, from like traditional Japanese literature would be treated, and they have shrines dedicated to them. Or like the emperor is a kami and a person. Um, but it's very unlike other religions that we're used to. Kami aren't necessarily they're not like Greek gods who are like up in their kingdom doing like fucking with people and shit. But they're not like modern like monotheistic gods where they're just like all powerful. They're just their own sort of thing, but they're fucking sick. And
Yeah.
yeah, they can do things like help you out with luck, or for example, if you it's just it's almost a matter of just respect for objects. So like yeah, you could say that insane idiot. Like the Shinto is personifying all physical objects as people. It's a bit like that, but it's also not. Like because they're not people, they're kami. Like they don't lose their objecthood by being kami. Like something being a kami doesn't mean it's not the object as well. There's no separation between them. So like they don't become a person. They're just something which is worthy of respect, um, which is part of the reason, in my opinion. I don't know how true it is, but you'll notice like if you are in Japan, they treat everything very carefully. Like if you have like a if someone hands you a business card, for example, you're supposed to like treat it very carefully, look it all over and stuff. Whereas in the West, you probably just put it in your pocket, like that sort of thing. In my opinion, it comes from this tradition where everything is treated as if it is a kami. Like also purification is a big deal, like and offerings, like washing yourself with water in like a symbolic way before you go to pray to the before you go to give an offering at a temple. The important thing, another thing, is that the kami they don't really give a fuck about money, right? Unlike Western literature or not literature. So like if you go to church and they ask you to make an offering, the implication is the bigger your offering, the more God likes you. Whereas in Shinto, everyone gives a 5 yen coin. Like that's the one that kami like is 5 yen because Goren sounds like something. I forgot what it is. I'll look it up. You probably know more Japanese than me. Uh, Goen is it's something to do with destiny. I don't know exactly what it means, but yeah. So when you go to a jinja, you should throw a Goen coin, a 5 yen coin, into the offering thing because it's more about the symbolic offering rather than actual money. Uh, I don't know. It's cool.
Yeah, I agree. I remember in Noragami, everyone gave the sword guy a 5 yen coin.
Yeah, that's the reference. That's what it's all about. They love 5 yen coins for some reason.
My
Because
aha
it
moment
sounds
was
like,
watching Doug Stanhope at 15 and realizing I was a normie this whole time. Nice. Doug Stanhope. Doug Stanhope is the greatest human being.
yeah, he's pretty based.
I think we should qualify Doug Stanhope as the only human being.
You know that one Doug Stanhope bit where he's like, I'm not harsh enough on the juice?
Yes.
The one where he's like, fuck the juice. I posted that somewhere, and my fascist Finnish fascist Lord of the Rings friend was like, oh my god, of course he's fucking pandering to the Jews, but getting up the Jews.
Amazing.
It's like recognizing the divine nature of everything. Yeah, I think that's true. But it's also, although I'm not an expert in Shintoism, so we're getting to the edges of my knowledge. But as I understand it, in the modern day, it like people don't really care so much about this aspect of Shintoism. But historically, Shintoism had a very big like deal about good and bad energies that a person could carry with them, sort of like karma, but like um even more weird. Like karma, you can only get good or bad karma by like doing something. Like you can only get bad karma if you do something bad. But in Japan, I forgot what the bad energy is called, but it would be like you can get it not just by doing something bad, but also by just being around something bad or something like that. So, for example, if your friend died or a family member died, that would give you bad karma basically. So you would then have to go purify, or something like touching raw meat, that would be bad karma, uh, even though it's not something morally wrong that you did, and you should go purify, or yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. But I don't think that like as far as I understand, that's not like no one cares about that anymore. But that's a lot of where the traditions come from, is about this pure process of purification after having something sort of dirty attached to you. That's why the symbolically when you give the 5 yen coin, it's not about actually giving the money, but it's about like symbolically letting go of your wealth.
Yeah, it's like a cleansing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's pretty sick. Japan out here really figure everything out.
Yeah, and they're all Buddhists as well, mostly. So like you can believe all that plus just be a Buddhist as well.
That's fucking sick. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give my life to Nirvana.
Nevada, bro, I love some of that tea spirit.
Yes. Was Buddhism in competition with Shinto historically, or did they fuse?
They fused. Back when Buddhism was first introduced to Japan from China, Shinto was probably very, very different from how it is today. I don't know. Buddhism came from China a very long time ago, so uh, they've lived side by side for so long that they never really, as far as I understand, there was no like war against it because Shintoism isn't a religion in the same way. Like there's no doctrine, there's no holy book, for example. It's more of just a way of thinking about things. Sort of like how like people, everyone in the world like throws a penny or throws a coin into a fountain, even though no one would say like, oh yeah, I really believe that throwing a coin into a fountain or wishing well. Like I really, but most people I think wouldn't say like, oh yeah, I am a strong believer of throwing coins into a wishing well and making wishes and they come true. but everyone sort of does it anyway. And like it's kind of like you sort of don't believe it, but then like you sort of do believe it, even though you don't really believe it. That's what Shintoism is in modern Japan. It's that sort of thing. Like people will still go to a shrine and pray, just like their first. It's a very the biggest thing in Shintoism in modern Japan is the first shrine visit of the year. So on New Year's Day, like when it turns midnight, and the next day you would go to the shrine and do your first prayer. You'll see it in a lot of anime that they do it. Like, it's more of just a thing that people do, regardless of whether they. Oh yeah, I really believe strongly in my heart that this will. It's not the same thing as going to church. It's closer to throwing a coin in a wishing well.
Yeah. That's fucking sick.
There are officials. There are priests, but the priests are more. They're responsible for like upkeeping the shrines and performing rituals rather than passing down teachings necessarily. I mean, you could probably go to a Shinto priest for advice, but you would if you're a priest, it's more about, for example, learning the right rituals in order to have a cleanse for a certain situation, or a certain knowing that you need to do a certain dance if you want a good harvest or something like that, or performing various. Yeah, it's more about performing various rituals more than like there's no sermons, for example, in Shintoism. They're not really priests in the same way that priests are in Christianity or imams in Islam or whatever.
Yeah. What's your take on Indian religions? I thought Sikhs were really cool for a while.
The Sikhs are really cool.
Yes.
They be killing motherfuckers.
Yeah.
They killed a lot of Muslims. But the Muslims started it.
I feel like my desire to get into religion for a time was a desire to like be able to communicate with normies, like to have like something that I can relate to normal people over. Like like but the problem with that, like intrinsically, is that I remember for the very, very short period I went to church, there were always drama between people in church. Like, they may have been able to say things about God or whatever, but it was more of a formality that they went there. And I saw it as something that like I could that like maybe this is like the key to being able to communicate with other people. And I feel like I just won't know how to communicate with other people who aren't also autistic in some way. What's your take?
Religion is based. That's my take.
Yes.
If God didn't exist, it would be necessary to invent him.
I think I would just be uncomfortable around other religious people, though, in that situation. I just wouldn't know what to say.
Well, if you don't actually believe in God, that's kind of a problem with trying to be religious.
I've never been able to make myself believe in it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's kind of your first. That's the origin of your problem.
Yeah. But I look at other people and they're able to make themselves believe it, even though they don't really believe it. But I also look at them and they go like they do a lot of other things that I would be really unhappy doing, like having a job and stuff. I'm like, how do these people juggle all these things all the time?
Hinduism is different from Shintoism because Hinduism closer to like a Greek situation where the gods are like there's like a big separation between the gods and the world. Like they're up in their sort of they're doing their whole shtick, you know. They're not, you won't interact with them really directly, whereas you will definitely interact with the kami at some point in your life, even if you just go to the hot springs or something. And there's a lot of kanji puns. I love kanji puns. I wish I knew more about kanji so I can make kanji puns. Star, do you have any favorite kanji puns?
I don't have any on hand.
The classic kanji pun is because kami means God, but kami also means paper and it also means hair.
Hell yeah. I think, wait a minute, I think that's in Monogatari. There's like a
Yeah,
crab
it's in
pun
Monogatari.
in Monogatari as well, with kanji.
Yeah, that's in Monogatari. But yeah, the kami meaning paper and God is already a thing in Shinto. Like they do that. They do a lot of stuff with paper.
That's fucking sick. Is there like a religion that doesn't have a god that I can believe in?
Buddhism.
Oh, okay, that one. And then okay. So Shintoism is more like seeing the divineness in everything. I could see myself
'Cause
being able to believe that.
you don't have to literally believe that there is a spirit inhabiting everyday objects. Most people don't believe that. It's more like there's a divine essence in the world, or like important objects
Yeah.
or things or people.
Yeah. Okay. I can see being able to get into that.
Oh, Stars returned.
I have returned. Yeah, I was saying I can see being able to get into that. Wow, we're solving problems here. Star joins religion immediately.
I find it amusing how, like those those tradcath anime people.
Yes.
It's definitely funny that they can exist, despite the fact that Japan is the biggest, like, openly pagan nation in the world.
Yeah. I mean, like, in general, like, I think it's interesting just seeing all the extreme ideologies that different anime fans have, like, because all of them try to sort of put anime within the aesthetic of it. Like, you got the fascist anime people, that's the most obvious example. You got the tradcath anime people, you got the leftist anime people, and, like, it's all, like, competing sides of anime. And it's like, when did this, like, mostly non-political, well, everything is on some level, but, like, when did this, like, this, you, I don't know.
Well, that's the whole reason, because it's not political. Like, not most anime is not super overtly political. It means
Yes.
you can very easily make it work within your own belief system. You don't, like, for
Yeah.
example, if you're really into Lord of the Rings, the chances are you're also quite right wing because of how Lord of the Rings universe works.
Yeah. So the idea is that you can project what you want onto it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, but I mean also like if you're into just like Japan in general, like there's going to be a set of things you ought to fall into or else you're not going to fit in. Buddhism is just money kind of gay, just become based.
My
Get it?
favorite thing about Buddhism is is Nam-myoho Renge Kyo.
I love money, says Ramu in the chat.
That sounds about right.
Get into Kung Fu. I should get into Kung Fu. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that's the religion I need.
No, don't be cringing Chinese.
Oh, okay, I'll get into Jiu-Jitsu.
Jiu-Jitsu's based.
Yes. The less Chinese you are, the more based you are.
That's literally how the world works. Yes, the further you can get away from Chinese and Korean culture, the more of a human being you become.
Yes. Japan is the guiding light that solves the universe.
And it's literally all because they are the only country to have a successful punk movement
Yes.
in the Far East. Except actually, Indonesia had a good punk movement, and that's why Indonesia is based. And Malaysia, I don't know that much about Malaysia.
I don't know anything about Malaysia. I am burning my clothing made in China right now in this very moment. Don't burn yourself. I would get worried.
No, burn yourself. Set it all on fire right now.
Yes. Sounds about right. Taekwondo is cool though. They're just like fuck punching and grappling. We're going to kick people in the face. True. Tell me more about Japanese punk, Snow.
In Japan, a big part of the punk movement was a rebellion against the collectivist society. In fact, you could almost read it as a. It's very strange Japanese punk movement because it was like very very much related to Americanism, like the American occupation and stuff like that. Obviously, punk is like at least a somewhat American movement, although the argument can be made that it's British. Depends on American / British culture. So it's strange they would exist in Japan. So you would expect it to be like a pro-capitalist, pro-American because it's super individualistic, but they were actually like tended towards either extreme like far left communist like Maoist or like a Japanese nationalists, mostly Japanese nationalists, far right Japanese nationalists in the Japanese punk movement. Or actually, in my opinion, though, the best part of the Japanese punk movement from like the 80s and 90s is the feminist underpinnings. A lot of great Japanese feminist punk. Yeah. And Japan took it one step further than other countries and was like, what if we just did noise music? Because LSD was legal in Japan for a very long time. LSD was legal in Japan till like the late 90s, if I remember correctly. I'm sure you know more about that than me.
I don't actually. I don't. Not about Japan specifically. I know you can. I know you can get like benzos given to you like candy in Japan.
That is true.
Yes.
And also Z drugs as well.
Yes. That's why VTubers be tripping on them.
Yeah. But yeah, LSD was legal in Japan until the 90s, and there was a very, very big psychedelic movement in Japan, like music, and there was a band called Les Réalisés des Nudes. This is my understanding of it. I think this might be a little reductionist. I think there was some other important bands around this time, but I just don't know about them. But yeah, there was this band called Les Réalisés des Nudes, who were like they were like a psychedelic band, but they were just they just put noise in their songs. One of my favorite bands, and a lot of people think like, oh, they only sound noisy because the only recordings you can find of them are bootlegs, so that it sounds like they put loads of noise in it. But actually, if you saw them live, they wouldn't have been like that. But there's a video of them playing live, and it's band as fuck. It's noisy as fuck. Like the main guitarist, he does this long fucking noise solo. Like there's no fucking argument possible that it wasn't at least noise influenced. I'll spell it in the chat for you. And yeah, they got pretty popular in Japan, and the beat goes on, history continues, and more. So basically, like the psychedelic movement, the noise movement, and the punk movement were all intertwined in a way they weren't in the West, because in the West, punk was a direct antithesis to the failures of the hippie movement. But the hippie movement in Japan was very different from the West. Like there were a lot of student protests, but uh, there was no one was saying, "Oh, those student protests were bad," because they actually got shit done, and it was kind of sick. I mean, they did in America as well. Honestly, it was all weird the fact that punks even existed in the 70s. But punk didn't really hit Japan until later in the 70s than it did in the West, which makes sense. Uh, so it was still kind of intertwined with this psychedelic subculture. And so now you've got the mixture of the psychedelic subculture, which is already flirting with noise-like sounds, plus now you have punk bands which are doing super hyper aggression, and then that's how you birth the Japanese noise scene, with as we know it today in the 90s and 80s as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to get into Japanese music on the whole because the only Japanese music that I really have like a lot of experience with is shoegaze. Because there are a lot of channels that aggregate different shoegaze bands from Japan, and I think
Yeah,
I just listen to all of them. I don't even use a filter. I just listen to all of them until I find ones I like.
I can find you some good punk.
Sometimes I look on Rate Your Music and I'll try and find random Japanese stuff that has like a neat aesthetic. Oh yeah, Denpa. Denpa. How did I forget about Denpa? I know all of the Denpa.
Here you go.
I helped you with your Denpa PhD thing you were doing or whatever.
I am. Yeah, I'm a Denpa. I'm a Denpa otaku.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much fucking. There's so much Japanese music. It's insane. It's ridiculous, really.
I think, like, I've always thought Japan was the most based country on Earth, but this conversation is just making me more intensely feel that.
There are terrible things about Japan. There are lots of bad things about Japan. Do
Of
not get me
course.
wrong.
No, of course. Those are the things that have made me emphasize the baseness less, but the baseness is still there. I wanna go to Japan and start listening to Japanese punk about the emperor, and become an Atizalam addict.
That sounds pretty based.
Yes. And a Shintoist. That's my new goal. I'm gonna be a Shintoist who does jujitsu.
Okay.
Yes. Mm. Yeah, my new religion is jujitsu.
I did jujitsu when I was a kid.
How did it go?
I got bullied.
Damn. Mm.
I did jujitsu and got bullied, and that's why I'm a lolicon now from trauma.
Yo, I gotta make that a video title, and then have it be about something completely different.
Yes.
I'm gonna start making like a star title aggregate. It's just like random words strung together, and then eventually, if you string enough random words together, you get a star title. But it has to be like keywords. Imagine working in a Japanese drugstore and once in a while these freakish hipster-looking gaijins come in to try a bunch of benzos. I don't think that's how it works. You have to see a doctor for it, but all you have to do is say you have trouble sleeping, and then they just give it to you.
Yeah, it's another example of like the culture around drugs changing how people actually experience it.
Yeah.
Like in Japan, like they have very much they have like abusing drugs given to you by a doctor doesn't make sense because a doctor gave it to you, who's a source of authority. So there's no like, they can't do anything wrong because they're an authority figure. So they can't possibly be giving you something that's bad because that wouldn't make any sense, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and also like a lot of these medicines that are given out to people to take every day, like have like enormous physical withdrawals, like awful ones. But the reason they're given out so readily is because the work environment, being what it is, makes it difficult for people to sleep.
Have you seen the fucking those Japanese energy drinks they got, like the powerful ones that come in little glass bottles?
Yeah.
Like any culture that has an entire industry based around these insane stimulants just so people can work, like
It's pretty messed up. Yeah.
and more Japanese people should take meth. That's my conclusion.
It seems to be.
Hey, you're an expert in North Korea. Is the myth about people in North Korea doing meth all the time, is that real?
As far as I know, no. Like I haven't seen
Oh.
any real evidence for it. It just seems like a thing that people say. Um, like
That's a shame.
yeah,
I would have said North Korea was base.
yeah. In China, there are a lot of people who do meth though. Because there have been a lot of cases of Chinese officials, like especially in smaller villages, just actively working with meth labs to cover them up, and then sell to people. Um, and a lot of those guys got arrested after Xi Jinping became the president. But they were allowed before. It was kind of like an open secret. But stimulants in Asia are generally very big, like very big, meth
Yeah.
especially in Asia. I don't know why that is.
It was big in Japan. Well, I say big, somewhat big in Japan.
Yes.
Meth. It has a weird name though. They don't call it meth. They call it something else.
I know in the Philippines and Southeast Asia in general, they'll call it yaba and have like a low dose of
Yeah,
it
yeah,
with a
that's
whole bunch
it,
of
yeah.
caffeine. Yeah. And sometimes other just
It's in
weird,
a-
nasty stuff will be in the pills too.
Yeah, it's in Subahiri. Spoilers.
I see. Yeah, we've been streaming for 6 hours. Well, I've been streaming for 6 hours. No, thank you. Just I kind of just let him show up, or asked him to show up, I should say.
That's generally how it worked.
Yes. I don't know.
I just show up.
I was feeling really bad, so I was like, I gotta speak to someone. But then none of my friends were awake, or wanted to VC, and so I was like, I'm gonna stream and drink, and then that's what I did. It was kind of distracting, but I ended up just getting more mad at people than I normally do because I felt bad already. Did you ever see the documentary where some random Russian mad lad just snuck a camera into North Korea and wasn't on a guided tour? Yeah, that was I know which one you're talking about. It was on Netflix. Yeah. There's a couple that are like that, of Russians specifically. Dude, I suggested you stream last night and then you did. I was like, yeah, because my thinking was I shouldn't stream because I feel really bad. But then I was like, maybe streaming will distract me from feeling really bad. Ooh, this is a good image, no?
It is. It's a manga I'm reading. I linked it further up in the chat.
Yes. I'm very impressionable. If someone gives me an idea, I'll just try to do it.
Okay, hey, here's an idea. Why don't you read this visual novel I found? It's called Subarashiki Hibi. Oh, it's actually already on your computer. How convenient.
That's a lot of effort. I haven't been able to read anything lately, even with audiobooks. Like, audiobooks on in the background to help me follow along as I'm reading. I haven't been able to read anything.
I've been reading the Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere light novels,
Oh boy.
and I've also been reading Chrono Clock, which is a visual novel. Oh yeah, I also haven't finished House of Leaves either. One day, one day I'll finish that shit. But Horizon is better.
I need to watch the show. I watched the first episode and then it was so overstimulating with all the information at once. I said I gotta watch this very slowly.
Okay, genuinely, I now believe that the show dumbs it down too much.
Oh boy.
After reading this, like there are moments in the show where because I've been reading the book of like the first book, right? And then I went to look up some clips from the show to see like to try and remind me like, oh, what was this moment like in the show? And it's like, oh wow, they really simplified everything. Like there's a moment in the first episode where if you've seen it, you'll remember they are chasing. Yeah, the Horizon is an anime adapted from a series of light novels. Yeah, it's 2 seasons. The anime is 2 seasons. I would definitely recommend it. It's in my top 10. But it's very, it's. I know that like this is like a meme thing to say, but I'm saying it without irony here, and uh, it's Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Uh, like you know how in Dark Souls, like it just sort of puts you in the world, and all the stuff you need to figure out what to do is there, but there's no one telling you precisely like, okay, here's I'm gonna hold your hand and show you exactly what to do, what this item does, here's how to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like the information's there, you just have to pay attention. Not Log Horizon, Kyokai Senjo no Horizon, or Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere. Yeah, it's like that. Horizon, it's like all the information is there, but you just need to pay very close attention because they will tell you it once and expect you to remember it 5 episodes later.
So you're saying it's the Dark Souls of anime?
It's the Dark Souls of anime.
Oh no. That's a
I
video
never played the
title.
Dark Souls game.
That's a video title. You should do it.
I'm not going to.
I should do it in a video about something else.
Yes. I recommend the anime, and then if you like the anime, you should read the light novels because the anime only covers like it's like the No Game No Life anime where it stops right before the story gets good in the light novels. Like the anime is really great, but because when I say light novels, they're just novels. They're just long as shit. You should look up a picture if you can find one of what all the entire because there's like 29 books and they're all fucking like long. Like it's not a joke. So the amount they can fit into 2 seasons of anime is very little. The the plot of the show, like they need to find all the logismoi or the fucking fuck the deadly sin armaments. Uh, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh and Fitzpatrick, that's impressive. Okay, so Horizon is actually just one part of this author's like insane universe, which spans like the entire history of the universe. Like Horizon has a prequel called Owari no oh fuck Owari no something. Owari, it's not Owari no Seraph. It's Owari no oh fuck, what's it called? Star, help me.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the name offhand.
A Wali no Chronicle. It's called A Wali no Chronicle. It's just a complex as shit lore dump in the novels. To give you an idea, the first 40 pages of the first novel are just explaining like some of the backstory to the world. Like, but nothing happens. It's just the backstory. Once I catch up, because not all of the novels have been translated yet. They've only been translated up to book 7C. So once I catch up to where they've been translated to, I'm gonna do a lecture explaining the plot. So if you get confused, you can just watch my lecture, which comes out in like a year once I finish everything. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so there's the author. This is like one part of his huge, insane fucking world. So there's a prequel, which is a very distant prequel, set like hundreds of years before Horizon, which is also really long. Like that's also like 14 books in that series, and then you think that's it? Did you seriously think that's it? No. That's also just one part of the entire series. So I need to find a fucking. I know there's like a. Yeah. Okay. So there's various series by this author. I need to find. Okay, so it starts with the City series, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 books. Those were written from between 1996 and 2002. Then there's a Wino Chronicle, which is the next part in the world's history, which is 14 books. Then the fourth series, so that was the City series, then the Ahead series, which is a Wino Chronicle. Then there's the fourth series, which is just 2 books. Then Genesis series, which is Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere, which is 29 books. And then there's the Obstacle series, which is 4 more books. And then the final bit of the world is the Edge series, which is On a Godless Planet, which hasn't finished publishing yet. I would say this is if you want to it's by far the densest fiction I've ever read. I haven't read that much dense fiction, but if you want a world where there is just endless research you can do to there's nothing vague happening. Okay, essentially, if you're autistic, then you might like Horizon. If you like databasing facts and very complex magic systems and stuff like that, then you will like Horizon. But you need to be paying attention. You can't just let it flow over you. This isn't your fucking slice of life moe shit. This is like fucking advanced. I recommend the anime, by the way. If you want to get into it, you should watch the first 2 seasons. Well, there's only 2 seasons. I think Star's either fallen asleep or is about to fall asleep.
No, I'm just listening. But I've been awake for so long that fucking hell, you were streaming when I woke up this morning and still going. Yes. It will never end. Yeah, I was just listening to what you were saying. I don't actually know how long I've been awake. That's a little scary.
That's kind of sick.
It is pretty sick. I want to I feel I was saying my sleep has been bad lately, but I feel like I'm getting taxi driver type insomnia type beats going on.
Yeah, if you want to get into Horizon, just watch the anime, because the first episode of the anime is like a pleb filter. They give you so much information at once. If you can't follow what's going on in the first episode, then, or if you don't like the aesthetic or the power system or something like that in the first episode, then you probably won't like the series. So like, yeah, watch the first episode of the show, and just see what you think of it.
Yeah. Eternal September of Not Sleeping? Yeah, that's essentially, yeah. Can I join the VC or no? Uh, I think I'm probably about to go to sleep. What do you think? No, thank you.
I just about to go to bed. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Are you going to bed?
I don't know. I thought you were going to bed.
I just woke up.
Oh,
I
okay.
woke up just before I joined the stream.
Wait, oh, okay. Yeah, well, you were saying, oh yeah, good night, girl. I'm going to bed, and I was like, oh, okay.
That was a reference to a meme. It was one of those good old-fashioned memes. I'm surprised you haven't seen that. Here, watch this.
No, if Insane Idiot joins the call, I'm gonna get overstimulated. Oh, okay, this looks familiar. Let me see. I think HXHDRA liked this meme.
Oh, hey. I just about to go to bed. Good night, girl. I'll see you
Nice.
tomorrow.
Nice. Yes. Yes. But yeah, if that guy, it's too many people, too many humans, too many humans. You breed like rats.
It's true.
It is true. I need a gif of an anime girl smoking fast. Oh wow, no thank you, I have the perfect image. Look at this.
You should do a sleeping stream. You should just leave the stream on while you sleep.
I don't know who would be interested in that.
It becomes like an IRC where people just talk in the chat.
I think it would work.
Or you could, what if you just set the stream to be in like a server that you own, and then just have like the Discord link in the description, and anyone can just join the voice chat and be on stream.
Yo.
Experimental live stream format.
I feel like if I did that, someone would like go into the voice call and start like playing child porn over the intercom or something, and then get my channel banned.
Yeah, that would definitely happen. It would definitely be Yoshika Miyako Red as well.
Yes. He just starts playing like super obscure like Korean child porn.
It's obscure because he kidnapped the children personally to make it.
Yes. It was his project.
Yeah.
Why is Top Chat even a thing? I don't know why it's a thing. I guess it's to filter out offensive stuff. Yeah, dude, who read all of these books? That's what I want to know.
Who reads books in fucking 2020?
That's a good question. Well, look at all these. Like, somebody read all of these enough to make a chart out of it. Not only that, someone read so many of these that, like, that they were able to make a chart out of it to decide which ones were the best ones.
4 people read so much Lenin that they wrote books about how Lenin is good.
Yeah. Imagine that. Actually, this looks like a lot of repeats of the same authors.
I don't even know what is left-wing communism and infantile disorder about. You probably read it, knowing you.
I have, but a lot of it, like, it was really esoteric. Like, a lot of it is just responding to super, like, hyper-specific theoretical problems. And he talks about tactics in it, and about, like, the necessity for, like, the state as well. I don't remember what he was talking about in it. it's a criticism of a lot of the people who were criticizing his line or his like, yeah, it's just a response to stuff other writers had said. It's like back in the day, philosophy was just video responses in
Yeah,
text form.
yeah.
Like they were
I wish
either
I was a Leninist.
yes, they were either cutting promos on each other or making response videos. You could say that
You don't have to think about stuff too deeply.
yes. Or I'm assuming you said you don't have to think about stuff too deeply if you're a Leninist. Now I disconnected again.
Hello?
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm assuming you said you don't have to think about stuff too deeply if you're a Leninist, which I agree.
Yeah, you just have the answers there in all these books.
Imagine that. Imagine being able to do that.
That's pretty crazy.
Hmm. How do I fix my brain? No, thank you.
How do you fix your brain? The first step is to realize that it's not broken.
Hmm?
The second step is to go to sleep.
I don't want to do that.
I could tell that you do. You're forcing yourself to not want to.
I know if I lay down, I'll start thinking again.
Why don't you... This is what I do when I need to sleep. I just start drinking.
I was doing that earlier, and it gave me a headache.
Yeah, because you were doing it earlier. You need to do it late. Therefore, you will be asleep by the time you start getting a headache.
It's weird because at this point, like, I just get headaches when I drink now, and my body, like, feels bad. And then I definitely feel bad when I wake up the day after. That didn't used to happen to me.
Welcome to the wonderful world of drinking. This is what it's going to be like for the rest of your life.
I don't know if I like this.
Alcohol is unfairly maligned.
Of course. Yeah. I need like a benzo or something. I need a Xanax script again, god damn it.
I think it's because you drink too much. You just need to be casual. You just need to have like, I don't know what you have, probably tequila or something, or whiskey.
Vodka and triple sec is what I had.
Just do like 3 shots of vodka.
I can't get any effects out of that anymore.
You will. No. I don't know how big your idea of a shot is, but it won't get you drunk. It's just enough to get you to the point where you don't have to think too much when you're falling asleep. That's the point.
Taking melatonin literally it's not about getting to sleep. It's about making my thoughts slow down so I can be able to sleep, because as soon as I lay down I just start thinking again. Like
that's why you need 3 shots of vodka or 4.
Yeah.
I think you might have a little bit of a self-control problem.
No, I can like
You're not supposed to be wanting to get smashed. You're supposed to just have a little bit just to slow down your thoughts and make them more manageable.
Yeah. Yeah, but the problem is that it it makes it difficult. It makes it more difficult for me to get to sleep when I drink. That's the problem. And so I'm like I literally like won't drink in order for like to get to bed. I just can't. But maybe it works for other people. It doesn't work for me. It worked for a little bit. Like that strategy of just drinking a little bit and then laying down, it used to work, but it just stopped working for some reason. I guess maybe because my sleep is messed up.
Strange.
I don't know. I mean, it does interfere with your sleep cycles. I had a theory that maybe it made it easier for me because my sleep cycle is already messed up, but then it stopped working, so I went back to the scientific answer, which is that it messes it up. And it also reduces the quality of your sleep.
That is true. That is true. Why don't you, I don't know. Take some diphenhydramine.
I
I
don't
know why I
have
said
any.
it like that. Take some DPH. Take,
I don't have any.
take something.
I don't have
Die.
anything.
Die. Just die.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I there's several things for sleep. Turning off blue. Yeah, I've done. God fucking damn. How many times do I have to hear?
I hate that shit. I fucking hate it. Everyone's like, "Oh, you can't sleep. Have you tried turning your light off?"
I've done all of these things, and
I,
they like
it's the most annoying shit.
they help to some extent, but like when you have like a fundamental sleep problem that like from like you thinking too much from being stressed out, those things aren't gonna fix it. That's what I'm describing. Grab a grill. Like as soon as I lay down, the thoughts in my head come up again, and then I'm just thinking about like everything that's bothering me. I tried a DPH-esque thing once. Puts you to sleep, but you are weird the next day. Esque thing. Was it belladonna flower? Is it
I
Dutra?
doubt
You
it.
tried
It's probably
Dutra.
jamming. Oh my god. I doubt it was jamming. Do you mean the tour?
Yeah, he tried Datura. I don't know. I just made that up. Datura is
Oh,
really,
it could have
really
been
dangerous.
citrazine hydrochloride.
Oh,
That's quite common.
yeah. I need canazolam. Uh, no, had some weird name, can't remember. Imagine being a kraut. But yeah, I just I I've been like for the past like month, I think I told you this, for the past like month or maybe over a month, I've just felt really really bad. Like my depression has just gotten like significantly worse all of a sudden for some reason. And it's made it difficult to sleep, and like when I'm trying to lay down to get to sleep, I always end up thinking about stuff, and I've been crying a lot while trying to get to bed.
I don't know,
Doxylamine
Kyo, but
succinate.
that's why when I have that problem, I just drink. So if drinking doesn't work for you, I don't have any other option to
Yeah,
give. I don't know what else to say. Except my solution is stay up late so that I just pass out. Like stay up to the point where I just will be too tired and I'll just sleep quickly and get slightly drunk before bed.
yeah,
Normally I don't get like too drunk because then I'll just feel like shit the next day, which will make it even worse.
yeah. That's what I'm trying to do is just like be awake for so long that I pass out. I'm using the 2019 strategy of live streaming for like 6 hours until like I can't do it anymore. That's what I used to do like all the time back then. You probably remember that.
Hmm.
Hmm? Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you depressed about? A lot of things. It's weird, like when you start feeling really bad, like it has the potential to change like your logical or how you perceive things at like the like in terms of like how you word them, like philosophically. And I've gotten to the point where like I could recognize that I'm feeling that way, and so it doesn't like significantly alter the way that I describe things or like view the world, but I feel that way enough to where it could change that, you know, to where like I'm recognizing it, so I'm keeping it from altering my worldview. But in the past, before I was more aware of how those moods affect how I
Yeah.
think, I wouldn't be able to do that. But like I'm in that kind of mood where like it could, you know, where it
Do you
would
think
back in the
I
day, you know?
do you think it might have like this sort of vicious cycle thing? Because I find like, well, I've recently found, because over the past few days I've been, uh, I guess you would say working very hard. Like I made that YouTuber spreadsheet, which took a long time and a lot of effort to do. Plus, I've been reading lots of light novels and visual novels and trying to get computers working, like messing with my computer and stuff. Like I've been doing a lot of what I guess would be considered hard work, like brain intensive exercises, problem solving type exercises. And I found that I fall asleep quite easily, and like I feel physically tired afterwards. Uh, but if you're depressed, it's much harder to get yourself to like actually do anything, like to pay attention while reading, which means you're not, because you then haven't done anything all day. You don't you haven't expended enough energy to feel tired, so you can't feel tired. So you start. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So maybe you should try and force yourself to do something that's like mentally taxing. I don't know what that would be, but maybe that would be a good idea.
yeah. I mean, I kept trying to do that with like reading and like looking for studies on stuff. Um, but I mean, yeah, I need to find something new then.
Or
Well,
something like menial, like I don't know, try cleaning something or taking something apart and putting it back together,
yeah. I just got to get to the point of doing it. Okay, I'll give it a
or
shot.
editing a video. Maybe you should try editing a video. That would be a good idea.
Yeah,
It's like not too difficult, but like enough to occupy your brain.
yeah. I could try and make something with more angles in it and then mess around. Yeah. Okay.
Or
Okay.
to just like arbitrarily choose some task. Like, okay, today I'm gonna pick this computer running this weird operating system and try and get this program to run in Wine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I especially now that I have Manjaro, I need to understand how Manjaro works better.
But yeah, just try fucking around with the command line and shit.
Yeah. Okay. I will give it a shot. And I guess I'll report back how it works over time.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go now and read.
Okay. It was nice talking to you. No, thank you.
It was nice being on the stream.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Well, that was neat. That was neat. Um, how long have we been going for? Jesus Christ. 6 hours and 30 minutes almost. 6:25 we're at. Wow. Um, I think I'm nearing about the point where I can pass out. I'm surprised that I'm still semi-coherent at this point. Or I think I want to put some effort into getting a therapist. Yeah, please do if you think it'll help. Um, uh, let's see. That was neat. Got him. Nice. Hello, neat. I haven't seen you in a while. Um, yeah, I think yeah, I was thank everyone for listening and being here and hearing words and listening to them. Sorry for not being able to expand on ideas more effectively earlier. I feel like um, I don't know. I felt really dumb during this stream. Hopefully, it entertained some of you.